Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Betrayed Deku Becomes Royal. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a normal day for the students of Class 1A. It's been a couple of weeks since they all moved into the dorms on campus of UA High School. This had to happen because while on a summer camp trip the class encountered the League of Villains, and they kidnapped Katsuki Bakugo. Due to that happening, Nizu, the principal of the school, decided that for his students' safety he was going to have dorms created so that they could keep the students together by class and make sure that they are safe and all in one place. During this time, Izuku Midoriya, a boy with a love for heroes, was confronted by one of his classmates. Her name was Mina Ashido. She confessed that she had always had a crush on him and wanted to try having a relationship with him. He was shocked since this had never happened to a boy like him before. But she was willing to help him get used to being in a relationship. He agreed, and they started dating. Everyone was happy for them and supported them. Of course, they were always reminded by Tenya Ida, the class representative, to not neglect their hero training even though they were dating. The two understood, and everything was going fine for them. But that was only for the first month of their relationship. Izuku started seeing that Mina would always put off date night for an emergency that came up. Izuku, being well Izuku, let her go and take care of whatever she needed to take care of. Another thing he noticed was that he and Mina never kissed during their relationship. He thought that maybe she wasn't used to being in a relationship like he was, so he put a thought into his head that they would kiss eventually. But yet, they never did. Not much to worry about, right? Wrong. Mina also rarely held his hand or told him that she loved him. Weird, right? Well, now it's about 7:15 in the morning, and the students within the Class 1A dorms were getting ready for the day. Most of the class was already downstairs and having breakfast. Well, everyone but Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked in the mirror that hung on the wall in the bathroom of his dorm room. He took a deep breath as he picked up the comb that lay on the counter. Then he ran the comb through his thick forest green hair. After combing his hair, he placed the comb back down onto the counter. Then the boy looked back into the mirror and smiled. It was another day of training and learning how to be a good hero. Oh, how he looked forward to every day where he could go to school and get one step closer to achieving his dream of being a hero just like his idol and mentor, All Might. Izuku sighed before leaving the bathroom. He then grabbed his yellow backpack and left his room. He made his way down the hallway and towards the elevator so that he could head downstairs and join his friends in the common area. As Izuku walked, a familiar pink-haired girl came into the hallway from her room. He saw her and smiled. "Hey, Mina." He called over to her as he waved. Mina turned to the sound of her name. When she saw the source of the voice who called out to her, she smiled and waved back. "Hey Izu," she said, "are you free after school today?" He asked. Mina sighed. He always asked this question. But not every day, at least once a week though. She knew what he wanted. He wanted to take her out on a date. She had to come up with an excuse and fast. "Sorry Izu, but I'm very busy this week. I have some things that need to be taken care of. I hope you can understand," she said, sounding like she was upset that she couldn't go out on a date with Izuku. He showed her his signature grin and a look of understanding. "It's all right, Mina, we'll see about next week then or the week after. Just tell me when and where, then I'll take you there. Anywhere you want to go, I'll make sure you get to see whatever it is you want to see," Izuku said happily. Mina nodded. "Well, I'll see you downstairs, Mina." Then Izuku hugged Mina before going back in the direction of the elevator so that he could head downstairs to see the rest of his classmates. Mina sighed. She didn't even know why she asked Izuku out in the first place. Then it hit her. She and the rest of the Baku squad came up with a plan to show the rest of the class that Izuku is just an innocent cinnamon roll who will never really understand what is going on around him. Mina knew that there was more to this plan that Bakugo didn't tell the squad or the rest of the class. But soon they would find out what it is. Mina smirked before going in the direction of her real boyfriend's dorm room. When Izuku got downstairs, he saw the rest of his classmates waiting for him. He smiled at them. "Good morning, guys," Izuku said as he went into the kitchen to get some food. "Morning, Midoriya. Are you ready for class?" Ida asked. Yes, sure am. I can't wait to see what we will be doing today. I know that he may stay in his sleeping bag most of the time, but I really like Mr. Aizawa. I wouldn't want anyone else to be my homeroom teacher. Ida nodded at his friend's statement. I 100% agree with you on that one, Midoriya. Now get some breakfast. You're going to need the strength if you want to be at your best during training. Izuku nodded and went into the cupboard to get some cereal. As he was making breakfast, a thought kept entering his mind. He didn't know why Mina was so against going on dates with him. It worried him. Maybe he was a bad boyfriend, and she didn't want to be around him. But that can't be right. Izuku did everything he was supposed to do, so maybe it was Mina who wasn't doing what she should have been doing the entire time during their relationship. He couldn't let this get in the way of being on his A-game for class and training. Izuku finished making his bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios and went into the dining room so that he could eat his breakfast. As he was eating, Izuku realized that Mina didn't come downstairs after he did, even when he ran into her in the hallway. He needed to ask someone if they saw Mina at all while he was making breakfast. The green-haired boy looked around the room and saw Momo. He knew that she was one of Mina's best friends, so he would ask her if she saw Mina. Hey, Yaoyorozu, can I ask you something? He asked. Of course, Midoriya. What's up? Momo asked as she turned to face him. Have you seen Mina? I ran into her in the hallway upstairs as I was coming down here. Did she come down sometime while I was making my cereal? Momo thought for a moment, then she realized that Mina never came downstairs after Izuku did. No, sorry Midoriya, I didn't see her. Maybe she had to do something else for the time being. Don't worry, she will come downstairs before we head to class. She answered. Izuku nodded and went back to his Cheerios. As Izuku finished his breakfast, the elevator opened, and Kirishima walked out. Good morning, my brothers, he said happily. Kaminari turned to the redhead and smiled. Morning, bro, what took you so long? He asked. Well, I was getting my morning warm-up in, you know when I punch my punching bag as a warm-up for training, Kirishima replied while scratching at the back of his neck. Everyone understood, not knowing that he actually was with Mina and was the person that she was cheating on Izuku with. He went to get some breakfast so that he could be at his best for training. Not 3 minutes later, the elevator opened again, and Mina walked out. Momo saw her and smiled. There you are, Mina. Midoriya was asking where you were. What took you so long? She asked. Mina chuckled nervously. I had to tidy up my room a little. I had clothes on the floor that needed to be washed that I didn't do last week. She stated. It's okay, Mina. I will be putting a load of clothes into the washing machine when we get back from school after Kaminari suches his clothes from the washing machine to the dryer. Then when my load is done, you can put yours into the washing machine, okay? Setsu. Mina smiled and nodded. Thanks, Tsu, Mina replied, and she knew that they bought her lie. She didn't really have clothes that needed to be washed, she just needed to stop the questions. She knew that Kirishima did something similar when he came downstairs before her. Then she went to make her breakfast without even going over and seeing Izuku. The fact that she didn't acknowledge him made Izuku very suspicious of what she really did that morning. Did she really clean her room? He thought, but pushed the thought back and went to put his bowl into the sink. After everyone had breakfast, the class grabbed their bags and left the dorms so that they could get to school on time. Making it to class on time was something that Class 1A was really good at. Everyone was seated right as their teacher, Shota Aizawa, walked into the room. He was proud of his students for being on time. Once the bell rang, he began the lesson. Classes went on like normal, but Izuku couldn't help but look over at Mina. She was always looking at her phone whenever a teacher wasn't looking at her. He could also see something familiar happening with his buddy Kirishima, but he always put it off as the two of them were either checking social media or they were texting their families. Lunch came and everyone was tired from all of the learning that they did, but they knew that when they were done with lunch, they would have hero training, and that got everyone pumped up. Class 1A entered the lunchroom and went to get their lunches from Lunch Rush before heading to their table where everyone gathered to chat about what they could be doing for hero training or what they would be doing after class. Izuku took his seat next to Ida as he waited for the rest of their friends to join them at the table. Everything was normal. The class talked and would scold Bakugo every time he would say something insulting or call someone an extra. But boy, was something about to happen that would break Izuku's innocent heart. Mina snuck a glance at Kirishima before he nodded at her, then she looked at the class. "Sorry guys, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back," she said as she stood up and went to leave the room. "Okay Mina," answered Jiro, another one of Mina's closest friends. Mina nodded and left the room. Then 3 minutes after Mina left, Kirishima stood up. "I need to use the bathroom as well," he said and left the room. "That was weird," Izuku said to himself. "Don't think much of it Midoriya," said Tsuyu, who happened to have heard what he said. He looked at her and smiled. "I hope you're right Tsu." Then Izuku remembered something. "That's right. I was supposed to go and ask All Might something during our lunch break. Sorry everyone, but I need to go and talk to All Might real quick," Izuku said as he stood up and grabbed his tray. "It's all right Midoriya, we understand. Go and do what you need to. We will see you for hero training if your conversation with All Might takes up until then," Ida said, smiling at his friend. Izuku smiled back before leaving the lunchroom. He walked towards All Might's office when he heard voices coming from a nearby hallway. He didn't want to overhear the conversation, but he heard the voices of his girlfriend and best friend coming from that particular hallway. Izuku walked over and leaned up against the wall, pulled out his phone, and recorded their voices as he listened to it himself. "Did anyone follow you?" asked Kirishima. "No, how about you?" Mina responded. "Nope, no one followed me, not even Midobro followed. It's just you and me Mina." "Good, we don't want him to know about us," Mina stated, making Izuku very confused. "What does she mean?" Izuku thought worriedly. "What the hell is going on here?" he asked himself, then he went back to listening to their conversation. "When will you end this fake relationship that you have with Midobro?" Kirishima asked. Mina giggled. "Soon Kiri, very soon. Midoriya won't know what will hit him when he finds out. He's so innocent that he doesn't really see why I don't go out with him." Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. His relationship with Mina was fake this entire time. He also couldn't believe that she was cheating on him with one of his best friends. Then he saw something that broke him greatly. Izuku saw Mina lean in and kiss Kirishima. He, of course, kissed her back, and it looked to be a very passionate kiss that the two were sharing. Izuku felt his heart break, and he felt the tears falling down his face. "How could you Mina? I thought you liked me, but instead, you were using me and cheating on me with my best friend," Izuku thought, but what Mina and Kirishima didn't know is that Izuku recorded their entire conversation. He put his phone away before heading back to the lunchroom with his tears blurring his vision. When he got back to the table, Ida noticed the tears falling down Izuku's cheeks. "Midoriya," he said in worry as he stood up with Tsuyu and Todoroki following soon after, "what happened?" But the green-haired boy didn't answer him. He just kept crying. Ida, Tsuyu, and Todoroki walked over to Izuku and hugged him. Hey, it's okay Midoriya, we are here for you. Do you want to talk about what happened?" Todoroki asked. Izuku nodded. "But not here." His friends nodded and walked with him to a quiet place where he could tell them what happened without him breaking down in front of the class. "What happened?" Ida asked. Izuku said nothing. Instead, he pulled out his phone and played the recording of Mina and Kirishima's earlier conversation. After the conversation ended, Izuku's friends were ticked off at what they heard. "Hey, it's going to be alright. We are here for you, but you should end things with Mina," Tsuyu said, then she riveted after her sentence. Izuku nodded, and he saw Mina walking back towards the lunchroom. The green-haired boy decided to get this over with so that he didn't have to suffer any more from her fake relationship with him. He walked right up to her and looked her right in the eye. "Mina," he said, his voice cracking. She turned to him and gave him a look. "What?" she answered, annoyed. "We are done," he said, feeling a weight coming off of his shoulders. "I know that you have been cheating on me behind my back with Kirishima, someone I consider to be a close friend. Before you ask, yes, I overheard your conversation with him. I'm done being your fake boyfriend. This is making me uneasy. So just leave me alone and tell everyone that we are done," Izuku said as he turned around and went back towards his friends. Mina smirked happily that this relationship was over with. But before that, Izuku said something else. "Also, I'm not that dumb. I may be an innocent person, but I know when something is wrong with the people I'm around. You thought that me being innocent meant that I was stupid and naive. But newsflash Ashido, I'm not that crazy like you're thinking I am, so please say what you want, but I will know the truth. Goodbye. Izuku then left and crashed into the arms of Ida, and he cried his eyes out. The blue-haired boy held his friend as the green-haired boy cried over his broken heart. Mina left and went back to the class like nothing ever happened. Aizawa saw this happen, and he walked over to the Deku squad. Ida, take problem child back to the dorms. You can stay with him, both of you are excused from training for today. He needs to calm down his mind. Ida nodded before he helped his friend stand up, and he led the boy back to the dorms. Once there, Ida took Izuku to his room and laid the boy down on his All Might-themed bed. There, Izuku fell asleep. Ida left the room and went to his room, which was next door to Izuku's room, and he waited in there for his friend to wake up. But he couldn't comprehend why Mina did what she did to Izuku. Don't you worry, Midoriya, we are all here for you. Nothing can hurt you anymore, we won't let it, Ida thought, but boy would he be wrong about that thought on so many levels. It's been 2 weeks since Izuku's breakup with Mina. His friends have been helping him to get over his broken heart and focus on his hero training. Mina is still in her relationship with Kirishima. After what happened, Izuku stopped talking to Mina and Kirishima. He eventually told Kirishima to stop calling him Midobro and just call him Midoriya, like everyone else. Izuku started going back to school, and he started his daily training with All Might again. Aizawa was happy to see Izuku back in the classroom. But who knew that a piece of fake evidence would cause Izuku to become lonely and only have Aizawa, All Might, Vlad King, Nizu, Mike, Midnight, and his mother on his side. It was after class, and Bakugo was having a conversation with his squad. It was about time he told them the second half of his plan to destroy Izuku and his dream of being a hero. You wanted to talk to us, Bakubro? Asked Kirishima. Yes, you see it's about time you all hear the second part of my plan to destroy Deku and get him kicked out of UA for good, he said smirking. About time, Bakube, what do you have planned? Mina asked. You see, I found who our little traitor was a couple of weeks ago. It was Mr. I Can't Stop Twinkling, or Aoyama. I asked him when the league was going to attack the school again. He told me that they were going to come tomorrow night at 9. Toga and a Twice clone will be coming, also according to him. Toga got some of Deku's blood during one of his encounters with her, so she will infiltrate the school by pretending to be Deku. So, here is what I have planned for where we come in. Bakugo explained. His entire squad really wanted to know what was going to happen next and how they could ruin Izuku's hero career for good. So, me and Dunceface will follow Toga and film her taking files of students, then we will get the part where she transforms into herself again. Then we will edit the video, and after class the next day, while Deku is training with All Might, we will show this evidence to the class and get them to believe that he is the traitor. Then when he comes back, we will torture him, then send the file anonymously to the school and see how many teachers turn on Deku. If Nizu betrays him, then it's goodbye to the DM and nerd. The Baku squad loved this plan and were very eager to execute it, not knowing that some teachers and Nizu knew that Izuku would never betray UA. The next night, Bakugo and Kaminari were outside the school waiting for Toga and the Twice clone to arrive. Kaminari had his phone ready to record everything that was about to happen. Right at 9 o'clock, a purple portal opened in front of the school, and Toga walked out with a clone of herself, courtesy of Twice. Kaminari started filming. Toga then took out the vial of blood she got from Izuku. Then she drank it and turned into Izuku, as she went into the school undetected. Kaminari and Bakugo followed her. They got every single detail, even the fact where Toga transformed back into herself before leaving with the Twice clone. Once Kaminari and Bakugo got everything they needed to get in the video, Bakugo told Kaminari to edit the video. He did. Now more of the plan would be executed in the morning. Just you wait, hidden nerd, your hero dream is about to become just that, a dream you can't achieve? Bakugo thought as he smirked. So maybe this is his revenge, and he got a deal with the league so that he could get what he wanted. You also saw his hero notebook. What if he is analyzing us so that he can defeat us? Bakugo said, then he knew that he hit the nail on the head. Because now everyone believed him and he looked at Zero and nodded. Then the tape quirk user sent the anonymous email with the video to every teacher, student, and even to Nizu, not knowing that some people would still believe in Izuku as a hero. At around 8 o'clock that night, Izuku finished his training with All Might and was on his way back to the dorms. All Might smiled as his student walked back to his dorm, then he checked his phone and saw the email. He opened it and was in shock. This is not real. What do these people think they are doing? Young Midoriya would never do something like this. This is obviously Toga. I hope that no one believes this nonsense, All Might said. Then he went to find Nizu and Aizawa. They needed to know about this and fast. As he ran down the hallway, he saw that some teachers actually believed what was in the video along with a majority of the students. "CD, I need to hurry," All Might thought as he arrived at Nizu's office. He opened the door to see Aizawa, Mike, Midnight, and Vlad King already inside the office. "Oh, All Might, what brings you here?" Nizu asked. "Did you see the email?" The mouse man nodded. "I did. I'm very disappointed in whoever thought that I would believe that. See, Midoriya would never do something like this." "I agree. Problem Child is too hero-bound to ever do something like this," Aizawa added on. "Even though he is not my student, I believe in Midoriya. He is a kind boy and like Aizawa said, he wants to be a hero more than anything. Why would he do this? It's obviously the League trying to get us to betray Midoriya and kick him out of UA," Vlad said. Mike and Midnight also believed that Izuku was innocent. All Might was relieved, but then he remembered and turned to Aizawa. "We need to head to the dorms. We need to save young Midoriya. What if the class betrays him?" Aizawa understood. Then the two teachers left Nizu's office and went in the direction of the 1A dorms. Meanwhile, Bakugo was going over his plan to harm Izuku the moment the boy walked into the dorms. Kirishima would knock him out from behind, Siro would tie him to a chair, then the moment he wakes up the entire class will insult him and hurt him. The angry Pomeranian smirked because he heard Izuku's footsteps on the porch of the dorms. "He's here," Bakugo said, then they all got into position. Izuku walked into the dorms and stretched. "That training session really wore me out. I really need a warm shower after that," Izuku said as he went to head to his dorm only to be hit in the back of his neck and he passed out. "Got him," Kirishima said, then Siro walked over with Sato. The Sugar Rush user picked up Izuku and placed him into a chair that was already stuck to the wall by Mineta's quirk. Then Siro tied him up by using his tape. Now we wait. It only took 3 minutes for Izuku to wake back up again. What happened? He asked himself, then he tried to move when he realized that he was sitting in a chair, only to not be able to move at all. He noticed that he was tied in Siro's tape. What the hell? Who did this? "Shut your filthy mouth, traitor." Izuku recognized that voice. It was Ida. He looked up to see all of his classmates looking at him angry, disappointed, and disgusted. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "We know that you're the traitor, Midoriya," Ida stated, raising his voice, then he put the pieces together. "But I'm not. You of all people should know that, Ida." Izuku said angrily that his friend believed a lie. But before Izuku could get another word out, he was attacked at all angles by the entire class. He screamed, cried, tried to use OFA to protect himself, and tried to reason with the class, but nothing was working in the boy's favor. They would attack him and insult him. Izuku was bleeding from multiple places and he was getting weaker. He wished that someone would save him. Just as he was about to pass out, the door opened and in ran All Might and Aizawa. They noticed his state of being and were furious. "What the hell is going on here?" Aizawa screamed as he activated his quirk and erased the quirks of everyone in his class, but Izuku and All Might. "Mr. Aizawa, didn't you see the email?" "Midoriya is the traitor," said Ida, but Aizawa wasn't having it. "All Might get Problem Child out of that chair. We are taking him to his room. Recovery Girl believes the video, so she won't heal him. We need to do things ourselves." All Might nodded and got Izuku out of the chair, removed the tape, and took the boy to his room. It took about 3 hours, but Izuku eventually woke up to see a worried Aizawa and All Might. "Young Midoriya, I'm so glad you're okay," All Might said with relief. "You don't believe the video, All Might?" Izuku asked weakly. "No, I don't believe the video. Aizawa, Nizu, Midnight, Mike, and Vlad King are all on your side." "I hate that this happened to you," stated All Might. "I see. Will I still be able to return to school?" Aizawa nodded at the boy. "Yes, problem child, you will be able to return to school once you feel like you have enough strength to get up and out of bed. Izuku smiled at his teacher. Can I use my quirk to protect myself from the attacks? Izuku asked. Yes, you can. I want you to be safe, Midoriya, Aizawa said, showing a small smile. I see, I guess I should get some rest? Yes, you should, young Midoriya. Well, we will come and check on you later. Izuku nodded before closing his eyes and falling asleep. All Might and Aizawa smiled at the boy who just fell asleep. He has so much potential as a hero, we need to protect him at all times, Aizawa stated. I understand. Also, should we tell his mother about this? All Might asked. We should. She knows her son better than anyone else. She will 100% be on Midoriya's side. He was so right about that. Inko Midoriya always believed in her son, loved him, and had a lot of trust in him. So, there is nothing that could change her mind about her son being a hero. The two teachers left the room and Aizawa called Inko to inform her about what happened. Like he thought, she believed her son and wanted what was best for him. Izuku was feeling up to getting out of bed after 3 weeks of bed rest. But every time he would exit his room and interact with the rest of the class, they would attack him. He would protect himself using OFA, but every time he exited the classroom, he would be attacked by the other students and the teachers who didn't believe him. It was taking a lot out of the poor boy. He didn't understand why they believed a fake video over an innocent child. Every time he would see Izuku, Bakugo would smirk and be the first to attack the green-haired boy, making him really injured where he would be put back on bed rest. Now the boy is fed up with how he is being treated, so he has decided to go home to his mom's place for a while. He gathered up the courage to pack his yellow backpack with the essentials he would need on the journey back to his apartment that he shared with his mother. He then went to his desk and wrote a message to Aizawa, telling him where he was going and what he would be doing. Then he exited his dorm room from his balcony. But as he ran across the grounds of UA towards the exit, he was attacked by the students and teachers who didn't believe him. He endured the wounds knowing that soon he would be in the clear. Izuku started to feel weak, but he made it into the clear. He then ran away from the gates to UA. But about a mile away from the school, the boy lost all of his strength. He fell on the ground and passed out from the wounds and the lack of energy to continue home. He laid there for a minute before a black limousine pulled up next to him. Apparently, the passenger in the limo saw Izuku pass out. The figure in the back seat got out. She was the same age as Izuku, her hair was a gorgeous shade of brown that stopped at her waist, and she had her hair in a braid. 2 locks of hair were framing her face. Her eyes were a similar shade of brown to her hair, and she had a permanent light pink blush on her chubby cheeks. She was dressed in an appealing pink dress and matching flats. She looked at the boy worriedly. She checked on the boy and saw that he was alive but barely holding on. She then turned to her driver, Kito, can you help me get this boy into the car? The driver got out of the car. Yes, Your Highness, he said as he walked over to her and helped her get Izuku into the back of the limo. She got back into her seat. Then she had his head resting in her lap as Izuku laid on the back seats. Then her driver got back into the car. Hurry home, Kito, this boy needs medical attention, said the girl. Right away. Kito answered as he started driving once again. What Izuku didn't know was that the girl who saved him was actually the Princess of Japan. Boy, was he in for a pleasant surprise when he woke up. The limo arrived at the Imperial Palace. Kito, the driver, got out of the car and helped the princess bring Izuku into the palace. As they walked the halls heading in the direction of the infirmary ward of the palace, multiple butlers and maids looked on in worry about the green-haired boy that the princess brought in all injured. They entered the infirmary ward and the doctor inside turned with a worried expression. Please, Dr. Haruka, heal him, the princess said in worry. Yes, of course, place him on the bed over there, he said, pointing to the bed across from where he was sitting. Kito nodded and laid the injured boy on the bed before bowing to the princess and leaving so that he could properly park the car. The princess took a seat next to the bed as Dr. Haruka got his supplies and went over to do a checkup on Izuku. Will he be okay? The princess asked, but the doctor didn't reply right away. After a complete examination of Izuku's injured body, the doctor smiled slightly. He will be okay. I just need to dress his wounds in bandages then heal him the rest of the way. Since my quirk isn't strong enough to heal him fully, He will need to be on severe bed rest until he is strong enough to move on his own. I don't recommend sending him home until he is fully healed from his injuries, Dr. Haruka said as he took out the bandages and started to dress Izuku's wounds. The princess smiled knowing that the boy she saved would be okay. She was asked to leave the room so that Dr. Haruka could strip Izuku so that he could dress and clean the wounds that were underneath his clothes. Once it was done, he called the young princess back into the room. She returned to her seat next to Izuku's bed. He will be okay, Your Highness, he just needs rest. He should wake up in about an hour or two. Would you like me to inform your parents about your return and about the boy's condition? The princess said nothing. She just nodded since her focus was completely on the boy that lay in front of her on the bed. Dr. Haruka bowed before leaving the room to inform the king and queen about their daughter's safe return home and the boy she brought with her. The princess stared at the boy who laid in the bed in front of her. She was so confused about why he collapsed outside of UA's gates. She could tell by his clothes that he used to be a student at the school. But what didn't click with her was why he was injured when she found him. What happened to you? Why were you outside of the gates to UA High? Who did this to you? What the hell is going on that I'm not aware of? So many questions flooded the girl's head as she looked at the boy. She also felt a slight blush creep up onto her face. She felt her heart beat fast as she looked at the boy. What is this feeling? She asked herself. She was confused, but then it hit her. Could I be in love with him? But she shook that thought away from her head. I barely know this boy. I want to know him more to get to know his backstory and then deal with my feelings. She smiled to herself just as Dr. Haruka returned and he had her parents in tow. Her mother looked at her with worry in her eyes. Are you all right, sweetie? She asked. The princess nodded and slightly smiled. Yes, Mama, I'm fine, the princess answered. What happened to him? Asked her father. I don't know, Daddy. I was returning home from visiting the orphanage when I saw him passed out and badly injured outside of UA High. I see. When he wakes up, make sure you get him some food and ask him what the hell happened to him, the princess nodded. I'm glad you're home, sweetheart, her father said with a smile before he and her mother left the room to return to their work and to try and see if they could find anything on the boy who was injured, like his name or who his parents were. Dr. Haruka went back to his desk and the princess stayed by Izuku's side. She didn't move, so a maid had to bring her lunch to the infirmary along with some soup for Izuku for when he woke up. Meanwhile, within Izuku's head, the boy woke up in the OFA mind space. He looked around and saw the seventh user of the quirk, Nana Shimura. I can't see why they would do this to you, she said. He looked down as he remembered how he was betrayed by his so-called friends and some of the teachers at UA. Then a memory hit him. He remembered passing out a mile away from UA. It was faint, but he remembered being picked up by someone in a limo. Don't worry, you're safe, Nana said, smiling. You're regaining strength as we speak. You have enough to wake up. Why don't you open your eyes and thank the person who saved your life? Izuku smiled and nodded since he still couldn't communicate with the visions of OFA just yet. Izuku grunted as he started to open his eyes. His movement shocked the person who was sitting next to him. He heard a tray being placed on the floor. Then he heard a very angelic voice. Dr. Haruka. He's waking up. He knew that the voice belonged to an appealing girl, then he heard footsteps coming closer to him. Hey, you okay, kid? Said the next voice. Izuku opened his green eyes. He blinked 3 times to get his eyes used to the light. He then saw a man with black hair and scarlet red eyes looking at him with worry and relief. Ow, my head. What happened to me? Also, where am I? Izuku asked as he looked around the room. You're in the Imperial Palace. The princess found you outside of UA and brought you here. But I should be asking you, are you all right? You were very beat up when she brought you to me. I believe that I'm okay now. Also, did you say that I was in the Imperial Palace and was found by the princess? Izuku asked to clarify. Yes, that is correct, Dr. Haruka said. So, where is the princess? I would like to thank her for saving me. Dr. Haruka smiled and pointed to the other side of the bed. She's been beside you since she saved you. Izuku looked at the girl next to him and saw the most appealing thing he had ever seen. A blush emerged on his cheeks. I would like to thank you for saving me, Your Highness, Izuku said, smiling as he tried to sit up to bow his head, but he was stopped by her hand. No, you lay back down. You're still very injured. He complied with her order and laid back down. Also, I would like to properly introduce myself to you. I'm Ochaco Uraraka, Princess of Japan. But please, there is no need to be formal with me when we are alone. You can just call me Ochaco. The doctor who took care of your wounds is Dr. Haruka Nakanishi. He is the royal physician, but may I know what your name is, young man? Ochaco formally introduced herself and Dr. Haruka to Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he responded. Well, Izuku, I'm glad that you're doing better than when I found you, Ochaco said, smiling at him. He couldn't get over how pure her smile was. He had to admit he was attracted to her. Her appealing brown hair, stunning brown eyes, adorable chubby cheeks with a permanent light pink blush on them, and of course her pure and gentle smile. He smiled back at her. She then took in his looks. His stunning forest green hair, his green eyes that shone like emeralds, his adorable face that was decorated with freckles, and of course his pure and innocent smile. Well then, you must be hungry, Ochaco said as she grabbed the tray that sat on the table next to the bed. One of the maids brought my lunch here. I haven't left your side for the entire hour you were unconscious. The same maid brought you some soup. Will you be able to lean up just enough to eat something? Ochaco asked as she scooted her chair closer to Izuku's bed with the tray that still had the bowl of warm soup on it. The bowl was covered, so it was still as warm as it was when it arrived an hour ago. Izuku tried to sit up, but it was too much for him. Ochaco hated seeing Izuku in pain. Hang on. She then turned to Dr. Haruka, who was checking on the temperature in the room. Dr. Haruka, can you use the remote to adjust Izuku's bed to a height where he can eat? The black-haired doctor nodded. He walked over to Izuku's bedside and pressed the up button on the remote that was on the wall, and Izuku's bed gently went up and he stopped it when the bed reached a height where the boy could eat comfortably. Thank you, Ochaco said to the doctor, nodding before bowing and going back to his desk to do some work. Do you think that you can eat on your own? Ochaco asked as she gently placed the tray of food on his lap. Izuku gently moved his hand towards the spoon. Ochaco helped him by taking the cover off of the bowl. The warm steam that emerged from the bowl warmed Izuku's face. The scent of the food made his mouth water, and his stomach growled. He hasn't eaten since he had lunch at school. Izuku dipped the spoon into the soup, but when he tried to lift it up towards his mouth, he almost screamed in pain. Ochaco took the spoon from him and placed it back into the bowl before gently placing his hand to his side. I guess not. She placed her hand on his head and gently rubbed his forehead with her thumb. Once he was calm, Ochaco removed her hand and looked at him. Would you like some help to eat your food? She asked, blushing. He opened his eyes and blushed as well. Yes, please. I want to eat but I don't want to cause myself any more pain. Ochaco smiled. She grabbed the spoon and gently blew on the hot food before bringing the spoon close to Izuku. She gave him a smile. He smiled back before he. Aizawa, present Mike, Midnight, my mentor All Might, the homeroom teacher of Class 1B Vlad King, and the principal Niza believed me, and I know that my mom is on my side as well. I was beaten every day for the past couple of days after being on bed rest the first 3 weeks after my betrayal. Ochaco couldn't believe what she was hearing. I can't believe that they did this to you. I'm glad that you have people who believe in you. I can get in contact with your mother to tell her where you are. I would like that. Also, how long do I need to be here before I can go home? He asked. I don't know an exact timeline for you at the moment. But Dr. Haruka said that you can go home when you're fully healed. I will allow your mother to come and visit you when she can, then when you can get out of bed, I can get in contact with All Might and tell him where you are. Since I'm sure you're going to want to train your body a little once you can move around more without pain. Ochaco responded, I understand, I'll stay here. It's safer for me anyway, but could you keep me company? He asked. She nodded. I would be delighted to. Ochaco smiled at him, and he just loved the way her face brightened when she smiled. He loved how kind and caring she was towards him. He heard stories about her and that she was kind and loving to everyone in the country. Izuku felt his heartbeat get faster. The blush on his face got darker. He didn't know what was happening until he remembered a conversation he had with his mom the day that Mina confessed to him. He asked her what love felt like. She explained that it was when you didn't want to leave someone, you always wanted to know if that person was okay, Your face got all red when they are around, at least until you get used to being in a relationship with them, and your heart would beat fast because you were happy or excited to see them. After putting together the pieces to the puzzle, Izuku realized that he had developed a crush on Princess Ochaco Uraraka of Japan. He wanted to get to know her a little bit better before exploring another relationship that would be real this time. He also wanted to know if she was allowed to date a commoner like him. "Hey Ochaco, can I ask you a weird question?" he asked, looking at the ceiling. "Sure, what is on your mind, Izuku? As the Princess of Japan, are you allowed to date whoever you want?" She smiled at him and looked away as she blushed. "Yes, I am. My parents married out of love after generations of arranged marriages. My dad was a prince, and my mom was the daughter of a construction worker. They met while my dad was out on business. They fell in love but kept their relationship a secret from my grandfather, who wanted my dad to marry a princess from another kingdom. But my grandmother caught on to my parents' relationship. She always believed in finding true love and marrying for that love, so she accepted the relationship that my parents shared. She even convinced my grandfather that falling in love was good. He eventually accepted their relationship. My mother has done a lot of good for this country as queen, and everyone adored her. When I was little, my parents always told me how they fell in love, and they wanted me to marry out of love as well. So, they got rid of the rule where royal heirs had to marry someone that their parents arranged for them to marry. Does that answer your question?" She snuck a glance at Izuku and saw him nod his head at her with a sweet smile on his face. She smiled back. "Why did you ask?" She leaned closer to Izuku, hoping to get her answer. "Well, how do I explain this? I kind of developed a crush on you the moment I laid eyes on you." He began, causing her to blush a deep red that it covered her permanent light pink blush. "But I don't want to rush into another relationship. We just met, and I want to get to know you and be friends for now, until we know each other better." She nodded. "I can understand that, because from the moment I saw you I developed a crush on you as well. I had the same thought of getting to know you better before going out with you. But if I may ask, can you tell me what caused you to not want to rush into a relationship?" "I'm asking out of curiosity," she stated. Izuku sighed. "You see, Ochaco, before I met you and before I was betrayed by my friends, I had a girlfriend. Her name was Mina Ashido. She was a kind girl. She asked me out, much to my surprise, about 2 weeks after we moved into the dorms on campus at UA. When he began, Ochaco listened closely to what he had to say. For the first month of our relationship, she was doing what a girlfriend should. We went out on dates, spent time together and other stuff. But we never kissed, and I found that weird. Still, I put a thought into my head where she was being cautious of giving up her first kiss to someone who was using her. So, I let it go, but she also rarely held my hand or went out with me." Ochaco couldn't believe what she was hearing. This Mina girl wasn't doing what a true girlfriend should do after a month of dating an innocent broccoli like Izuku. "Then one day I caught her red-handed in the hallway of UA during my lunch break, making out with my best friend Eijiro Kirishima." Ochaco looked at him with widened eyes. Izuku tried to fight the tears as he explained what happened. "I ended things with her when I found out that she was using me, and she thought that I was dumb because I was innocent." Ochaco got up from her chair, gently sat down next to Izuku on the bed before bringing the boy into a hug. "I'm sorry that happened to you. Are you all right now?" she asked, not letting him go. "I'm fine, that was nothing and is in the past now," he said. Ochaco pulled back and stared into his green eyes. "Izuku, this is not nothing. It's something serious. Someone you trusted broke your heart and your feelings. But I promise you that I will not do that to you. I will protect you from any harm, help you heal, and be there when you need a shoulder to cry on, a friend to take away the nightmares, and maybe someday when we know each other better we could possibly be more than friends, more than best friends. Lovers. But let's get through the friend stage first. Just know I'm always here for you." Izuku smiled as tears escaped his eyes. He gently brought Ochaco back in for a hug and he cried into her shoulder. "Shoo, it's okay, I'm here. Let out everything you've been keeping in. I'm here for you." He cried until his eyes dried up and he fell asleep in her arms. Ochaco smiled before she heard a giggle coming from the doorway. Ochaco looked to the door to see her mother standing there with a smirk on her face. "Mama," Ochaco whispered to her mother without waking up Izuku. "Sorry, dear," her mother replied in a whisper. "Did you get some answers about the boy?" Ochako nodded as she gently laid Izuku down on the bed once again. She walked over to the remote on the wall and put the bed back down to the correct height that it was at before she fed him the soup. "Can we talk outside?" Ochako asked in a whisper. Her mother nodded, and the two women walked out of the infirmary to talk so that they wouldn't wake their guest. Once outside of the infirmary, Ochako explained everything to her mother, about Izuku's betrayal, first ex-girlfriend cheating on him, the beatings he received, how she found him, his name, and the fact that he used to be a UA student. Her mother couldn't believe what she heard. That poor boy had to endure all of that horrible treatment because he is different? "I don't understand this world anymore, but you will take care of him, right?" she asked. Ochako nodded and smiled. Her mother could see a blush on her cheeks. "You know Oka, he would make a great boyfriend for you." The blush on the girl's cheeks got darker. "Mama?" She cried out embarrassed. The queen giggled at her daughter's reaction. "We aren't at that stage yet. We want to be friends for a while before exploring a relationship with each other." Ochako said, calming down. "I understand, but your father and I might tease the both of you." "You never know." Ochako looked at her mother, and the queen could tell by the look that her daughter gave that Ochako didn't like that answer. But the queen giggled before walking over to her daughter and brought her into a hug. "I'm glad you helped that boy. When he wakes up again, after Dr. Haruka checks on him, can you ask the doctor to come get me and your father? We want to properly meet the boy and get in contact with his mother. I bet she is worried sick about him." Ochako smiled and hugged her mother back. "I can do that, Mama," she replied. "Good," said the queen as she pulled back and looked into her daughter's brown eyes that looked just like hers. Everyone can see that Ochako looks just like her mother, but she does have a little of her father within her. "Don't overwork yourself by taking care of Izuku. Okay, we worry about you. Every once in a while, why don't you take a walk in the gardens for some fresh air? Then when he gets a little better and can get out of bed, why don't you bring him with you to the gardens so that he can get some air after being cooped up in the infirmary for so long?" Ochako loved her parents and knew that they would worry about her, but she promised herself that she would take care of Izuku without putting her own health in jeopardy. "I can do that, Mama, but could you get in contact with Izuku Midoriya? She is Izuku's mother. I want to inform her about her son's condition and ask if she wants to come and check up on him." The queen smiled and nodded. "I can do that. I know that you would want to talk to her, so I'll find her number and give it to you." Ochako smiled before she hugged her mother one more time. Then the queen left to go and find Inko's number so that they could contact her. Just as Ochako went back into the infirmary, she saw Izuku hyperventilating and sweating. She knew that he was having a nightmare about what happened to him. She rushed over, placed her hand on his head, activated her quirk to calm his nerves and get him to get his breathing under control. But her quirk wasn't doing much to help him. Ochako had no other choice but to wake him up. She took her hand off of his head before she shook him to wake up. "Izuku, wake up," she said while shaking him, but he wasn't waking up. "Izuku, please wake up." She felt tears running down her face. "Please wake up, Izuku, it's okay." She felt like she was going to go into a panic. Izuku wasn't waking up. She had no choice but to kiss his forehead. She doesn't know why this works because it's not a part of her quirk's power. Her quirk is a fusion of zero gravity and nerve healing. She can make things float with all 5 fingers, or she can calm someone's nerves. Ochako can just think of one of her quirks that she wants to use because she can activate and deactivate her quirks at her will. But something that she and her mother can do is when they kiss someone's forehead, only if it's someone they care about. It can calm their nerves and wake them up from a nightmare. Ochako leaned over and kissed Izuku's forehead, which calmed him down and woke him up. She pulled back right as he opened his eyes. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked. He shook his head. "What was your dream about?" she asked. He took a deep breath before answering her. "It was about my betrayal." That was all that he needed to say. She knew that he needed a friend at that moment. She hugged him and calmed him down. "Do you think you can get back to sleep?" He shook his head. "No, I don't think I can." She looked at him with all worried. "Well, now that you are awake, I'll go get Dr. Haruka to check on you, then I'll go get my parents. They want to meet you, and we are also going to get in contact with your mother." He smiled at her before Ochako stood up and went to fetch Dr. Haruka. After the examination, the doctor left just to return with Ochako's parents. "Oh, good, you're awake, young man," said the king. Izuku turned to him and nodded his head in acknowledgement. He was still in a lot of pain so he couldn't bow properly. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. How old are you? 15, he answered. Judging by your uniform you used to go to UA? My wife informed me about what happened from what she learned due to what our daughter was told by you. I'm so sorry that you went through all of that, said the king. It's alright, it was a shock to me when it happened. But I'm very grateful for your daughter, she saved my life when I passed out a mile outside of UA, he said showing a smile. She was also here when I was having nightmares about what happened. She truly is an amazing girl. Ochaco's parents smiled knowing that they have raised their daughter right. We found your mother's number, is she free at this time? Izuku nodded, yes she should be home right now. Alright, Oka dear, here's her number, why don't you call her? Ochaco nodded, she walked over to her mother, grabbed the paper and went to the phone that lay on Dr. Haruka's desk. She dialed the number and waited for Inko to answer. After 2 rings the call connected. Hello, Midoriya residence. Is this Inko Midoriya? Ochaco asked. Yes. May I ask who's calling? Good evening, Mrs. Midoriya. My name is Ochaco Uraraka. I'm calling from the Imperial Palace. Inko couldn't believe what she heard. The Princess of Japan had called her. What makes you call me at this time, Princess? Inko asked. Well, a couple of hours ago I found your son, Izuku Midoriya, unconscious a mile outside of UA's gates. He was very injured and weak. I took him back to the palace to have him healed. He is awake now, but I'm sure that his teacher from UA, Shota Aizawa, called you about your son being betrayed by his former classmates and some of the teachers? Yes, I was informed about that. Is he okay now? Inko asked worriedly. He's fine now, Mrs. Midoriya. Would you like to talk to him? Ochaco asked. Yes, I would, Inko replied. Hang on, Mrs. Midoriya, said Ochaco as she transferred the call to the phone that was next to Izuku's bed. She hung up the phone on Dr. Haruka's desk before she answered the call on the phone by Izuku's bed. She handed the phone to Izuku. Here, it's your mom. He took the phone and held it up to his ear with the help of Ochaco. Hi, Mom, Izuku said. Izuku, my baby boy. Are you okay? Inko asked, panicking. I'm okay now, Mom. I'm in a lot of pain, but I'm healing. That's good. But what were you doing outside of UA's gates? I was coming home to you for a few days. I couldn't take the bullying and attacks no more, Mom. It was getting on my nerves. Izuku stated. I see. Well, how long are you supposed to be at the Imperial Palace to recover? Inko asked. Until I'm fully healed, but Ochaco said that you can come and visit me. Izuku said, smiling from his end. Could I come see you now? I don't know, Mom, but if you ask Ochaco, I bet she can tell you. All right, sweetie, I'll let you go and rest. I love you, said Inko. Love you too, Mom, answered Izuku before Ochaco took the phone back. You can come and see him anytime you want, just call us in advance. I'll have my parents tell security that you're coming to visit Izuku. I'll meet you at the entrance and bring you to the infirmary so that you can visit with Izuku. Hearing that made Izuku smile that his mother was coming to see him. The call then ended. Ochaco's parents left, leaving the 2 teens alone. I can't wait to see my mom, Izuku said. Ochaco giggled. I bet she sounds like a really nice lady. Izuku nodded. Yes, she is very sweet. Can you stay with me for a while? Ochaco nodded. I wasn't going to leave you anyway, she answered. Then they both talked and got to know each other a little bit more while they waited for Inko to arrive. Meanwhile, back at UA, Aizawa made his way back to the 1A dorms. He wanted to check up on Izuku because he knew how poorly his students had been treating him. He just needed to make sure that his problem child and secret favorite student was doing okay. He entered the dorms and went straight to the elevator to head upstairs to Izuku's dorm room. He knocked on the door. Problem child? Are you awake? I heard what happened outside and wanted to see if you were healing. Can I come in? But Aizawa got no answer from the inside. Problem child? Yet again, no answer. Weird. I don't want to ask the class about where Midoriya could be. I'm going to head inside and check on him. Aizawa thought. He grabbed the handle to the door. Problem child, I'm coming in. He opened the door and didn't see Izuku. He noticed that his bed was a mess and that the window was open. Did he leave? Aizawa thought, shocked. Then he saw the note on the desk. A note? He walked over and picked up the piece of paper. The letter read, Dear Mr. Aizawa, if you're reading this letter, then I have already left UA. I can't stand the attacks anymore, it's not what I wanted. I hate that I have been betrayed by people I've trusted. I'm happy that you, All Might, Midnight, Mike, Vlad King, and Nizu are by my side. But I need a break, so I've decided to go back to my mom's house for a while. I didn't want to come and tell you personally because I was afraid of being attacked again by my former classmates and the teachers who have betrayed me. I wanted to say goodbye to you and the people who have believed in me since day one, but I can't bring myself to do so. I'm sorry for leaving so suddenly. I can promise you this, Mr. Aizawa. I will come back. I just want to heal in the comfort and safety of my home with my mother, then once everything calms down, I will return and go back to my studies and training to be a hero. I just need some time to be with my mother and get some of my thoughts figured out. I hope you understand and will be waiting for me to return. Thanks for everything, Mr. Aizawa. See you soon. Sincerely, your favorite student, Izuku Midoriya aka Problem Child. Aizawa tried to hold in his tears. He was upset that his favorite student had left, but he understood why. Wiping his eyes, Aizawa folded the note and placed it into his pocket. The black-haired man looked around the All Might-themed bedroom and smiled. I'll miss you, Problem Child, come back soon, he thought before walking over to the window. He closed and locked the window before leaving the room. He gave the room one last look before leaving. He locked the door from the inside, then shut the door. The class saw Aizawa walk out of the elevator, and he looked upset. Ida looked over to his teacher and asked, "Are you all right, sir?" Aizawa looked at him with a look of anger. "No, I am not all right. Because you idiots and the idiots who work here betrayed a promising hero like Izuku Midoriya. He only has me, All Might, Midnight, Mike, Vlad King. He was beaten and weak, so I took him back to the Imperial Palace where he is currently healing. I have informed his mother of his location and she is currently on her way to come and visit him here at the palace. If you would like to, you can also come and visit Izuku at the Imperial Palace. I know that he would like to see you. He is still in a lot of pain, but he is resting at the moment. If you are coming to visit him, then send me a short reply to this email, telling me that you have read my email, and with the day and time that you are coming so that I can inform security about your arrival. Thank you for your time, Princess Ochaco Uraraka. All Might smiled when he heard from the princess that Izuku was doing all right and was healing. He decided to send the princess a reply. He would be going to visit Izuku within 10 minutes of sending the message. He got up and left his office when he ran into Aizawa. "Is everything okay?" he asked. Aizawa turned to him and shook his head. "It is now, but I think you should read this," Aizawa said, handing All Might the letter that Izuku wrote. All Might took the letter, opened it, and read what was written on the paper. Now he understood why Izuku left. He showed a small smile before looking at Aizawa. "I got an email from the princess," All Might said while handing the letter back to him. Aizawa was shocked. "What did she say?" "She informed me that young Midoriya is resting at the Imperial Palace in her care. I'm getting ready to go and visit him. Do you want to come?" Aizawa shook his head but showed a small smile. "No, I have grading to do, and I need to keep an eye on my class. You go see him and tell Problem Child that I said hi and get well." All Might nodded before he left so that he could go and visit Izuku. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Ochaco was sitting in the study at the computer waiting for a reply from All Might. When it came through, she smiled. "I'm sure that this will make Izuku very happy," thought Ochaco as she grabbed her teacup. The door to the study opened and a maid named Akina walked in. "My princess," she said with a bow. Ochaco looked up to her. "Yes, what's the matter?" Akina showed her a smile. "Mrs. Inko Midoriya is here to visit her son." Hearing that Izuku's mother arrived, Ochaco removed her hand from her teacup and stood up. "Thanks for telling me, Hina. You may go." The maid nodded, bowed, and left the room. Ochaco soon left the room after Akina. The brown-haired princess walked the halls towards the front entrance where she saw a tall woman with the same forest green-colored hair as Izuku. Her hair stopped at her mid-back and she had it in a half ponytail. Her eyes were the same emerald green as Izuku's eyes. So Ochaco knew right away that she was his mother. "Mrs. Midoriya," Ochaco said, approaching the woman. Inko turned towards Ochaco and bowed. "Princess," she responded. Ochaco smiled before addressing Inko. "You may stand up." She did so. "Here, I'll lead you to him." Then Ochako turned in the direction of the infirmary ward and started walking with Inko following behind. "How is my son doing, princess?" Inko asked worriedly. "He is resting at the moment. When we hung up with you, the royal physician checked on him and noticed that some wounds would take longer than others to heal, so he used his healing quirk on Izuku to help those particular wounds heal properly. Then he decided to take a nap. I stayed with him another minute before leaving for some air since I have been with him for hours. When I knew he was calm, I left to get some things done," Ochako explained. Inko was relieved that her son was healing and resting as he should. They arrived at the infirmary ward, and Ochako knocked on the door. "Dr. Haruka, it's Princess Ochako. I'm here. With Izuku's mother. Can we come inside?" "Yes, come in, princess." Getting the all clear, Ochako opened the door and led Inko inside. Closing the door behind her, she looked towards Izuku to see that he was staring at the ceiling. Ochako turned to Inko and mouthed to her, "Stay here." Inko nodded, then the princess walked over to Izuku's bedside and gently tapped his shoulder. Izuku looked to Ochako and smiled. "Hey," he greeted. "Hi, how are you feeling after your nap?" Ochako asked. "I'm doing better, still in pain but not as bad as when you first found me," he answered. "I see, would you like to sit up?" Izuku nodded. "Please, I'm getting stiff." She smiled before going over to the remote on the wall. She pressed the up button to gently raise Izuku's bed. "Is that okay?" Ochako asked, turning to him. He smiled at her. "Yes, this is fine, thank you, Ochako." She nodded, then she remembered Inko. Ochako smiled before going back to her spot on the left side of Izuku's bed. She took a seat in the chair. "Hey, I have someone here to see you." He looked at her a little shocked. "Who?" he asked confusedly. Ochako turned to the doorway and called out, "You can come over now." Hearing the okay, the figure by the door walked into the light. When Izuku saw her, he felt tears filling his eyes. "Mom," he said. She smiled at him as her own tears fell down her eyes. Inko walked over to the right side of Izuku's bed before she gently sat down next to him. "Oh my baby, I was so worried about you. How are you feeling?" Inko said as she gently ran her hand across her son's face, being careful not to be too rough since he had bandages on his face. "I'm doing better now. That is all thanks to Ochako and Dr. Haruka. Since the incident, I've been having nightmares, so Ochako has been helping to ease my mind. She has also been helping me with other things since I'm in so much pain I can't eat properly. She helped me with that, and she was just a true friend to me and is the best company. While Dr. Haruka has been helping me to heal, I'm very thankful for them both, along with Ochako's driver who helped her to get me off of the side of the road where I passed out," Izuku said, answering his worried sick mother. Inko sighed and smiled at him. "I'm glad you're doing better, Izuku. I'm also glad that you made a true friend. But what in the world led to this happening?" Izuku didn't know if he felt up to telling his mother everything, but he mustered up the courage to explain everything to the best of his ability. He explained how his ex cheated on him with his best friend, then he told her how his friends helped him to heal from the breakup, but when he got to the betrayal part, his tears were coming down so much that he couldn't get past the part where he was knocked out when he walked into the dorms. So Ochako explained the rest of the story. She then took out her phone and showed the anonymous email that she got one of her security guards to get their hands on so that she knew the full story. But before he gave her the email, he used his hacking skills to get into Kaminari's phone's deleted pictures album and retrieved the original video. She showed the edited video first to Inko and Izuku, then she showed them the original video. Izuku then shot up. "I knew it was Toga," he cried, then he felt a pain in his back. "You need to rest and calm down," Inko said while gently guiding her son back down onto the mattress. "Have you had something for the pain?" she asked. "Yes, Mom, I just got it not too long before you came to visit me," Izuku replied. "I see, so this Toga girl is a part of the League of Villains?" Inko asked. "Yes, and she is obsessed with me," Izuku stated. Ochako took back her phone. "That is weird, but can I know how her quirk works so that we know how she turned into you?" Ochako asked. Izuku nodded. "Okay, so when she takes someone's blood, she can ingest it and transform into the person who she took the blood from. Depending on how much of it she got her hands on determines how long she can transform into that person," Izuku explained. I see, so that's how. But I want to know who took this video and why they edited it. To frame me for something that I would never do, Izuku said. But why though? Inko asked. I don't know, Mom, I have no idea, but I may have a hunch. He turned to Ochaco. Did the security guard who got this video tell you whose phone it came from? She thought for a moment before answering him, then she remembered. Yes, he said that it was from someone named Denki Kaminari. Ring any bells? Izuku nodded. Yes, he was one of my former classmates and he is friends with Kaken. That nickname just didn't sit well with Izuku at all. Now that he put two and two together about who was behind his betrayal, he was furious. If I may ask, who is Kaken? Someone else from your class? Izuku nodded. His real name is Katsuki Bakugo. He used to be my friend. We grew up together, but when we turned 4 and I was diagnosed quirkless, he turned on me and started to bully me. He called me Deku, which means worthless. This kept going into middle school where he even tried to get me to end my life. Inko couldn't believe what she was hearing. A boy that she thought was her son's friend tried to get her sweet baby to kill himself. But thank God I didn't go through with what he said. I met All Might in my 3rd year of middle school, and he gave me a sacred power that has been passed down. I'm the 9th user of this power, but I got into UA, and everything was okay. Yet I found out that Bakugo and his squad hated me. He probably filled their heads with lies about the real me. So, I believe that Bakugo is the reason why I was betrayed, Izuku finished. You still want to get revenge? Ochaco asked. He nodded. Yes, I do. I want to expose him and his squad for what they did. I will never forgive the people who used to be my friends. I want them to suffer like I did. But not in the same way. I don't know how I will do it. But I want them to pay, all of them who betrayed me. Ochaco nodded. I see, well you need to rest first. Izuku smiled. Of course. Also, was All Might informed about where I was? He asked. Yes, I told him exactly where you were. He will be coming to see you shortly. First, you should visit with your mother, said Ochaco. Izuku smiled at her before he started talking to his mother about everything that he had learned during his time at UA before the betrayal. Ochaco smiled at Izuku and Inko. She was happy that she was able to get Inko to the palace so that she could visit with her injured son. Inko stayed until around 6. During that time, Ochaco was informed that All Might had arrived to see Izuku, but he wasn't allowed inside the infirmary ward because Inko was already visiting with the boy. Inko had to leave due to the fact that she had an early morning at the hospital. Izuku smiled when his mother hugged him before she left. Ochaco smiled. She was happy that Izuku was able to spend some time with his mother. Then Ochaco asked one of the maids, a girl named Aina, to escort All Might to the infirmary to visit with Izuku. When he walked in, All Might smiled at the sight of his successor smiling and talking to the princess so casually like how true friends would have a conversation. Hello, young Midoriya, All Might said when he knew that it was okay to speak. The green-haired boy turned and smiled at his idol and mentor. Hey, All Might, he answered. All Might walked closer to the boy and the princess. How are you feeling, young Midoriya? Doing better than when I was first brought here, Izuku said. I see. All Might then made eye contact with Ochaco. He bowed to her out of respect before standing back up and smiling at her. Thank you so much for helping young Midoriya, princess, he said, his voice full of gratitude for what she did. She giggled. It was nothing. I just did what anyone would do. I saved him because he was in need. She then stood up. Why don't you stay and visit with him? I've been here all afternoon taking care of him. I mean, I don't mind. It's just I need some air, so I'm going to take a walk in the gardens. All Might nodded at her. Of course, take some time to breathe. I'll keep an eye on him. She smiled, but before she could walk out of the room, Izuku spoke to her. Hey, Ochaco, can you do me a favor? She turned to him and nodded. Sure, what do you need? It's been a while since I have eaten anything. Could you see if I could get some food? Ochaco nodded. Yes, I was going to do that anyway. I will see what we can get for you. She then left the room to go on her walk. All Might saw the face that Izuku was making when he saw Ochaco leave. A smirk crossed his face. Do you have feelings for her? He asked casually. Izuku shot up, his face all red. No, why would you say that, All Might? He cried, being careful not to hurt himself any more than he already is. All Might chuckled. You can't hide the truth from me, young Midoriya. I can also see that she cares for you and may have a crush on you as well. Izuku looked towards the wall, embarrassed. All Might smiled. He knew that what he said was true about Izuku's crush on Ochaco. He could see that he was right due to the small smile on Izuku's face. Meanwhile, with Ochaco, as she walked towards the garden after visiting the kitchen to ask the chef to make something for her and Izuku, Ochaco couldn't get Izuku's face out of her mind. She smiled and blushed. She knew she liked him, but the princess wanted to get to know the boy more before confessing to him. The queen saw her daughter walking towards the gardens, so she decided to check up on her child to make sure that Ochaco was doing okay. So, how's it going, dear? She asked. Ochaco looked towards her mother as she stopped walking. I'm doing well. Izuku's mentor is visiting with him right now, so I'm just going to get some air, Ochaco answered. I see, her mother said. Then the queen noticed the blush on her daughter's face. So, when are you going to confess? Ochaco didn't know how her mother saw through her, but she looked away, embarrassed. Mama, don't say that so casually, Ochaco said as she started walking again. The queen giggled at her daughter's reaction, but Ochaco couldn't hide it from herself. She knew that she loved Izuku. She just wanted to wait a little longer until she was 100% sure that she was in love with him. Not knowing that Izuku was thinking the exact same thing about confessing to her. All Might left the palace when Ochaco came back with food for Izuku. All Might also had some things to do back at Yue. Ochaco helped Izuku eat the food prepared for him, like she did before. Then she ate her food while letting the boy rest. They talked about things that they were into and other things. Dr. Haruka came to check up on Izuku once again as the two were talking and becoming great friends. Izuku fell asleep shortly after being checked up on by Dr. Haruka. Ochaco stayed with Izuku overnight to make sure that he gets the rest he needs. Akina brought Ochaco her nightgown so that she didn't need to sleep in her dress that she wore all day. Ochaco went into the bathroom inside the infirmary to change her clothing. She gave her dirty clothes to Akina so that they could be placed into the hamper to be washed. Ochaco then went back to her seat next to Izuku, who was sleeping peacefully. A smile crossed the girl's face. Before sitting down, she leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Izuku's forehead. She sat down and observed the sleeping boy, making sure that it was all right for her to sleep as well. When she saw that he was calm and sleeping like a small child, she smiled before scooting her chair closer to Izuku's bed before laying her head on her arms that rested on Izuku's bed. She slowly closed her eyes to get some sleep after observing Izuku all afternoon. In the middle of the night, Ochaco woke up to screaming and the bed moving too much. She sat up and saw that Izuku was having another nightmare. She calmly ran her hand across his face and through his hair. Shoo, it's okay, I'm here, no one will harm you again, Ochaco said soothingly to calm down Izuku. His breathing got calmer, indicating that he was calming down. That's it, calm down, I will make sure that you are safe and protected, Ochaco whispered to the sleeping boy, who was now calm and sleeping peacefully once more. Ochaco stayed up for an hour to make sure that Izuku was okay and not having any more nightmares that night. The poor princess didn't get back to sleep until 2:21 in the morning. She was just making sure that Izuku was okay. That's what made her such an amazing and selfless person. The next morning, Izuku woke up and noticed that Ochaco was still asleep. He blushed since she was there all night and wondered why she wasn't up yet. Dr. Haruka walked over and started checking Izuku. Hey, can I ask a question? Izuku asked the doctor. Yes, go ahead. Did the princess stay here all night? Dr. Haruka smiled and nodded. Yes, she didn't move from that spot. Apparently, you had a nightmare last night at around 1:21 this morning. She stayed up an hour after it happened to make sure that you were okay, he answered. Izuku smiled as he looked at Ochaco's adorable sleeping face. Thanks for worrying about me, he thought, and then he remembered the kiss she gave him on the forehead last night. A blush crossed his face as well as a loving smile. This didn't go unnoticed by Dr. Haruka. He smiled but didn't want to bring the topic up. All right, Mr. Midoriya, I think it's time we change your bandages. I will move the princess so it's easier for me to take care of your wounds and not disturb her sleep, said Dr. Haruka. Izuku nodded and watched as the black-haired doctor walked over to Ochaco and gently picked her up before moving her to another bed next to Izuku. The curtain to the bed where Ochaco was resting now was closed so that Dr. Haruka could give Izuku some privacy while his bandages got changed. After Izuku's bandages were changed, Dr. Haruka went back to his desk and Izuku thought about how Ochaco had been taking care of him ever since yesterday when she found him injured outside of UA's gates. After an hour, Ochaco woke up and found herself in another hospital bed. She got up, stretched, and walked back over to the bed where Izuku was and saw that he was awake. She smiled when she saw him. He looked over to her and returned the smile. "Good morning," he greeted. "Morning," she greeted back as she yawned and rubbed her eyes. Ochaco walked over and sat back down in her spot next to Izuku. "Hey, I want to thank you for everything you have done for me," he said. "You're very welcome. Even though you don't really need to thank me, I'm just doing what anyone should be doing when they find someone injured on the side of the road," she replied. "Also, that was a thank you for helping me with my nightmares. I heard from Dr. Har." Izuku sighed. His mother wouldn't be there to visit him until 3:23 when her shift at the hospital ended. It was only 12. He stared at the ceiling until the door opened and Ochaco walked in. She noticed that Izuku had a glum face. "Hey, why are you so gloomy?" she asked, walking over. "It's very stuffy in here. I want to get some air, but I can't walk on my own without falling, you know?" Ochaco nodded. Then she got an idea. "Hey, how about I push you around in a wheelchair?" He looked at her as she went to the other side of the room only to come back with a black wheelchair. "I mean, you're not technically walking, but this can help you get around with a little help, of course. I can take you to the gardens so that you can feel the breeze on your face. It's appealing outside today." Ochaco parked the wheelchair next to Izuku's bed before walking over to him. "Here, let me help you," she said as she removed the blankets from Izuku and gently placed them at the foot of the bed. She then helped Izuku sit up after having his bandages changed that morning. Dr. Haruka had a maid bring in a change of clothes for Izuku that his mother left with them after she visited earlier that week. So, he was in that outfit she brought. "Give me your hands," Ochaco said, and he gently guided his hands and placed them into hers. She gently helped him off the bed before she guided him to the wheelchair. She helped him sit in the chair. "Now let's head outside," she said as she went behind the wheelchair, removed the brakes, and pushed it towards the exit to the infirmary. Right as they were about to leave the room, Dr. Haruka appeared in the doorway. "Are the two of you going somewhere?" he asked. "Yes, we are heading to the gardens for some air. It's too stuffy in here," Izuku answered, and Dr. Haruka nodded and smiled. "All right, just be back when Izuku's mother arrives for her visit." Ochaco nodded before she continued out the door while pushing Izuku in the wheelchair. When they exited the palace into the gardens, Izuku smiled as he felt the breeze on his face and how the fresh air refreshed his body when he breathed in. Ochaco walked over to a bench and parked the wheelchair next to it before sitting on the bench. Izuku took in the different kinds of flowers that were in the garden. "I've never seen so many appealing flowers in one place before. I know, my mother loves the garden just like I do. This is the place that we come to when we need a break from royal duties," said Ochaco with a small smile. Izuku smiled at her while a small blush graced his cheeks. He couldn't keep the princess off his mind. She was just an amazing person. He knew that he had a crush on her, but he wanted to get to know her a little more before he confessed. Now that it was his 3rd month in his recovery process, Izuku got more leeway with getting around by using a wheelchair as long as he had Ochaco's help. His arms healed nicely, he just needed to take it easy. Now he was able to eat on his own. He still asked for help when the pain got worse. Izuku and Ochaco were now the best of friends yet were still teased about their crushes on each other. It was the 2nd week of the 3rd month. Izuku was currently being visited by his mother while Ochaco went out to visit the orphanage to give supplies and visit the children. Inko looked at her son, who kind of reminded her of a lovesick puppy. She knew that he tried to hide his feelings for the princess. Today was the day that she was going to try to get Izuku to finally confess to Ochaco. "Hey, Izuku," Inko said, getting her son's attention. "Yeah," he answered. "Why haven't you confessed to the princess yet?" Izuku wasn't expecting his mother to ask that question. "I'm afraid, Ma. What if she doesn't want to be in a relationship with me? I don't want another broken heart." Inko understood but needed to give Izuku one last push to finally confess to the princess. "Did you both reveal that you liked each other?" she asked. Izuku nodded, not saying a word. "Then she likes you back. You just need to tell her that you love her and want her to be your girlfriend. Why don't you try to tell her when she returns from her visit to the orphanage? I'm sure she loves you back." Izuku looked at his mother and nodded. Inko left an hour later since it was getting late. Ochaco returned to the palace at 5. She went straight to Izuku when she heard from one of the maids. They were told by Inko to tell Ochaco that Izuku wanted to talk to her. She entered the infirmary to see Izuku sitting up and waiting for her. "Hey, welcome back," he said, giving her a sweet smile. "Thanks, I heard that you wanted to talk to me." He nodded at her statement and motioned for her to have a seat in her usual spot, in the chair by the left side of his bed. She walked over and sat down by his bed. "So what is it that you needed to talk to me about?" He took a deep breath before speaking. "Ochaco, do you remember when we first met? You know, when I woke up and I asked you if you were allowed to date anyone you wanted, then mentioned that I liked you?" She nodded. "Well, I took these last 3 months to think over my feelings, and I've finally come to this conclusion." Ochaco had a feeling of where he was going with the way he was taking this conversation. "Ochaco, I love you." The words that Ochaco had been having a hard time telling Izuku for the past 3 months, he just said to her. "I love you for your personality, kindness, the way you care about others before yourself, like how you took care of me when I could barely move. You're an appealing girl, but it's who you are as a person that made me love you this much, that I would do anything for you." Ochaco was touched by what he told her, and she started crying happy tears. "Izuku, you have no idea how long I've been waiting to hear that from you and to also tell you how I feel. I love you too, and for who you are, if you understand where I'm coming from." He nodded at her as his own happy tears fell down his face, and he smiled at her. She smiled back at him. "So, Ochaco Uraraka, will you be my girlfriend?" She nodded happily. "Of course I will." Ochaco got up and walked over to Izuku, sat down next to him on the bed, then hugged him. He hugged her back. "Also, I will do anything for you, like you will do anything for me," she said. He smiled. They pulled back a little with their arms still wrapped around each other as if it was instinct. They leaned in and shared a sweet and loving kiss. The feeling that was flowing through their bodies was like a warm spark that ignited in them that they didn't want to end. But unfortunately, they had to part for air. They leaned their foreheads together and smiled. "I love you," they said in unison, causing both of them to chuckle. "What should we do?" Izuku asked his now girlfriend. The brown-haired princess thought for a moment. "Cuddle?" Izuku smiled at her. "Sure." Ochaco smiled before she positioned herself comfortably next to Izuku. He moved over a little so that she wasn't on the edge of the bed, feeling like she could fall off. He then wrapped his arms around her as Ochaco snuggled her head into his shoulder. The couple talked about random things and just enjoyed each other's company. Not knowing that Ochaco's mother was recording the entire thing, she sent the video to Inko, telling her that their kids are finally together. She already told her husband that their daughter got with Izuku the moment she accepted being his girlfriend. Everyone was happy that the two lovebirds finally got together. Now it's Izuku's 4th month in his healing process, and he is progressing beautifully. He can now walk all on his own without help and a wheelchair. He's not bound to the infirmary anymore. He was actually moved to one of the rooms in the palace, but Ochaco requested that he be placed in her room. So that is where he is. Speaking of Izuku and Ochaco, their relationship is full of trust, love, honesty, and happiness. They share a lot of things with each other and are just the cutest with each other. Also, during this month, Izuku started to train with All Might again, but this time they are training in the training room within the Imperial Palace. Ochaco observes the training sessions so that she can make sure that Izuku doesn't get hurt. Now it's after one of Izuku's training sessions with All Might. They were both sitting on the bench in the training room. "Hey, All Might, can I talk to you about something?" Izuku asked. "Sure, young Midoriya, what's on your mind?" All Might answered as he turned to Izuku. "Well, I'm thinking of moving into the palace permanently." He began. "I see, is this so that you can be closer to Princess Ochaco?" asked All Might. The green-haired boy nodded. "Yes, that is one reason, It's also that I had a conversation with Oka's parents a couple of days ago. Oh, what did they want to talk about with you? The future of my relationship with Oka, Izuku answered as he thought back to the conversation he had with Ochaco's parents a couple of days ago. Izuku was walking around the gardens with Ochaco. They were holding hands and looking at the flowers while enjoying the fresh air. This is nice, Ochaco said, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. I agree, Izuku said, agreeing with her. They continued to walk until they were approached by Aina. My princess, she said, addressing Ochaco and bowing before standing back up and addressing Izuku. Lord Izuku. Ever since Izuku has been staying at the palace and began his relationship with Ochaco, the staff have been calling him Lord Izuku. It was weird to him at first, but he got used to it fast since he didn't mind the title of Lord. Is something wrong, Aina? Izuku asked. No, but the king and queen would like to speak with you, she said while looking at Izuku. I see, where can I find them? They are in the office, she said. Izuku nodded his head. All right, I will go see them. Thanks, Aina. The maid nodded before bowing and taking her leave. Ochaco removed her head from Izuku's shoulder and looked at him. I'll be here waiting for you, she said, giving him a sweet smile. Okay, I'll be right back, Izuku stated. Then the two kissed before he left for the office. On his way to the office, Izuku thought about what the king and queen needed to talk to him about. He hoped that it wasn't something bad. He arrived at the huge oak doors and knocked. Come in, came the king's voice. Izuku opened the door and walked inside. He saw the king sitting at his desk, and the queen was in a chair close to the desk. Izuku, come in, my boy. Izuku closed the door and walked towards the desk. You needed to speak with me? He asked. Yes, it's about your relationship with Ochaco, the queen said. Oh, okay. Izuku's voice had a hint of worry in it, and the king gave Izuku a look of reassurance. Don't worry, we are not trying to separate you guys. Since we don't believe in arranged marriages, we want Ochaco to be happy, and she is extremely happy with you, Izuku. So, you have nothing to worry about. Izuku sighed in relief. All right, what about our relationship did you want to discuss? Its future. What about our future? Izuku asked, confused. You see, Izuku, in a couple of years, Ochaco will be of age to take the throne and become queen. She is also required to marry by the time she is 18 years old, said the queen. Why marry so young? Izuku asked. In ancient times, marrying young when you were a female in either the royal family or a noble family was to bear a son and continue the family. Nowadays, marrying young in the royal family, in like late teens and early 20s, is to make sure that the heir, whether male or female, has a partner to rule beside them by the time they take the throne when either their parents step down or the king dies tragically, said the king. I see. I know that this is sudden, but could you consider staying here permanently? The queen asked. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. Man, this is sudden. Before I give an answer, what will happen to my mom? Izuku asked. She will be moved here with you. We will have a room prepared for her. She can either continue her hospital job or become a royal physician like Dr. Haruka is. But that is up to Inko to decide. You don't have to worry about your mother because she will be here with you. Izuku smiled. All right, I need to speak to All Might about this so that he can talk to Aizawa and tell him that I'm not returning to UA. Wait, you're not going to go back to school and continue to be a hero? The king asked, shocked. No, I wanted to, but I've been giving it some thought, and I can't return to a place that harmed me. I know that I still have people who believe in me at UA, but I don't think that I can bear with the torture that those idiots would put me through if I ever walked back into those doors. I told Ochaco that I would do anything for her, even if it meant giving up my hero dream. The king and queen smiled when they heard that Izuku would drop everything to be with Ochaco. Well then, it's settled. We can inform your mother about this and get some of our staff to help her move out of your soon-to-be old apartment. Do you need time to tell All Might about the UA situation? Izuku nodded. Okay, when you got that situated, come and talk to us, and we will get the moving process for your mother underway, said the king. Izuku smiled before thanking them and leaving the room. Immediately after, Izuku went to find Ochaco so that he could tell her the good news. When she heard that he would be staying with her permanently, Ochaco was super happy. She was a little upset that Izuku left UA just to be with her, But he told her that he would have dropped out anyway when he explained the reasons for him leaving. She understood. Now they had a secure future. Now it's the 5th and final month of Izuku's recovery. He is now fully healed and moved into the Imperial Palace. He got a message from Aizawa telling him that the underground hero would be coming for a visit around 2 o'clock the day he received the message. So Izuku was looking forward to seeing Aizawa. Izuku told Ochaco about Aizawa coming to visit, and she notified security about the visit. Aizawa pulled up to the Imperial Palace when he heard from All Might that Izuku wouldn't be returning to UA due to moving permanently to the palace and wanting to stay with Ochaco. He knew that Izuku would do a lot of good for the country and that in his own way, the green-haired boy was a hero already. No amount of education can change his hero heart. Aizawa smiled softly before getting out of his car and walking over to the entrance to the Imperial Palace. When he arrived at the doors, 2 guards were there waiting. "Name and reason for coming," said one guard. "My name is Shota Aizawa. I'm here to visit Izuku Midoriya," Aizawa answered. "Yes, we were informed about your arrival. Please come inside," said the second guard, letting Aizawa into the palace. He walked through the entrance of the palace, and Aizawa started to walk down the hallways until he found a maid. "Excuse me," he said, catching her attention. "Yes," she asked when she turned around. "Do you know where I can find Izuku Midoriya?" She smiled and nodded. "He's out in the garden. I'll lead you to him." She then turned around and started walking in the direction of the garden. Aizawa followed the maid, and he was secretly excited to see his favorite student again, even if the green-haired boy wouldn't be attending UA again. They reached the garden, and sitting on the bench right as they exited the palace were Izuku and Ochaco. They were talking. Ochaco had her head resting on Izuku's shoulder, and he had his arm wrapped around her shoulders, holding her close to him. Aizawa smiled at the sight of his favorite student and the woman he loved. Deep down, Aizawa was proud of Izuku. The maid took her leave, then the black-haired hero walked closer to the couple. "Hello, problem child," he said, catching the boy's attention. Izuku looked up and saw his former homeroom teacher standing there smiling at him. "Hey, Mr. Aizawa, it's good to see you again," Izuku answered. Ochaco heard talking and removed her head from Izuku's shoulder and noticed that Aizawa had arrived. The underground hero bowed to her out of respect. "Hello, princess," he greeted. "Hello, eraser," she greeted back, giving him a smile. He stood back up and looked at Izuku. "How have you been healing?" Aizawa asked. "Very well. I'm now fully healed," answered Izuku. "That's good. All Might has been telling me how well you've been doing on your training with him. I'm happy to hear that you're still training." "Yeah, but can I ask you about the class?" Aizawa was ready for this question to be asked. "Well, to be honest with you, problem child, they are still the same from when they betrayed you. But I have been pushing them to their limits. I increased their training by a whole lot, and they can't handle it, so I've been threatening to expel them all if they don't get their heads in the game and work their butts off," said Aizawa with a smirk. "I see, so I want to ask you a favor." Hearing that his favorite student had a favor to ask him caught Aizawa's attention right away. "What do you need, problem child?" he asked. "Can you retrieve my belongings that are still in my dorm room? I want to make something for All Might when he retires, and I also don't want those idiots in the dorms to break into my old room and destroy everything," said Izuku, explaining the first half of his favor to Aizawa. "I can do that for you, problem child. Is there anything else that you need to ask of me?" asked Aizawa. "I have a plan for my revenge on them. Can you run this idea by Nizu?" Aizawa was more than happy to tell Nizu the idea that Izuku had about getting his revenge on the members of Class 1A who betrayed him and about the part of the plan that involved the other students and teachers who betrayed him. When Izuku told Aizawa about his plan, the underground hero was proud of his favorite student for coming up with such a great plan to get back at the people who wronged him. Now it's December, and everything is somewhat back to normal. During their work studies, Class 1A saved a little girl named Eri. She was being tortured and held captive by a villain named Overhaul. The class failed to finish off the villain, but they did get the child to safety. What this class didn't know was that as soon as the location of Overhaul's base was found out, Aizawa told the royal family, because one of their goals is to help the heroes take out the League of Villains and any other powerful villains that the heroes have failed to take down and arrest or that need to be punished by the royal family due to the severity of their crimes. Now that a majority of the super strong villains' hideouts, goals, and plans have been found out by the royal family, and now that the crime level is taking a dip into the lower levels, everyone can rest easy and get ready for the holidays. The holiday season is a huge thing for the royal family. They not only get to spend time together with the ones they care about, but they also get to spread. He wasn't expecting to buy gifts for more people than just his mom. But now that he is in a relationship with Ochaco and moved into the palace with his mother, Izuku is now considered to be one of the members of the royal family, and the same can be said about his mother. Izuku also learned from Ochaco that her grandparents come to visit every year around this time and for other big occasions. So, he wants to make a good impression on her grandparents by getting them gifts that they like. He also heard from Ochaco that her grandma on her dad's side comes to visit every December 1st and stays until January 4th. So, he knew that he would be meeting the king's mother sometime that afternoon. Izuku spent another 3 minutes glancing at the list of gift ideas before smiling, having a good idea of what he will be buying for everyone. Folding the list, he placed it into his briefs pocket before standing up and leaving the room. If Izuku was going to get this right, he had to go out and buy these gifts sooner rather than later, and what better time to go shopping than now before his girlfriend's grandma arrived at the palace. As the green-haired boy walked the halls of the palace towards the entrance, he ran into his appealing and kind girlfriend. "Are you going out?" she asked. "Yes, I am. I have some shopping to do before the holidays. Due to my betrayal and healing from being injured due to my former classmates, I haven't been able to buy Christmas gifts for my mother, and now that I have moved in with you and your family, I want to make a good impression by getting your family gifts that they would like and appreciate. So, I'm going to get that done before your grandma gets here," Izuku explained while giving his girlfriend a sweet smile. "I can understand, but can you try to be back before 3? Because Nana normally gets here around 3:15, and I want you to be here with me to greet her." Izuku walked over to Ochaco and grabbed her hands, holding them firmly in his. When her eyes locked with his, Ochaco was lost in his loving gaze, where she felt like the world stopped spinning, and it was just her and Izuku in that moment. Izuku felt the same way as he lovingly gazed into her gorgeous brown eyes. He smiled lovingly at her. "I would never want to be late for meeting your family or anything else that I might be needed for. More importantly, I don't want to keep you waiting on me. So, I will be here on time to stand with you while waiting for your grandma to arrive." Ochaco smiled at him, then Izuku kissed Ochaco, and they held their kiss for 2 minutes before parting. "I'll be back before you know it, my sweet Machi," Izuku said sweetly before he let go of her hands. "All right, you be careful, Aizu." Izuku nodded before he exited the castle, and waiting for him by the car was Kito, the driver. "The car is ready, Lord Izuku," he said with a bow. "Wonderful, Kito. I'll be heading to the mall to do some Christmas shopping." The driver nodded before opening the door for Izuku. The green-haired boy got in the car, then Kito closed the door before going to the driver's side and got into the car. Before pulling out of the Imperial Palace gates, Izuku saw Ochaco standing on the stairs waving to him. He rolled down the window and waved back, but he did the "I love you" sign in sign language and was happy when she reciprocated the sign back to him. On his way to the mall, Izuku had a lot of ideas that came into his head about what he could get Ochaco and her family. He decided to get gifts for his mother first, then work his way through the list of royal family members, leaving his beloved Ochaco for last because he would be getting the most gifts for her but splitting her gifts, giving her half for Christmas and the other half on her birthday, which is 2 days after Christmas. They arrived at the mall, and Kito parked the car close to the entrance. "I'll stay here by the car. Just come back here when you need to drop off some bags to free up space in your hands." Izuku nodded. "Of course, thanks, Kito." Then Izuku got out of the car and made his way into the mall to begin his Christmas shopping. While walking through the mall, a shop caught Izuku's eye. It was a jewelry store, so he decided to take a look there for his mom. He walked into the store and started looking around. He spent a good 5 minutes looking around when something caught his eye. It was a charm bracelet, and by the way the charms were, he could pick and choose which charms he wanted on the bracelet. Izuku saw that the bracelet came with 4 hand-picked charms when purchased and that he could get as many more as he wanted afterward. This will be a perfect gift for Mom, and depending on how much it is, I could also get one for Oka, he thought. Then, as he was looking, one of the employees walked over to him. Did you find something you liked? She asked. Yes, I did. Can I see that bracelet up close? He asked, pointing to the charm bracelet. Of course, she answered. Then she used her key to open the case and brought out the bracelet so that Izuku could see it up close. I like this one. How much is it for 2 of these? I'm thinking of getting one for my mother and one for my girlfriend, said Izuku. Well, this bracelet is a very popular gift that children give to their mothers and what gentlemen get their girlfriends or fiancés. The bracelet itself, when the charms are bought separately, is only $50, but when bought with the 4 hand-picked charms, it then goes up to $1 if you buy more than 4 charms with the bracelet, another $100 goes onto the total. That's why most people buy the bracelet and the first 4 charms together, then buy more charms at a later date, answered the employee. Izuku knew that his mother and girlfriend would like the bracelets. Alright, then I will take 2 of the bracelets. Wonderful choice. Would you like to also add the first 4 charms for both bracelets? Yes, please. Okay, give me a minute to get the bracelets. While I do that, why don't you keep looking around, said the employee before leaving to go to the cabinet where they kept the charm bracelets. Izuku took this time to keep looking around the store to see if he found anything else for his mother. I know I'm looking for Mom right now, but it won't hurt to look around for other people on my list, thought Izuku. Then another thing caught his eye. This next piece of jewelry was 2 golden lockets. One said Mom and the other said Love. He smiled. I know that Mom and Oka will love these. As he was looking at the lockets, the employee returned. I see you found something else you liked, she asked. Yes, I did, answered Izuku. What else did you like? These, Izuku said, pointing to the lockets. Again, wonderful choices, and these are $200 due to the engraving that they have and also because they are very valuable because they are made from pure gold, said the employee as she went into the case and took out the lockets. Would you like to put pictures in them? Yes, I would. I actually have the exact pictures that I want to use, stated Izuku as he took out his wallet and brought out the pictures. Is there a charge on adding the pictures to the lockets? No, there is not. We do that free of charge. Before that though, would you like to pick out the charms for the bracelets and pay for everything? Izuku nodded, then he went back to the case of charms. The employee followed with the bracelets and lockets. Izuku took a good look at the charms before making his selection. For Inko, he chose the mother and son charm to represent his relationship with his mother, a heart charm for how much he loves her, an emerald green colored charm because emerald green is her favorite color, and finally a charm that says, Best Mom on it because Inko is the best mom that Izuku could ever ask for. Then for Ochaco, he picked out a couple charm that represented their loving relationship, a pink-colored charm to represent her favorite color, a heart charm that represents how much he loves her, and a locket charm where she can put a picture of them into it if she wants to. After picking out the charms, the employee packed everything up while bringing up the total. Izuku then paid for everything. Before packing up the lockets, the employee took the pictures and inserted them into the lockets. She put them into the boxes, then put the boxes into a bag. Then, she brought the bag over to Izuku and handed it to him. Have a nice day and come again soon, she said smiling. Izuku nodded. Yes, thanks again for all your help. Then he walked out of the store and decided to keep looking around for stores to look for gifts in. Alright, Mom is done. I also have 2 gifts for Oka already. I'm on a roll. Now I think I will try to buy a gift for Oka's Nana. Now what did the list say again? Alright, she likes candles. Mainly watermelon or lemon-scented candles. But from what I saw on the list and heard around the palace is that Oka's Nana prefers watermelon-scented candles the best. So, I will go and find one of those to give to her for Christmas, thought Izuku. Then just his luck he caught the sight of the American Candle store, Yankee Candle, in the corner of his eye. Bingo, he muttered to himself, then he went in the direction of the store to find the perfect candle for Ochaco's Nana. When he walked in, Izuku was greeted by one of the employees. Welcome to Yankee Candle. Can I help you find anything in particular? He asked. Yes, I'm looking for a gift for my girlfriend's grandmother. You see, it's my first Christmas with them, and I want to make a good impression, Izuku answered. I see. Well, do you know what kind of candle scents her grandmother likes? Yes, I do. Her grandmother liked the scents of watermelon and lemon, but she prefers watermelon scents. Okay, follow me. I'll take you to our best watermelon-scented candles we have in stock. Then the employee walked in the direction of where their watermelon-scented candles were, and Izuku followed since he was hoping to find the best candle for Ochaco's Nana. Once in the section of watermelon candles, the employee showed Izuku the candles that got the best reviews. The candle was called Watermelon Paradise, and when Izuku tested the scent of the candle, he knew that Ochaco's Nana would really love that candle. This one is perfect. I'm sure that my girlfriend's grandmother will love this candle, said Izuku smiling. Thanks for your help. It was my pleasure, answered the employee before walking off to help someone else. Then Izuku went in the direction of checkout. Once checked out, Izuku went back to looking around the mall for stores to buy gifts at. Dang, I only paid $50.69 for this candle. I have to hand it to the USA. They know how to make wonderful scented candles, Izuku thought. And this is on top of the $600.43 I paid for the bracelets, charms, and the lockets. I'm doing very well so far on my shopping, but I better keep an eye on the time. Can't keep my precious girlfriend waiting on me when she waits for her grandmother to arrive, he thought smiling. He went back to walking around looking for stores when he found a store that he knew had what he was looking for that would make not only Ochaco's mother very happy, but also her grandmother on her mom's side very happy. Bingo, jeweled animal pins. This will be sure to please the queen and her mother. Now what animals did they like again, thought Izuku as he walked into the store. Right, Queen Reika loves the fox and the stone of amethyst, while her mother loves the owl and the stone of aquamarine. I hope this store has what I'm looking for. Just as he finished that thought, a jeweled fox pin caught his eye. Perfect, just what I was hoping to find, he smiled as he grabbed the pin off the shelf, but before he could even walk away from that shelf, where the fox pin used to be was an owl pin that had exactly the gem he wanted on it. Nice, 2 for 1, he said, taking that pin off the shelf as well. He went to pay for them. What was nice about the pins was that they were already in boxes. He only paid $50 for the pins since they were $30 each. I got 2 more people off my list. Now what to get King Kenji and Ochaco's grandfather? I got it. I'll get King Kenji a new chain for his father's pocket watch, and I'll get Ochaco's grandfather that collapsible picture frame he's been wanting. I'm a genius, he thought before going to find the stores he needed. Izuku walked for 3 minutes before finding a clock store that sold chains for pocket watches. He bought a gold chain for $75 and also found out that the store also fixed watches and clocks, so he got flyers for that service. He was going to show it to Ochaco and see what she thought about getting her grandfather's pocket watch fixed for her dad. After leaving that store, he walked around again before finding a picture frame store that sold the collapsible picture frame he was looking for. He only paid $20 for it. This boy was on a roll with his shopping. Alright, 2 more people off my list. The only person left on my list is my beloved Oka. Now what to get a appealing, kind, caring, and loving princess such as herself? Izuku said to himself, then he got a few ideas. She's been wanting to visit some countries in Europe, mainly France, Spain, Germany, and Ireland. So, one of my gifts to her can be a trip to those 4 countries. Then she's been eyeing a certain tiara from a crown shop in this mall. I can see if I can afford it, then we can go from there. Izuku muttered to himself before walking in the direction of the crown shop called Royal Crowns. Izuku walked into the shop and immediately saw the tiara that his beloved wanted. It's appealing and it's perfect for my appealing girlfriend. I believe that she is appealing without the jewels and tiaras, but she likes wearing tiaras on special occasions like Christmas, New Year's, or her birthday. She has told me that she doesn't have a tiara for New Year's because her old one broke. So, to see my beloved happy, I'm going to buy that tiara she wants, Izuku said to himself. Then he walked up to the counter. Excuse me, miss, could I ask for your assistance? He asked, and the employee turned around. Yes, young man, how can I help you? I would like to purchase that tiara, he said, pointing to the one Ochaco wanted, shocking the employee. Are you sure, sir? I mean, that is one of the most expensive tiaras we have in stock. I'm sure, but to reassure you, not a lot of people know this, but I'm the boy who is dating the princess. Don't believe me? I have a picture of us together, Izuku said, taking out his phone and showing the employee a picture of him and Ochaco. I see. If it's for the princess, then why not? She walked over to where the tiara was and took it off the shelf still on its pillow. There is a small discount I can give you for this tiara. No, it's fine. I have enough money to buy it for her, Izuku said smiling. The employee nodded before going to box up the tiara, and Izuku paid for it happily. That tiara was $1,354, but he was given the discount, and it went down to $. Even without the discount, Izuku would have bought the tiara for Ochaco. He took the box that the tiara was now in and left the store after thanking the employee for her help. He also told her not to tell anyone about his relationship with the princess. Due to the weight of the tiara and how much room he didn't have in his hands, Izuku decided to go and drop some of the bags and tiara off in the car with Kito. After dropping the bags and tiara off with Kito in the car, Izuku went back into the mall to finish his shopping, and it went smoothly. Izuku was able to find 3 outfits that Ochaco would really like, a pair of flats that she had been wanting, a book series she didn't have yet, and it was one she asked for, and finally, a journal because her other diary was full. He was going to purchase the trip later that night. He paid a good amount of money on these final items for Ochaco, and he was going to finish with the trip later in the evening. Izuku exited the mall and checked his phone. 2:30, perfect timing. Now time to go home to my beloved girlfriend, he said as he put his phone away and walked to the car. Kito was already ready to drive back to the palace. Izuku got into the car, and they were off back to the palace. When Izuku got back to the palace, it was 2, he was right on time. He saw Ochaco waiting for him on the steps by the door. She was smiling and waving to him. He rolled down the window and waved back. Izuku then turned to Kito. Do you mind keeping my gifts in the car for now? He asked. Yes, of course. The royal family already got the presents they will be giving this holiday season. So, your gifts are safe here, Kito replied. Izuku smiled at him. Thanks, Kito, he said before getting out of the car and going to greet Ochaco. Seeing her bright smile after a long tiring day of shopping made him all happy and warm inside. Welcome back, she said as she embraced him tightly. I'm home, Oka, replied Izuku as he hugged her back. Did you get everything you needed? She asked. Yes, I did, Izuku said, and the couple just stood there in each other's arms like no one else was around. They stood there until another car entered the gates. Ochaco saw the car in the corner of her eye and recognized it. She let go of Izuku and held his hand. What's up, Oka? Nana's here, Ochaco said happily, looking at the car as she squeezed Izuku's hand excitedly. Her grandmother is here. All right, Izuku, time to be yourself and make a good impression on your girlfriend's grandmother, he thought before he relaxed, ready to meet the former queen. The car stopped in front of the stairs leading to the door of the palace, and the back door opened. Stepping out of the car was a woman in her early 70s. She had long light brown hair that was in a side braid, light blue eyes, and she was wearing an evergreen-colored dress that was off the shoulder. She was wearing a pair of black flats. When the woman turned around, she smiled at Ochaco. The young princess let go of her boyfriend's hand and carefully ran down the stairs towards the woman. Nana, she cried happily. Ochaco's Nana opened her arms, welcoming the young princess into a warm and loving embrace. Ochaco ran into the arms of her Nana, and they shared a hug. Hey there, my little star. How have you been? She asked. I'm good, Nana. How about you? Ochaco answered. I'm doing very well, dear, her Nana replied, and then let her go. Why don't you help me up the stairs, dear? Ochaco nodded and took her Nana's hand, then she helped her Nana up the stairs. Izuku took a deep breath as they approached him. He was ready to be himself and make a good impression on his girlfriend's grandmother. When the grandmother and granddaughter arrived on the final step, Ochaco's Nana saw Izuku and turned to her granddaughter. Ochaco, who is this young man? She asked. Ochaco smiled before walking over to Izuku. Nana, this is my boyfriend Izuku Midoriya, Ochaco said happily. Her grandmother was stunned. Finally, her little granddaughter has found someone, but she needed to make sure that this boy is perfect for Ochaco. She smiled and looked at Izuku. Well, it's nice to. I was a student at UA High School. I was in the Heroics course class 1A. That is before I was betrayed. Misaka didn't know what to say when she heard that what she needed to know at that moment was how and why Izuku was betrayed. May I know how and why you were betrayed? Izuku nodded and needed to compose himself before he revealed his past to Misaka. Well, before Ochaco, I was in a relationship with one of my classmates. Her name was Mina Ashido. We were okay in the first month of us being together. But one day during lunch, I found out that she had been cheating on me behind my back with my best friend Eijiro Kirishima. I also learned that day that our relationship was fake and that she never really liked me in that way. I also didn't like her in that way since I thought that her confession was a little weird. But anyway, about a week or so after that happened, my friends betrayed me because of some fake evidence that showed a villain named Himiko Toga infiltrating UA disguised as me. In order to know how she did that, you need to know her quirk. The way it works is that she can take someone's blood and consume it in order to turn into that person. So, she stole student files and one of my former classmates recorded it thinking that it was me. My friends betrayed me, beat me, and got some of my teachers to betray me along with the rest of the student body. The only people on my side at UA are Aizawa, my homeroom teacher, All Might, my mentor and heroics teacher, Present Mike, one of the English teachers, Midnight, another heroics teacher, Vlad King, the homeroom teacher of class 1B, and Nizu, the principal of the school. Izuku explained, and Misaka couldn't believe that almost an entire school betrayed someone like Izuku. They had entered the gardens during Izuku's explanation of his past. Misaka let go of Izuku's arm and sat down in one of the chairs at the gazebo in the gardens. Izuku sat down across from Misaka, leaving a chair open for Ochaco. So, how did you meet Ochaco? Misaka asked. Well, I left UA to go home to my mother. Before I could get home, however, I collapsed a mile outside of UA's gates. According to Ochaco, I was out for only a minute when she found me. She saved me. Ochaco was on her way home from visiting the orphanage when she saw me in trouble. She brought me back here to the Imperial Palace and to the infirmary where Dr. Haruka helped me to heal. Ochaco was also a huge part of my recovery. She told my mother where I was so that she could come and visit me. She told the teachers who were on my side where I was, and I was visited by All Might almost daily. She was just amazing. Then, in my third month of my recovery, I finally confessed to Ochaco. I truly do love her with all I have. She is one of my favorite people to be around. I didn't care that she was a princess when we became a couple. I didn't fall for her due to her title. I fell for her due to her personality and who she is as a person. Sure, she's pretty and everything, but it's her personality that made me fall for her so hard. Izuku explained a simplified version of how he met Ochaco to Misaka. The former queen was happy to hear that the boy her granddaughter was dating was treating her right and loved her for who she was and not just because she was the princess of Japan. I'm happy to hear that my granddaughter has found such a wonderful young man such as yourself, Misaka said, smiling. Thank you. My mother taught me to be kind to people who will accept my kindness. I'm very grateful that Ochaco found me and took care of me when I was injured, said Izuku. Then right after he said that, Ochaco walked over to them carrying a tray of tea. Oka dear, why didn't you let one of the maids take care of that? Misaka asked when Ochaco arrived at the gazebo. It's all right, Nana. I told them that I could do it and I did. The young brown-haired princess put the tray of tea on the table and took a seat next to Izuku. You are just like your mother, Misaka said, smiling when she noticed that the 3 teacups on the tray already had the tea poured into them and she knew that Ochaco was the one who poured the tea. Ochaco smiled at her grandmother, then the 3 of them got their teacups and talked. Ochaco was happy when she heard that Misaka took a liking to Izuku and was proud that she found someone as amazing and caring as Izuku. While they had their tea and talked, King Kenji and Queen Reika entered the gardens and saw that Misaka was there. King Kenji walked over to his mother and hugged her. Hello, mother, he said. Hello, my son, Misaka greeted back. Why didn't you come to the office when you arrived like you normally do? King Kenji asked her. Well, I was getting to know Izuku, Misaka stated, pointing to the green-haired boy who was having a conversation with Ochaco. I see. What do you think of him? Asked Queen Reika, who made her presence known. He's a nice boy. Ochaco made a nice choice. Has he moved into the palace, or does he live with his mother? Misaka asked. He actually moved into the palace during his 4th month of recovery, both him and his mother Inko. So, they both live in the palace. Izuku dropped almost everything just for Ochaco and seeing her happy. Misaka was stunned but was happy that Ochaco found someone that would drop anything for her. Hey Kenji, Misaka said, addressing her son. Yes, mother? He answered. Is Izuku planning on taking revenge on his old class and the other people who betrayed him? She asked. I believe so, we don't have a clear answer. He stated, but then Izuku answered the question that was left unanswered. I am planning to take my revenge on my old class and the other people who betrayed me. I just don't know when, I just know that it will happen, he said. And we will help you when the time comes for you to take your revenge, Ochaco said, wrapping her arms around him and hugging him. Izuku smiled and hugged her back. While Izuku was with Ochaco, her parents, and her nana, Inko was still inside the palace. She was in her room thinking of someone she hadn't seen for years unless he was on TV for another rescue he did. She walked over to the chest at the foot of her bed, opening the chest. The first picture to be seen was the exact one she was looking for. The picture was of her in her teen years. Her green hair was braided at the back of her head, and she was wearing the UA uniform with a smile on her face, and she stood next to a tall blonde-haired man who had blue eyes. He was also in the UA uniform wearing a smile. She picked up the picture and stared at it. She never understood why the man standing next to her ever left her side. How much longer are you going to stay away from me and our son Toshi? How long are you going to hide from us? What is keeping you from coming home? I understand that the country needs their #1 hero, but why leave your family? I don't understand why you haven't called or visited us. Know that you have sent Izuku letters every year on his birthday and postcards every year on other holidays like Christmas, New Year's, Halloween, and many others. You sent me videos to show him, but I could never gain the courage to show them to him because it broke me so much that you were not with us like you used to, Inko said to the picture. Then another picture caught her eye. It was when she and Toshinori or All Might got married, then the one next to it was when Izuku was born. Before Inko could pick up the other pictures, her phone rang. Who could be calling me? She thought, then she put the picture in her hands back in the chest before going over to her phone and checking who called her. When she saw the name, Inko almost lost her grip on her phone. Toshi? Why is he calling me? Well, only one way to find out, she thought before answering the phone. Hello. Hi, Inko, came All Might's reply when the call connected. Toshi, is there something you need? Inko asked, trying to hide her broken heart on her husband leaving her and their son before the boy was a year old. Yes, I want to talk to you about why I left and some other things regarding Izuku and what happened at UA. He responded. Okay, where do you want to meet? At our spot, I'll be waiting for you. Then the call ended. After 15 years, I'll finally know why Toshi left US, Inko thought before leaving her room and heading towards the entrance to the palace. But before she could leave, Izuku saw her. Are you going somewhere, Mom? He asked. Inko didn't want to tell him that she was going to see his father, at least not at that moment. I'm going to meet an old friend that I haven't seen since high school. I'll be back, she said. Oh, okay, Mom, be safe, Izuku said. Inko smiled at her son before leaving the palace and heading to the place that All Might would be waiting for her at. When she got there, he was waiting for her at a bench in the park. Inko walked over and sat next to him. So, she began, why in the world did you leave us? You remember back in high school that I was training under Nana Shimura? During that time, we encountered her greatest enemy. All for one, All Might said, giving the reasons why he left Inko and Izuku for as long as he did. We fought him at one point and he killed Nana, but before I could finish him off, that idiot found out that I had someone special in my life, meaning you, Inko. When he mentioned you, I didn't know what to do or what to say. But I knew that I needed to protect you at all costs, even if it meant leaving you so that he never found you. Inko just sat there and listened to him, wanting to know more about why he left. He didn't come after you until Izuku was born. He tried to attack when I wasn't there. But I was able to get there in time to save the both of you. That's when I knew that I had to leave for the safety of you and Izuku. I know that you're upset with me because I left without a reason, but understand that I did this to protect my family from the most dangerous villain in this country. Inko felt like an idiot. She knew about the dangers of being with All Might. She was ready to face them. But hearing that he left due to his greatest enemy being after her and Izuku, while All Might was with them, why did she ever doubt him? More importantly, why didn't he tell her sooner or visit her and Izuku while the boy was growing up? Why didn't you come visit once in a while when Izuku was growing up? Inko asked, finally looking at him. I couldn't risk AFO finding out where you and Izuku were living. I wanted to come visit. Trust me, I did, since I wanted to be there for him and teach him everything I knew about being a hero. Yet I knew that AFO was still out there waiting for the right time to strike again. All Might answered, and Inko could tell by his voice that he was telling the truth and that he regretted ever leaving her and Izuku. I understand more clearly now why you left, and you know that Izuku is your #1 fan. He looked up to you and wanted to be a hero just like you were, said Inko, showing a bright smile. It was the same smile that All Might remembered her always wearing when they were together, and that smile was one of her many traits that he fell in love with. I know, his dorm room back at UA was covered in my posters. All Might said with a chuckle as he remembered the way his son's room looked back at the 1A dorms when he was a student at UA. I know that I could have been with you in deflated form and helped you raise Izuku, but AFO found out about my injury that delays my time of being a hero. So, I had to lay low and observe you guys from afar, but now I can't keep hiding from the both of you. It's about time we put a stop to AFO, and it's about time I reveal to Izuku that I'm his father and explain why I wasn't there. You know, Inko said, scooting closer to All Might, he doesn't hate you. That statement shocked All Might. Really? He asked, and she nodded happily. He always looked forward to getting your letters and postcards. Every year on his birthday, he would run to the mailbox and check to see if your letter came. When he saw it sitting there, he would smile happily and run back into the house to show me, and he would say to me, Mommy, look, Daddy's letter came, and when we would open it, his eyes sparkled as I read the letter to him. That is until he was 5 and could read it on his own. When he missed you, and that was often, Izuku would spend hours rereading your letters and holding the stuffed animals you sent him. I would always find him fast asleep holding the animals and the letters. I always smiled at him. Yet I could never show him the videos you sent him. There, she admitted it. All Might couldn't lie to himself. He was shocked. But he was sure that Inko had her reasons for not showing the videos to Izuku. I was so heartbroken about you leaving that I couldn't show him the videos. There was the reason that he was looking for. All Might wrapped his arm around Inko and pulled her closer to him. It shocked her at first, but soon enough she melted into him and smiled. She missed him so much no matter what she could say about what happened in the past as she raised Izuku on her own. She knew deep down in her heart that she loved All Might too much to let him go and hate him because she would forever yearn for him and the warmth he brought to her life. I really did miss you, Toshi, Inko said as her eyes filled with happy tears. I missed you too, Inko, both you and Izuku. All Might responded. They stayed silent after that, but soon enough another conversation started up. When do you want to reveal to Izuku that you're his father? Inko asked. Sometime after the new year. I don't want to do it now due to the fact that Christmas is right around the corner and UA is organizing a group of pro heroes to finally finish off the League of Villains and to defeat Overhaul. All Might responded. I can understand that, so I see that you gave Izuku his quirk after knowing that he was quirkless? All Might nodded. I did because I wanted to help him achieve his dream even if he didn't know that I was his dad. I still have a hard time believing that my baby was betrayed by people he trusted, stated Inko, bringing up Izuku's betrayal. I know it made no sense, but don't worry, we will figure this out and Izuku will get his revenge. All Might responded. The two talked a little bit more about what they had been up to lately, and one of their conversations led to them sharing a kiss. Something they hadn't done in years, but it felt good to do it again. They decided to spend more time together to catch up and get their relationship back to what it was before All Might left. At around 6:15, Inko left to head back to the palace since she hadn't met Misaka yet. All Might went back to UA to finish grading some tests, but in both of their heads, they only had thoughts of seeing each other again. Inko met Misaka, and the two got along well. A couple of days later, on the 17th of December, Ochaco's other grandparents, meaning her mother's parents, arrived at the palace. Like Misaka, they took a liking to Izuku and liked how he treated Ochaco with respect. Ochaco was happy that everyone in her family liked Izuku and trusted him to treat her right and protect her from any harm. December 25th had arrived. Most of the palace staff had off to spend time with family and friends, while a special group of security officers worked to protect the palace during Christmas just to make sure that no one dared to harm the royal family on such a joyous holiday. It was around 7 o'clock in the morning, and the royal family was already awake and having breakfast in the dining room. Everyone was happy and smiling. It was the start of a great day. Now it was time for the royal family to head to the main hall where the Christmas tree was to open presents. Once all of them were in the main hall and sat on the couches, Ochaco's grandfather spoke. "Why don't we let Izuku hand out the first present? It is his first Christmas with us after all." Izuku was a little shocked but nodded. "I would be honored, sir," Izuku said before getting up, walking over to the tree, and grabbing the presents he got for his mother. Walking over to her, he handed her both gifts that were wrapped in emerald green-colored wrapping paper. "Here, Mom, these are for you," he said, smiling. Inko took the presents and returned the smile back to her son. Then she unwrapped the first present, opened the box it came in, and gasped. Inside was a gold locket that had "Mom" inscribed into it. "Oh, Izuku, it's appealing," she said. "Why don't you open the locket?" Izuku stated. Inko did so, and tears fell down her face. The picture inside the locket was of her and a 4-year-old Izuku. The small boy was wearing an All Might jumpsuit. He had the hood on his head and a smile on his face as he hugged his mother. Inko's smile in the picture was a bright one as she hugged her small child warmly. Inko smiled before she got up and hugged her son. "Thank you, my sweet baby, I love it." Izuku hugged her back. The Uraraka royal family smiled at the sight of mother and son. Ochaco placed a hand on her heart at the sight. "That's amazing, Izu, you got your mother a wonderful gift," she thought. Then Izuku and Inko let go of their hug. "I'll put it on later," she said, then she placed the box beside her spot on the couch, then unwrapped the next gift her son bought her. Opening that box, she saw a charm bracelet. She started crying tears of joy again. "This is appealing, Izuku, thank you." Izuku nodded and gave his mother another hug. "I love you, Mom," Izuku said. "I love you too, my baby boy," she responded. They let go of their hug. Inko sat back down in her spot next to Queen Reika, and Izuku went back to his seat next to Ochaco. "All right," said Misaka, "my turn." She got up and walked over to the tree and grabbed a present wrapped in pink wrapping paper before walking over to Ochaco. "For you, little star, Merry Christmas," she said, extending the gift to the young princess. Ochaco took it with a smile. "Thanks, Nana," Ochaco said before unwrapping the gift. She opened the box that held her present and gasped. "Oh my gosh, Nana," she said. Inside the box was a silver star bracelet that had a charm on it that said, "My sweet little star." Ochaco started crying happy tears as she got up and hugged Misaka. "I love it, thanks, Nana." Misaka hugged Ochaco back, returning the smile. "You're very welcome, little star," she said. Then they parted from their hug, and Misaka went back to her seat next to King Kenji, who was sitting on the other side of Queen Reika. Ochaco dried her eyes before speaking. "Okay, it's my turn," she said. Then she walked over to the tree and grabbed a green-wrapped present and went over to Izuku. "For you, Izu," she said. "Thanks, Oka," he said as he took the gift from her. He opened it and was surprised to see a journal with a number 14 on. The other gifts were handed out besides the other 3 gifts that Ochaco bought for Izuku and of course the 5 gifts that he bought for her. She got up and got another green-wrapped present from underneath the tree and handed it to Izuku. He took it, unwrapped it and chuckled. She had got him the newly released, limited edition All Might poster. "Thanks, Ochaco," he said, and she smiled and nodded. "You're welcome, Izu, but there's more." She grabbed the other gifts and handed them to him. One by one he opened them. The first one he opened was a new watch, and the final one was an outfit that consisted of an evergreen-colored shirt and blue jean shorts. Now it was his turn to hand her gifts, but before he could get up, Ochaco grabbed his arm. "Before you shower me with gifts, can you come with me really quick?" He nodded, of course. Then the couple left. The adults in the room knew what was happening and smiled. "He's going to love her final present to him," said Ochaco's grandfather. Queen Reika nodded. Yes, he will." "Oka, where are we going?" he asked as she led him to the front entrance blindfolded. "You will see when we get there, it's a surprise," Ochaco responded. "Oh okay," he said. "What did she get me?" he thought. Then they stopped, but Ochaco never removed the blindfold. "Oka? Where did you go, love? Are we at my present? Why can't I see yet?" He just kept asking questions, not knowing that Ochaco was still there but was off to the side, waiting for someone else to speak and reveal her present. "Oka," he asked again. "Why don't you take off the blindfold yourself, problem child?" Wait, did he hear that right? Someone called him problem child. The only person who does that is Aizawa, but he told Izuku that Nizu wanted him and the other teachers to stay on campus during the holidays. Am I hearing things? Is Mr. Aizawa here? Come on, young Midoriya, don't you want to see what your girlfriend got you? Wait, is All Might here too? Am I going crazy or are they really here? Don't keep us waiting, Midoriya. Wait, that voice sounded like Nizu. To make sure he wasn't going crazy, Izuku took off the blindfold and to his surprise, Nizu, Aizawa, All Might, Midnight, Mike, and Vlad King were all standing in front of him. "I thought that you guys couldn't make it," he said. "I gave them time to come since all of us were invited by the princess," Nizu said. "Well, I'm happy that you guys are here. We also brought someone else with us," stated Aizawa. "Who?" asked Izuku. "You heard that Class 1A saved a little girl named Eri," the green-haired boy nodded. "Well, she asked about you one day during my planning PRD and I told her a summarized version of what happened to you, and she wanted to meet you since she couldn't understand why you were betrayed by Class A. So, we brought her if that's all right." "Of course it's okay, I'd love to meet her," Izuku said. Then gently Aizawa brought the child out from behind his leg. When Izuku saw the child, the only thing that entered his mind about her was how extremely adorable she was. The little girl had long silver-colored hair and red eyes. Her outfit was a red long-sleeve dress, white leggings, and black flats. Izuku calmly approached the child, careful not to scare her, knowing her past and how she was mistreated. He got to his knees and spoke to her. "Hi there, Eri. I'm Izuku, I heard that you wanted to meet me," he said. The little girl nodded. "I did, could I possibly give you a hug?" she asked cutely. Izuku smiled, nodded, and opened his arms, welcoming the child into an embrace. When Eri was wrapped in Izuku's arms, she felt safe and protected. She smiled. "This was the fastest she has ever warmed up to someone," Aizawa stated. "I see, well I guess she really likes me then," Izuku said before he turned to Eri again. "There is someone I want you to meet, Eri." Eri looked at Izuku, curious about the person he wants to introduce her to. Izuku looked over to Ochaco and motioned for her to come over. She walked over and gently approached the tiny child. Eri was afraid at first, but the moment she saw the gentle look in Ochaco's eyes, she calmed down and looked at Ochaco, giving her a gentle smile. "Hi there, Eri," Ochaco said. "Hi," responded Eri shyly. "I'm glad you came. Now come, we have more people to introduce you to?" Eri nodded happily, then they all went back into the main hall. Everyone met Eri and now it was time for Izuku to shower Ochaco with her gifts. "All right, Oka, it's time for me to give you the presents that I have bought for you," he said, but then he leaned down closer to her ear and said, "You will get the rest of the presents that I bought you on your birthday." She looked at him and nodded, then Izuku went to the tree and grabbed 2 of the pink-wrapped gifts and headed back to Ochaco. He handed her the gifts. She smiled at him and took the gifts. Unwrapping the first gift, opening the box, she gasped at the sight of the gold locket that laid inside. It had "Loved" inscribed into it. "Aizu, it's appealing," she said. "Go on and open it, love," he encouraged. She nodded and opened the locket and saw the picture that was inside. It was taken in the garden. Ochaco and Izuku were sitting on a bench in front of a bush of red roses. Izuku had his arms wrapped around her waist, Ochaco sat in his lap with her arms wrapped around his neck. Izuku was kissing her cheek, and Ochaco had a bright smile on her face. "This is wonderful, Izu, I love it." "Thank you," she said. "You're very welcome, love," Izuku responded. Ochaco placed the box with the locket inside off to the side before unwrapping the present underneath. She opened the box and saw a charm bracelet, then she was handed 2 other gifts by Izuku. She opened them and one of the gifts was a new book series she had been wanting while the other was a new diary since her old one was completely full. Now came her final present. Izuku went behind the tree and tried to pull the crown box out, but he was struggling to get it out. "Do you need some help, young Midoriya?" All Might asked. Izuku turned to him and nodded. "Yes, I do, could you help me, All Might?" All Might nodded and walked over and helped Izuku pull out the box from behind the tree. Once it was out, Izuku thanked All Might before going over to Ochaco and placing the box in front of her. "What is this?" she asked confused. "Your final present? Go on, open it," he urged. She unwrapped the box and saw the logo for royal crowns on the front of the box. "No, you didn't," she said looking at Izuku who wore a proud smile. Ochaco then proceeded to open the box and what she saw inside left her in shock. Laying inside the box on top of a purple pillow was the tiara she had been eyeing for years. Gently, Ochaco picked up the crown and examined it. The tiara was pure silver and it had rubies, diamonds, pearls, and amethysts. "I still can't believe that you were able to buy this. How were you able to buy this? It must have been very expensive." Ochaco was still shocked that Izuku was able to buy her the tiara she had been wanting. "Well, I did have some help on getting the money for it." "What do you mean?" she asked confused as she looked up at him. "Well, your entire family pitched in along with my mom to help me get enough money to get you the tiara. I told them how you really wanted this tiara so that you had one for the new year, so they offered to help me save money for this tiara so that I could give it to you," Izuku explained. "How long have you been saving for this tiara?" "Since October when I started living here in the palace," he answered. "That long, 2 whole months," she said in disbelief. He nodded at her. "Do you like it?" Ochaco looked at him wondering why he would ask such a question. She loved the gift that he got her. "It's appealing, I love it." "Thanks, Izu," Ochaco said with a huge smile, and he smiled back at her. Once all the presents were opened, the royal family plus Izuku, Inko, and their UA guests spent some time talking about random things and getting to know baby Eri, who took a huge liking to both Ochaco and Izuku. Aizawa knew that at some point he was going to need to have a very important chat with Izuku and Ochaco about where Eri would be in the future since he did not trust his class with her or UA in general. They all talked until it was about noon, then they all went to freshen up since the annual Christmas ball was going to be held at around 5 o'clock that evening. And also everyone who lived in the palace needed to change out of their pajamas and into more presentable clothes since they had outside guests in their home. In Izuku and Ochaco's room, the young princess was putting her New Year's tiara that she got from her amazing and thoughtful boyfriend onto her shelf of tiaras. When it was safely in its place on her shelf, Ochaco went into her walk-in closet and was searching for a specific outfit that she was going to wear for lunch and until around 4 o'clock that afternoon since she needed to wear a fancier dress for the Christmas ball. As Ochaco was still debating on what casual dress she was going to wear that afternoon, Izuku walked out of the bathroom in a light blue button-up shirt, black dress breathes, and black dress shoes. Izuku still had his towel in his hand since his hair was still wet. Izuku used his towel to dry his hair the best he could, then he noticed something underneath the door. "What is that?" he asked himself. Izuku walked over and picked up the paper that was underneath the door. Looking at the front of the paper, he was in shock. It was a Christmas-themed postcard. "Dad? Did he find out that I was living in the palace somehow?" Izuku thought in shock, but nonetheless he was excited to know that his father didn't forget to send the postcard. The green-haired boy turned the card over and saw a message on the back. The message read, "Merry Christmas, son. I heard what happened to you at UA. I can't believe that you had to go through all of that suffering from teens you thought were your friends. I also happen to have heard from your mother that you both moved into the Imperial Palace and that you were dating the princess. I'm very proud of you, son. Even without the education needed to be a hero, you are a hero in your own right. I miss you and your mother every single day. But I have some good news for you. Ready to hear it? All right then. It's about time I returned home to you and your mother. So here is a hint. I'm closer to you than you think. If I could hug you, I would. That's how close I am to you. Have an amazing Christmas and New Year. Love you lots, my only son. See you soon. Izuku was shocked. His dad was close and was coming home. 15 years, Dad. I can't wait to see you after so long, Izuku thought as he was lost in thought about his dad. Ochaco walked out of the closet and noticed Izuku looking at the postcard. What are you looking at? She asked as she walked over to him. A postcard that my dad sent me, Izuku answered. Really? What did it say? Ochaco asked curiously. He said that he's coming home. He also said that he is closer than me and my mom think he is, Izuku replied. Don't worry too much about it, Zuzu. Well, I'm going to get changed, Ochaco said before she kissed his cheek and walked into the bathroom. Izuku smiled at his girlfriend, and he went over to sit down on the couch in their room. Ochaco walked out of the bathroom 4 minutes later. Her outfit was a casual evergreen-colored dress that was off the shoulder, and it stopped at her knees. There was a black belt around the waist of the dress. Her shoe of choice for the afternoon was a pair of comfortable black flats. Even with this casual look that Ochaco went with, she was still stunning to Izuku. The poor boy just couldn't keep his eyes off of his girl. She was a work of art in everything she did. That was a huge reason why he fell for her as hard as he did. You look stunning, love, Izuku said with a smile and a light blush on his face. Ochaco smiled back. Why thank you, Zuzu, but I'm not even done with my look yet. I still have to fix my hair so that I'm presentable. I don't want to go out in an appealing dress and have bedhead, she said. Izuku gave her a look that conveyed the message. You're still stunning even with bedhead, and a smirk. To me, no matter how you look, you're still stunning and looking like a goddess. Ochaco was blushing a deep red but had a smile gracing her face. She walked over to him and whispered in his ear, that is only for you, my love, but I'm happy to hear from you that no matter what I wear or what I look like, that I'd still be a goddess in your eyes. That's one of the traits about you that I fell in love with. She then walked over to her vanity and picked up her brush. Ochaco then ran the brush through her long brown hair, getting all the tangles and knots out. When her hair was brushed, she then put her hair up into a bun. When her hair was done, she picked up the locket that Izuku gave her, and she put it on. Then she put on the charm bracelet that he gave her, which completed her look. Izuku got up from his seat on the sofa and walked over to Ochaco. He then hugged her from behind. You're appealing, love, he said. Ochaco smiled and leaned back into his embrace. Why thank you, handsome, she responded, and they stayed like that for a good while before a knock was heard at the door. Who is it? Izuku called to the door as he let go of Ochaco and looked at the door. It's Aizawa. Problem child, may I come in to talk to you? Hearing the voice of his former homeroom teacher, Izuku immediately agreed. Yes, come on in, Aizawa. The door opened and the black-haired hero walked in. He closed the door behind him and turned to the couple. What do you need to talk about, Aizawa? Izuku asked. It's about Eri, Aizawa answered. Oh, what about her? Ochaco asked, chiming into the conversation as she turned around to face Aizawa. Well, how do I explain this? Problem child, you remember how the LOV always attacked your class? Izuku nodded. Well, since Eri was saved by 1A and is under UA's care, some teachers including myself, All Might, and of course Nizu are scared about her future if she were to stay in the care of Class 1A, and the big we are scared that the LOV could go after her and give her back to Overhaul where she could be tortured again. We don't want that, so we are looking for ways to keep her safe and out of the harm of the LOV, Aizawa explained to the couple. Okay, but where do we fit into this eraser? Ochaco asked. I was wondering if you both would be interested in fostering Eri. The couple was shocked. You mean take her in and have her live with us in the palace? Izuku asked to clarify, and Aizawa nodded. We are thinking about having her be fostered by a family, and if she liked it with that family and they loved her like their own, UA will give them permission to adopt Eri. Why tell us this? Ochaco asked, confused. Because Eri took a huge liking to you and Izuku. You both have wonderful families already, and I know that the both of you would care for Eri as if she were your own, Aizawa said. We will need time to talk about it together and tell our families about this. But I can tell you this, Eraser, we would be delighted to take in Eri and give her a safe home to live in along with the love of a family, Ochaco said. Izuku nodded. We mean it, Aizawa. but we need a little time to talk about it. Makes sense, said Aizawa. Let's go enjoy the rest of Christmas and we should have our answer for you shortly after Oka's birthday. Izuku said. Aizawa nodded. Okay, I'll go and let you both finish what you were doing. I just wanted to let you both know what the plan was for Eri. The two teens nodded before Aizawa left, leaving the two lovebirds alone. Wow, I was not expecting that, Ochaco said as she stood up. Yeah, me neither. It's a huge responsibility to take care of Eri, even if she is only 6 years old. Would you be up to the challenge of raising her? Izuku asked. I would, but we need to talk a little bit more about this and also explain this to our parents and my grandparents and see what Eri thinks about this, Ochaco answered. Alright, but right now let's head out to the family. Izuku extended his hand to Ochaco. She happily took it, and they left their room heading towards the dining room where the family was waiting with their UA guests. Hours later, the Christmas ball. The ballroom was filled with people that the royal family could trust with the secret of Izuku's identity and his backstory. Izuku was waiting for Ochaco by the door of the ballroom. Her mother, Nana, and grandmother pushed him out of the bedroom and told him to wait by the ballroom door. He sighed since it was tiring just standing there. But he knew that it would be a pleasant surprise when Ochaco walked into the room in her gown for the evening. Izuku just went with a normal suit and tie. He checked his watch, which was the one that Ochaco recently gifted him that morning. As he was waiting for Ochaco, the young princess came into the room with her mother and her two grandmothers. Aizu, hearing the voice of his girlfriend, Izuku looked up and he was in shock. Ochaco was wearing a pink strapless ball gown, with a sweetheart neckline. It had sparkles on the skirt that touched the floor, on the top there were pearls and diamonds. Even though Izuku couldn't see her feet, he knew that Ochaco was wearing a pair of silver 2-inch heels. Ochaco's hair was still in the bun that she wore in the afternoon, but she added her Christmas tiara, which was a silver tiara, with mainly pink gems and diamonds, but it also had red rubies and green emeralds scattered throughout. Wow, Oka, you look incredible, he said smiling once he got his senses back. She smiled back at him. The three adult women in the room smiled before heading into the ballroom, leaving the two lovebirds in the hallway. Izuku walked towards Ochaco, and he extended his hand to her. Shall we head in, my princess? He asked, causing Ochaco to giggle. We shall, she said as she placed her hand in his. Izuku then led her to the door to the ballroom. Then they heard the sound of Ochaco's father's voice from the inside the room. I welcome you all to our annual Christmas ball, he began. This year has been one to remember for my family. This year we have 2 new members joining us for the holidays and they will also be joining our family. Some of you might know a little bit about these 2 people that I am talking about. The first member who is joining us, she was the head surgeon at the hospital and was a world-renowned doctor back in her. They started dating, then when he was in his 4th month this boy decided to fully move into the palace with his mother, Inko. They love it here, and we love having them in the palace as family. Izuku was on the bridge of crying. He was happy to be with Ochaco and her family because they treated him like family, and it wasn't just him, they treated his mother like family as well. Now let's welcome this boy, shall we? Everyone cheered and looked towards the door where Izuku and Ochaco stood. Here we go, she said to him and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. I'm here with you. He nodded, and then King Kenji spoke again. Please welcome Izuku Midoriya and my daughter Ochaco Uraraka. The guards at the door opened them, and the couple walked in, both wearing smiles and waving to guests. The two walked over to where the royals were standing with Inko. Then they turned around and faced the crowd, and in the crowd, Izuku was shocked to see Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. They smiled at him, and he knew that they were on his side and not on the side of their son, Katsuki. After some more talking by King Kenji, they got to the good part. Now that both Inko and Izuku have agreed to join the royal family the moment they agreed to move into the palace, they have shown us respect and treat us like family. We have also treated them like family. They have also helped out the community. Everyone should know what happens when someone joins the royal family. They gain a pin. As he was talking about the pin they got, Izuku turned to Ochaco. Oh, see, love, where is your pin? He whispered to her. Here, she said as she pointed to the pin that was on the right side of the top of her gown. Her pin was gold and had the Uraraka family crest on it along with Princess Ochaco Uraraka engraved into the pin. He smiled, then they turned to King Kenji, who addressed them to turn around. Inko walked over to the couple and stood next to her son. Then King Kenji looked to Ochaco. She nodded before walking up to her father and taking the first pin out of the box. Ochaco walked over to Inko, who bowed to her in respect. Ochaco smiled at her. Inko stood up, and then the princess spoke. We don't have a huge ceremony for new family members who are joining this family. We decided to give both you and Izuku your pins during this ball with some friends that we all can trust. But I do have some things to say, she began. Inko, you are super sweet, caring, kind, and loving to everyone around you. Izuku is really lucky to have you as his mother, even when some people that he thought he could trust turned on him. You were always by his side to help him. It's already set in stone what will be happening between me and Izuku. I'm honored to be the one giving this gift to you, said Ochaco. Then she put the pin on the right side of Inko's dress. Then the two women hugged. Welcome to the family, Inko, Ochaco said. Thank you, dear, Inko responded. Then the two broke their hug. Ochaco went back to the box and took out the final pin. She walked over to Izuku. They both smiled at each other before Ochaco spoke again. Izuku, you're really kind, caring, and loving to the people who will accept you and your kind personality. Even after what happened to you months ago, you're still caring and kind to people who may think that they don't deserve your kindness. As you heard before, our future is set in stone, and I'm excited to be sharing my future with you. Now I can give you this gift in my hand, Ochaco said before she put the pin on the left side of Izuku's suit coat. Ochaco then hugged Izuku. Welcome to the family, my love, she said smiling. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, hugging her back. Thanks, love, he responded. When the two parted, cheers were heard in honor of the two new members of the royal family. After that, King Kenji started talking again. When he was finished, it was time for the first dance to take place between Ochaco and Izuku. Royal ball are always opened by the royal heir and their partner for the night or their betrothed. Since Ochaco was in a loving and healthy relationship with Izuku and now that they know about their set-in-stone future, the couple went to the middle of the dance floor. Weeks before the Christmas ball, Ochaco taught Izuku how to dance the waltz since that one dance is so commonly done during royal ball. The Christmas ball went by fast like lightning. When Ochaco and Izuku got back to their room once the ball wrapped up, both of them almost crashed in bed without changing their outfits. But they both were able to gain enough strength to change into their pajamas, then they crashed in bed and cuddled before falling asleep. 2 days later, December 27th, Ochaco's 16th birthday. It was the morning of the 27th of December, meaning it was Ochaco's birthday. The entire palace was awake and getting ready for a huge birthday celebration for the young princess. The entire royal family had a special day planned for Ochaco. First, it started with a big breakfast. They let the princess sleep in so that they could get everything set up and planned out. Breakfast was done and ready to be served. Now the only thing that needed to be done was waking up the birthday girl. The perfect person to wake her up was Izuku, and that is exactly what the green-haired boy was on his way to do. Izuku smiled as he approached the door to the room he shared with Ochaco. Today will be such a special day for her, Izuku thought before he calmly entered their room and saw his wonderful girlfriend still fast asleep, snuggled into the covers. Izuku peacefully walked towards Ochaco's side of the bed. He gently sat down next to her, then he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her head. Oka, wake up, love, Izuku said. Ochaco started to wake up when she heard Izuku's voice from next to her. She stretched before she opened her eyes, but she had to blink 3 times to get the tiredness out of her eyes. Ochaco looked next to her and saw Izuku sitting on the edge of the bed, looking lovingly at her. She returned the look and smiled at him. Good morning, Ochaco said, sitting up. Izuku took her hands into his and responded, morning, love. Then the couple shared a loving and gentle kiss. When they parted, Izuku said, happy birthday, Oka. Thanks, Izu, Ochaco responded. Come, we are all waiting for you. Izuku extended his hand to her. She accepted his hand, she got out of bed, then the both of them exited their room and headed in the direction of the dining room. While walking, Izuku instructed Ochaco to close her eyes, and he guided her to the dining room while he gently held her hands while walking backward. Someone from inside the dining room opened the door, allowing the couple inside. As they walked inside, Izuku gently started to let go of Ochaco's hands. She didn't even notice that his grip was loosening on her hands. Once they came to a stop, Izuku let go of her hands fully and went to stand next to the rest of the family. "Aizu? Where did you go?" Ochaco asked worriedly when she didn't feel his hands in hers anymore. "Open your eyes." "Oka," came Izuku's voice from somewhere in the room. She did as he asked and was in shock. Her entire family had set up a huge birthday breakfast for her. "Happy birthday, Ochaco." They all cried happily with bright smiles before they all went over and hugged her. "Thanks, guys," Ochaco said as she hugged everyone back. Then they let her go and guided her to the table. Then they all sat down and started to enjoy the breakfast that was made. Izuku smiled as he ate because he had a fun day planned for him and Ochaco while her family got her birthday party set up at the palace. "She's going to love what I have planned for us to do today," Izuku thought as he looked at Ochaco and smiled. After breakfast was over, Izuku walked over to Ochaco. "Hey Oka, I want to take you out today. I have a special surprise planned for you." The young princess looked at her boyfriend a little confused. "Okay, I promise that you are going to love it. Come on, let's go get changed so that we can go." Then the couple was out the door and heading towards their bedroom. Everyone else who was still in the room looked at each other and nodded before they got to work on putting up decorations and balloons while also getting Ochaco's birthday scavenger hunt set up. When the couple was done getting dressed for their day out, they were just in casual clothes. Izuku was wearing a light blue t-shirt, blue jeans, and his usual red sneakers, while Ochaco was in a pink blouse, blue jeans, and white sneakers. They walked out of the palace hand in hand, but what shocked Ochaco was that the car wasn't waiting for them. "Aizu, what is going on?" "Where is the car?" she asked, causing him to chuckle. "The place we are going on our day out is within walking distance, so I decided that why don't we walk for once? No one will recognize you when you look like one of the citizens because the people mainly see you in dresses, not a shirt and jeans. So, we are in the clear to go for a walk and spend time in the open air." This caused Ochaco to smile. "All right then, let's get going," Ochaco said as she started to head down the stairs. Izuku followed with a wide grin on his face. They walked down the sidewalk and just enjoyed each other's company along with the fresh air. Ochaco was so into the walk with her beloved boyfriend that she didn't know that he was taking her to a specific place, and when they arrived, she was in shock. He took her to the boardwalk, a place she hadn't been to in a long while. Izuku noticed her face and knew that he scored on this place. They went to the boardwalk and just walked alongside the path until they arrived at the amusement park that was attached to the boardwalk. Ochaco was shocked once again, and she almost squealed when Izuku pulled out 2 prepaid tickets that he bought the day before. Ochaco then practically pulled Izuku into the amusement park. He told her that she could do anything she wanted since it was her birthday. She decided to first go on bumper cars, a ride that she always loved as a child since that ride was one that she always did with her dad. Ochaco and Izuku decided to ride in separate cars and see who could bump into the most people while also being a safe driver. It was a tie in that race. Then they went on the roller coaster, which they both enjoyed riding. They both also decided to buy the pictures that were taken on the ride. Taking a break from the rides, Ochaco pulled Izuku to the picture booth where they took some very adorable couple pictures. They both got a sleeve of the pictures. Then after their break, Ochaco pulled Izuku to the Himalaya ride. They liked riding that one as well. The ride they went on next was one that Ochaco never went on since she never had someone to go with her, and that was the Tunnel of Love. Now that she had a boyfriend who loved her with his whole heart and who she reciprocated those feelings for, it was about time they rode that ride. Ochaco grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him towards the Tunnel of Love ride. "Did you find the ride that you want to go on next, Oka?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I did," she responded as a blush crossed her cheeks. "Oh, and what one is that?" "The Tunnel of Love." Hearing that ride was one she wanted to go on with him made him blush and smile. "Okay, let's go on that ride then." She turned to face him, and she smiled before hugging him. He hugged her back, happy that he made her day. Then, Ochaco started pulling him towards the ride again. The couple got on the ride and were complimented by the staff and other riders for how in love they looked and for being a strong couple despite being so young. The entire ride, Ochaco held Izuku's hand and laid her head on his shoulder, while he reciprocated by interlocking their fingers and leaning his head on top of hers. During one point while they were on the ride, Izuku kissed the top of Ochaco's head, then at another point on the ride, the two kissed. It was just a calming experience and one that they could share with their partner. After the ride, the couple went to get some lunch. Izuku took Ochaco to a curry place where she got one of her favorite meals, curry and rice. Then afterward, they went to the arcade where Ochaco played some of the games. Of course, Izuku played them as well. He won her some prizes, then at around 4 o'clock, they headed back to the palace, and when they walked inside, Ochaco was handed a slip of paper by Aina. "What is this?" Ochaco asked, confused as she took the paper from the maid. "Open it and see, love," Izuku said from behind her. Ochaco opened the paper and started to read what was inside. "Welcome to your birthday scavenger hunt. Every time you find a gift, you will also find a paper that has the next clue, or when you find a member of the family or a staff member holding a paper means that you have found the next clue. You have a total of 10 gifts to find. Good luck." Ochaco giggled. "Did you read this, Izu?" she asked, but when she looked to where he was standing before, the boy wasn't there. Where did you go, my love?" Ochaco asked herself. Then she saw a paper on the floor where Izuku was standing. She picked up the paper and read it. "I see you've noticed that I left while you were reading. Well, I'm also a part of the scavenger hunt since it was my idea. I'm also going to be giving you your first clue. That is, your first gift is located in the place where you and your mother like to go when times are rough." At first, Ochaco was confused, but then she remembered, the garden. She began to sprint down the hallways to get to the garden. Once there, she started looking around, and then she saw Misaka standing at the gazebo holding a box and a white piece of paper. Ochaco walked over to Misaka and smiled. "Hi Nana," she said. "Hey there, little star, I have something for you," Misaka stated, and then she handed the box and paper to Ochaco. "Open the gift first, dear." The young princess nodded and opened the black box in her hand, and inside was a star necklace and matching pair of star earrings. "They are appealing. Thanks, Nana." Misaka nodded and smiled at Ochaco. Then the birthday girl opened the paper that had the next clue on it. "The next clue is found in your favorite childhood place where you would go to play." This one is tricky, Ochaco thought, but then only one location came to mind. Daddy's office? Then she turned on her heel and sprinted back into the castle and to her father's office. Opening the door to the office, she saw her father standing there holding a piece of paper. "Here you go, dear," he said, handing it to her. Ochaco took it and smiled at her father. "Thanks, Daddy." Ochaco opened the clue and started to read it. "Your next gift is found in the place where bookworms spend most of their time." Extra hint, your mother's favorite place? The library. Ochaco turned around and laughed as she exited her father's office and ran down the hall towards the library. "This is fun. I'm happy you planned this for me, Izu, but what in the world did you buy me?" Ochaco thought as she approached the library. Walking in, Ochaco started looking around for anyone with a present in their hands or holding a folded piece of paper. The princess started to look down all of the aisles of bookshelves, but she couldn't find anything. "Where are they hiding?" she thought. Then she thought back to the clue. Wait, since the library is Mommy's favorite place to be, then she should be in her favorite section of the library. Then it clicked, the romance section. Ochaco then went in the direction of their huge romance section of books. Ochaco looked through the aisles of books, and she looked long and hard before she heard a giggle. "Found you, Mommy," she thought. Then she went into the aisle where her mother was, and she was reading a book. "Gotcha," Ochaco said. Reika looked up from her book and smiled at her daughter. "Good work, sweetie," Reika said before she put her book down and picked up the box and clue paper. Then she handed them to Ochaco. She opened the box and saw that she got a new romance series that was released earlier that month that sold out within its first 2 weeks on the shelves. Then she read the clue and was off to her next location. This went on for a while until she found most of her gifts, which were the jewelry set from her Nana that she received at the beginning, the books from her parents, a jeweled animal pin from her maternal grandparents, a star-design dress and matching headpiece from her Nana. Now she was in her room, and she was reading the next clue. Halfway there, your next gift is located in this room. Look deeper within the closet. Note: Wear the star dress that I got you, little star, since this is your day to shine bright. Ochaco smiled and went deeper within the closet and found 3 outfits that were hanging on green hangers, so she knew who bought them. Izu, these are appealing, she said. Then she saw something underneath one of the dresses. She picked it up and was in shock. It was a shoebox, and inside was a pair of black flats that she had been wanting. Then she read the clue that was taped to the top of the shoebox. One more to go. This final present is in the place where vehicles are stored. I'm waiting for you there. The garage? Ochaco asked herself. Well, there is only one way to find out. Then she was out of the closet and out of the room. Then she ran towards the garage. To her surprise, Izuku was standing there holding a piece of paper, and he was standing in front of the limo. She walked up to him. Good job, Oka, you found me. Now I can give you your last gift. He handed it to her, and when she opened it, she gasped. Inside were 2 plane tickets, and they were round trip for a vacation to France, Spain, Germany, and Ireland. Are you kidding me? She asked. He shook his head. No, these are real. I knew that you wanted to see these countries. So, I bought tickets for the both of us to go and see them together because I also want to go and see some of the other countries in this world. I had a little help from my mom to pay for everything. Ochaco smiled and shed tears of joy, then she hugged Izuku tightly. Thank you, she said. He hugged her back. You're welcome, Oka, he said, then he kissed her head. Once that was done, they went to get ready for Ochaco's birthday party that would only be family and close friends. Their friends that came to celebrate Ochaco were Aizawa, Eri, All Might, Nizu, Vlad King, Mike, and Midnight. Ochaco was wearing the star dress that her nana got her along with the matching headpiece and jewelry set. They enjoyed the party, had dinner that was mostly some of Ochaco's favorite foods. They had chocolate cake and mochi, then they played games and just enjoyed each other's company while celebrating the princess's 16th birthday. It was 2 days after Ochaco's birthday. Eri was sitting in Aizawa's dorm room while he went to teach. Other teachers were right down the hall, and Midnight would be in soon to homeschool her. The silver-haired child sighed. She didn't understand why the class was so against Izuku and why the entire school told her to never say his name. Well, besides some people, but still, she didn't feel safe at UA with Class 1A due to that class being attacked. Aizawa walked over to Eri and hugged her. It's going to be okay, Eri. I'm going to be having a talk with them. To see if they are interested in adopting you, so you're going to stay here with Midnight while I'm gone. Okay? Eri nodded, then Midnight knocked on the door and walked in. Aizawa took that time to leave. He was glad that Eri took a liking to Izuku and Ochaco because he was going to go and see what their answer was to adopting Eri. A smile crossed his face since he found the perfect family to take in Eri. He arrived at the palace and was led in by the guards. Aizawa walked the halls until he reached the conference room. He knocked on the door. Come in, came Izuku's voice. Aizawa opened the door and walked in. He closed the door behind him and walked over to the table and took a seat in front of the couple. So, did you guys figure out an answer about what I asked you guys on Christmas? The couple nodded. Yes, we did. Oka and I talked about what you brought up together and with our families. We have concluded that we will take in Eri. When Aizawa heard this, he smiled. I'm glad, because today Eri told me that she wanted to come back to you guys. We feel the same about her. During her time here, even though it was short, we all got close to her and want her to be in our lives. We felt a connection to Eri and wanted to protect her and give her a loving home, Ochaco said. Aizawa's smile got bigger. When can I come over with her? Aizawa asked. How about tomorrow? Ochaco asked, since we can get the closed adoption done the moment she has been in our home for a week, but we are going to have the adoption sooner. Since we are all eager to have her a part of the family. Aizawa nodded. I understand. I'll bring her here tomorrow. She is very eager to come back to you guys. Izuku smiled. We can't wait for her to come back to us. Also, me and Oka will be adopting her even though we are still teens. But she won't be revealed to the public as our child until we are 18. He said, I see. Well then I'll go and tell her the good news. Aizawa said as he stood up and left. He was very happy that Izuku and Ochaco were going to be adopting Eri and give the silver-haired girl a loving home. When he returned to his dorm, Aizawa saw Eri smiling at him from her seat. Midnight also noticed that Aizawa had returned, "So how did it go?" she asked. "They will take her tomorrow," Aizawa answered, smiling. "Really?" Aizawa nodded. "Yes, problem child and the princess will be taking Eri in." When Eri heard this, she was happy about it and she smiled. "Really, they want to take me in?" Eri asked. "Yes, Eri, they want to take you in. What do you feel about moving in with them tomorrow?" Hearing that made Eri smile brightly. "Yes, I would love to move in with them tomorrow," she said this while jumping up and down excitedly. Aizawa and Midnight smiled. They were happy that Eri was so excited to go back to the palace. So that night Eri packed her belongings and was ready to head to her new home. Smiling to herself, she was happy to finally be able to be back in the arms of the young couple who she saw as her parents. The next day was just a normal day for Class 1A. Since it was a weekend, the students were cleaning up the dorms and getting some last-minute homework in so that they could bring up their grades. The former Deku squad, however, were having second thoughts on what Bakugo told them the day Izuku was betrayed. They felt stupid and immature for how they treated their friend after he went through a horrible breakup the week before. Ida felt horrible for what he did and what he said to Izuku. Every day after the betrayal he would cry himself to sleep. He remembered all the times that Izuku Midoriya had helped him in his time of need. But Ida wasn't the only one who felt horrible for betraying Izuku. Tsuyu was no better than Ida. She was so upset with herself for doing something so horrible to a good friend. Shoto was in a similar state of mind, along with Tokoyami. Even though the Dark Shadow user wasn't part of the Deku squad, he was still a former good friend of Izuku, and he felt horrible for being corrupted by the darkness and harming his friend. As the class was doing their own thing, the doors to the dorms opened and Aizawa walked inside. "Class, can I have your attention?" They all turned to their teacher, waiting for what he had to say. "Yes, Mr. Aizawa?" Ida said in a respectful tone. "I don't know if I have told you this, but I have been looking at alternative options for Eri. Since it's not safe on UA grounds due to the villain attacks and also due to the fact that Overhaul is still on the run," Aizawa stated. This shocked the class since they all had gotten close to Eri, but they could understand that Eri was safer out of the grip of UA and within the love and care of a family who would love her and take care of her as if she were their own child. And recently a family decided to take her in. She met them over our holiday break and took a liking to them. The family is very sweet, and they loved having Eri in their home. I talked to them yesterday, and they said that they would take Eri today. So that's why we are here. Eri is here to say goodbye and she has some favors to ask of some of you students, so please be kind to her. Then Eri walked in, and she had her backpack on and she was wearing a smile. Eri walked over to each student and gave them all hugs. Students who were closer to Eri shed tears. Eri couldn't lie to herself. She was going to miss the rowdy bunch that was Class 1A. She had already cried so much when she said goodbye to the rest of the school that she got attached to. But Eri knew that this was for the best, and she was happy to finally be leaving and going to live with Izuku and Ochaco. Eri walked over to Momo because she had a favor to ask the girl. "Excuse me, Ms. Momo," Eri said, getting the girl's attention. "Yes, Eri, what is it?" Momo asked. "Could you make 2 things for me?" Momo nodded. "Sure, what do you want created? Can you make me a magnetic heart necklace? Can the left side say, Daddy, the right side say Mommy, and the middle have my name?" Momo nodded. "I sure can, and you want the charms on 3 separate chains?" Eri nodded. "Yeah, because I want to give the necklaces that say Mommy and Daddy on them to my new parents." Momo understood and made the 3 necklaces before handing them to Eri. "Anything else?" "Yes, actually, I had to think this over, but could you make me a brown stuffed bunny and a green wolf?" Eri asked. Momo was a little confused by the request. "Why those 2 animals and why the colors?" "I want the animals because my mommy is cute like a bunny and she has brown hair, while my daddy is protective like a wolf, and he has green hair." Momo almost fell over hearing that the man who was going to be adopting Eri had green hair, but then she realized that not everyone with green hair is Izuku Midoriya. "Okay, give me 3 minutes tops. This will take more time than the necklace did." Eri nodded and went to sit down to wait for the stuffed animals she asked for. When they were done, Momo walked over and handed them to Eri. "Here you go," Momo said with a smile. Eri smiled back and took the animals. "Thanks, Miss Momo." Then Aizawa spoke. "Come on, Eri, it's time to go." Hearing that it was time to head back to the palace, Eri happily got off the couch and walked over to Aizawa. She waved to the students of Class 1A before she and Aizawa left the dorms. During the entire car ride to the palace, Eri was smiling and asking when they would be there. This caused Aizawa to smile and tell Eri that it would be another couple of minutes before they arrived. And when they did, Eri's smile was so bright that someone thought that she just saw a celebrity. Eri got out of the car, and she saw that Izuku and Ochaco were waiting for her at the top of the stairs. Aizawa took Eri up to the top and he smiled when Eri ran to Izuku and Ochaco and gave them a big hug which they returned. They looked like such a happy family, and Aizawa was happy for them. "Welcome home, Eri," Izuku and Ochaco said in unison, causing Eri to smile and start crying. "I'm home," she responded. After that wholesome moment, it was now time for the adoption paperwork to be signed and turned in. They all walked into the palace towards the conference room. Inside was a judge and a caseworker for CPS. Everyone took a seat, and the papers were passed around to the adults who needed to sign them. Eri sat in Izuku's lap and held the stuffed animals that she recently got from Momo. But once everything was signed, Eri was officially adopted. Her name was changed but only slightly. Her name was now Eri Midoriya. Eri got a pin that had her name and it said Princess Eri. After she received the pin, she hugged Izuku and Ochaco. She then called them mommy and daddy for the first time. She gave them the necklaces she got from Momo, and they were grateful for them, and then they showed Eri to her new room. When Eri saw her new room, she was shocked to see how big it was, but she was happy that she actually had a room all to herself. "Do you like it, sweetie?" Ochaco asked. "Yeah, I like it, thanks mommy," Eri said, and Ochaco felt a sense of pride when Eri called her mommy. It was like they were meant to be a family. "Do you need help unpacking, Eri?" Izuku asked. Eri nodded. "Yes, thanks, Daddy." Izuku got up and opened the door, only to see Inko and All Might standing there. "Is something wrong?" Izuku asked, confused. "Oh no, dear, nothing is wrong. We just need to talk to you. Is that all right?" Inko stated. Yeah, give me a sec," Izuku said before he went back into the room to talk to Ochaco. She understood, and then he kissed her head before he went over to Eri and explained that he needed to talk to his mom for a minute. Eri understood and hugged Izuku. He hugged her back before going with Inko and All Might. They led him to the conference room to talk. Izuku didn't know where this was going to go, but he was prepared. He was so into his thoughts that he didn't notice the fact that Inko and All Might were holding hands. When they entered the room, the three of them took a seat, then Inko started to speak. "Izuku, I want to ask you something." Izuku turned to his mother. "What's up, Mom? You remember all the postcards and letters your father sent you?" Izuku didn't know why his mother brought that up. "Yes, why?" Izuku asked, confused. "You remember the recent one he sent you?" Izuku nodded. "I do, and he said that he was within arm's reach, but how did he know that I was living at the palace?" All Might chuckled. He then looked at Izuku and spoke. "Well, I may be able to answer that." Izuku raised an eyebrow. How could All Might know where Dad was? Are they friends? Please someone make this make sense. As he thought that, All Might pulled out a picture from when Izuku was just born. When the boy looked at it, he almost fell out of his seat. The picture had his mom who was holding a baby Izuku, and sitting next to Inko was a younger version of All Might. "Wait, are you trying to tell me that?" Inko nodded. "I should have told you this sooner. But Izuku, All Might, or rather Toshinori, is your father." Izuku couldn't believe it. His mentor was his father. The question was, why was it hidden? And why did he leave? But if what you're saying is true, then why didn't he come home? All Might knew that this was coming. "I left because of All for one. I've mentioned him to you back in the first couple of weeks of when you attended UA. He learned about the relationship that I have with your mother. But he didn't attack until you were a newborn. So I decided to leave for your safety. I didn't realize how hard it hurt your mother until I called her a couple of weeks before Christmas. I explained to her everything and she told me how heartbroken she was when I left. I knew it was for your safety, but I could have still been in your lives. I'm so sorry for leaving for so long, but now I'm back and I'm not going anywhere." Izuku felt the tears coming. He got up and went over to All Might before giving him a big hug. It was not as a student but as a son who missed his father. "Welcome home, Dad," Izuku said now with tears streaming down his face. All Might was shocked at first but smiled since he had waited for the day that Izuku would call him dad. He hugged Izuku back and they stayed like that for a minute before letting go. Inko pulled out her phone and pulled up the videos that All Might sent her when Izuku was growing up. She handed her phone to Izuku. Here, watch these. I was supposed to show these to you every year on your birthday, but I never had the courage to. Izuku took his mom's phone and started playing the videos in order. He would laugh when he would see something that he did back when he was a baby that was super funny, and he got emotional during the commentary that All Might gave after each clip that was shown. After watching every video that was created until Izuku was 14 years old, he handed the phone back to Inko before going and hugging both All Might and Inko. Izuku was very happy to know that his dad loved him and that he was back. Inko and All Might hugged Izuku back and all three of them were happy to be a family again. Once they let go of their hug, the family of three went back to Eri's new room. When they walked in, they saw an adorable sight. Ochaco was singing a lullaby to Eri and the little girl was asleep in Ochaco's lap. Izuku smiled before he calmly walked over to his girlfriend and their adopted daughter. He sat next to them right as Ochaco finished the song. Ochaco turned to Izuku and smiled at him. That was appealing, he said softly. Thanks, my mom always sang that to me when I was little and couldn't get to sleep, Ochaco answered. Then she noticed that All Might and Inko were standing in the doorway. How did your conversation with your mom and All Might go, Izu? Ochaco asked. It went well, and I found out that All Might was my dad. That statement shocked Ochaco but she smiled. Well, I'm glad that you were able to find your dad, she said, then she addressed All Might. Welcome to the family. He smiled and nodded. Later that day, the royal family had a small welcome party for Eri, making her feel welcomed and loved by her new family. They also learned that All Might was Izuku's dad, and they were very accepting of that fact. After the small family-only welcome party for Eri, it was time to start to settle down and get ready for bed. Eri was excited to be spending her first night in her new home. She hugged her new grandparents and great-grandparents before walking with her parents to her room. Ochaco walked with Eri into the walk-in closet while Izuku waited by sitting on the sofa in the room. Ochaco went through the clothes that were hanging on the rack and she took down 2 nightgowns that she personally picked out just for Eri. She showed the nightgowns to Eri. What one do you want to wear, sweetie? Ochaco asked. Eri took a good look at the nightgowns and took about a minute before she made a choice. Eri then pointed to the nightgown in Ochaco's left hand, which was a red nightgown that stopped at Eri's knees and it had apples on it. I like that one, Mommy, Ochaco smiled. All right. She put the other one back on the rack before she helped Eri change into the nightgown she picked out. When she was all changed, Ochaco smiled. You look so cute, Eri. Eri smiled at her mother. Thanks, Mommy. Can we go show Daddy now? Ochaco nodded. Of course, let's go. Eri took Ochaco's hand and led Ochaco out of the closet. Hey Izu, Eri wants to show you the nightgown she picked out. Hearing the sound of his girlfriend calling out to him, Izuku turned his head to look at Ochaco and Eri. When he saw the nightgown that Eri picked out, Izuku smiled. He got up and went over to them. Look at how adorable you are, Eri. I like that nightgown you picked out. I bet you like apples? Eri nodded with a bright smile on her face. Yes, I love apples, mainly candy apples. Eri said, all right, let's get you in bed. Eri went and sprinted towards her new bed. It was big but the 6-year-old would get used to it in no time and she had the stuffed animals she got from Momo earlier that day. Eri pulled back the covers and climbed into bed, then she laid her head down on the fluffy pillow and she sighed. Comfy? Izuku asked as he and Ochaco walked over to Eri's bedside. Very, Eri replied. Ochaco pulled the covers up so that Eri was covered and nice and warm since it would be very chilly that night. Both Izuku and Ochaco took turns kissing Eri's head. Good night, sweetie, sleep well, Ochaco said. Just remember if you need us, we are right next door, Izuku said, smiling at his daughter. Eri smiled back at them. Good night, Mommy and Daddy. Then Eri was out like a light, all snuggled up in her new bed and comfy blankets while holding her stuffies. Izuku and Ochaco stayed in Eri's room for another 3 minutes just to make sure that Eri was sound asleep, then they turned off the light and left the room so that they could get to bed themselves. The couple entered their room. got changed into their pajamas before making sure that their lights were off and that their door was closed. Then they went and climbed into their bed. They kissed each other goodnight, then cuddled and fell asleep, all snuggled in their covers and of course with each other. Everyone in the palace was fast asleep and having good dreams. Well, not everyone. By 12:15 in the morning, a certain silver-haired girl would be up. While being snuggled in her new bed and comfy covers, Eri was sweating like crazy. She was breathing heavy. She held her stuffies close to her and tossed and turned. Within her dreams, Eri was being chased by Overhaul, the man who had tortured her since she was small. Eri was running away from him, but everywhere she went was a dead end. She had nowhere to go, and Overhaul kept calling for her. The little girl was stuck. She tried to find another place to hide, but she was having no luck. "Please, leave me alone," Eri said, but back in her dream, Overhaul was coming closer to her. "Leave me," she said again, but the man kept coming without saying a word, and his smirk was just scary, and Eri wanted nothing to do with him. She tried to find an opening, but there was none. Since Overhaul brought some of his men with him, they grabbed Eri and kept her in place. Tears started to stream down her face. Overhaul came close and was about to grab her when Eri screamed and shot up in bed. Her heart was beating so fast. "So, she's going to be staying with us tonight?" Ochaco explained. Izuku nodded. Then Eri got herself all comfy in the covers before she was hugged by both Izuku and Ochaco. When she felt all safe, Eri fell back to sleep. "Tomorrow we need to find her a therapist that can help her through her healing process from what that horrible man put her through." Izuku nodded at what Ochaco said. "I know, and we also need to find a way to help her get to sleep and keep away the nightmares." Izuku whispered. The new parents just looked at Eri as she slept for another minute before they were both fast asleep while holding their daughter. The next day, Izuku and Ochaco worked to find a therapist that could help Eri with her trauma. Some of the options they looked at were not what they were looking for until they found a woman named Yui Kanan. She was 32 and had a lot of experience with cases such as Eri's. So, they contacted her, and now Eri has an appointment with Yui shortly after the new year. The day of the new year was now here, and everyone was excited for the clock to strike midnight and for the calendar to reset and for their New Year's resolutions to be put into play. This day started out like any normal day for the royal family. It was just going to be a family day that Izuku and Ochaco were going to share with Eri. It was only 8 in the morning, but Eri was still fast asleep ever since her first nightmare during her first night in the palace. Izuku and Ochaco got her a white noise machine that can make the sound of water, and that has helped to get Eri to sleep and keep her like that with no nightmares for the most part. She was all snuggled up in her covers holding her stuffies when the door to her room opened and in walked Izuku and Ochaco. Both of them were wearing casual clothing since it wasn't time to put on any formal clothes. That was for later. Izuku's outfit that day was a light blue long-sleeved shirt, black jeans, and his usual red sneakers. Ochaco was wearing a peach-colored long-sleeved shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Her hair was up in a ponytail. The couple smiled at their adopted daughter who was still sound asleep. "She's so cute," Izuku said. "I know, but she can't sleep all day. We have a fun day planned," Ochaco stated. "Yeah, how about this? I'll wake up Eri, and you get her an outfit," Izuku said. "That sounds like a plan," Ochaco said. Then she kissed Izuku's cheek before disappearing into their daughter's closet to get the 6-year-old an outfit. Izuku smiled. Then he went over to his daughter's bedside and gently sat down at the edge of the bed. Izuku used his right hand to move Eri's silver hair out of her face. "Eri, it's time to get up, sweetie," Izuku said. Eri groaned and rolled over away from Izuku, causing him to chuckle. "Come on, Eri, Mommy and I have a fun day planned." Eri stretched and groaned again before she turned over again and started to open her eyes. She had to blink 3 times before her eyes adjusted to the light, then her red eyes met Izuku's green eyes, and she saw him smiling at her. She smiled back before she sat up and hugged Izuku. "Good morning, Daddy," Eri said with a yawn. "Good morning to you too, little princess," Izuku responded as he hugged Eri back. "How did you sleep?" he asked. "Well, no bad dreams," Eri answered. Then she rubbed her eyes right as Ochaco came out of the closet holding an outfit. She smiled when she saw the sight of her little family. A slight blush crept onto her face. because she knew that her future with Izuku was set in stone, and they were very happy that they would be having a future. She always imagined what her wedding dress would look like, how her hair would look, the jewelry she would wear, her makeup look, and of course what the decorations and the venue would look like. She did a lot of thinking about that ever since she was little, but now that she was in a relationship with Izuku and how in love they were with each other, all she could see in her fantasies of her future wedding had Izuku in them as the groom, and now that they adopted Eri, she sees the little girl being the flower girl. Ochaco shook her head. She could spend time imagining her future wedding with Izuku later. Ochaco laid the outfit she picked out for Eri before walking over to the little girl's bedside. "Good morning, Eri," Ochaco said. Eri looked over at Ochaco and smiled. "Morning, Mommy. You ready for today?" "Yes, but what do you and Daddy have planned?" Eri asked. "That's a secret, but for now, why don't we get you out of bed and ready for the day we have planned?" Eri nodded happily as she pushed off the covers and jumped out of bed. She hugged Ochaco before running into the bathroom to get freshened up. "She's excited," Ochaco said. "Yes, she is. I can see why. Also, I need to tell you something." Judging by the change in Izuku's voice, Ochaco knew that whatever he had to tell her was very serious. "Okay, what's going on, Aizu?" "Aizawa called me yesterday. It was while you were in that meeting with your dad?" Izuku began. Ochaco took a seat beside him and held his hand since she had a feeling that what he was going to say next was going to be hard for him. "He told me that the group of heroes who were going to be taking down Overhaul and the LOV once and for all have been decided. He warned me before telling me the list. So, on the list of who's going is Aizawa, Dad, Hawks, and all of Class A." Ochaco's expression changed when she heard that Class A was going to be in the group of who was going to finally take down Overhaul and the LOV. "But why them? They're our age, right?" "So why are they going, Aizu?" Ochaco asked. "Because they are the reason why Overhaul is still on the run. They need to finish what they forgot to do when they saved Eri. This is Aizawa's way of having them do what they should have months ago," Izuku replied. "But Aizu, where do you fit into this?" "Aizawa wants me to join." Hearing that, Ochaco's world stopped. Was what he said true? Did Aizawa really want Izuku to go and interact with those people who harmed him and called him a villain? That just didn't sit right with Ochaco at all. "But Aizu, you can't. This is a bad idea. What if they harm you again? I can't have a repeat of those first 5 months." She was on the verge of tears. Izuku turned to face her and pulled her into his arms. "I know, Oka. I understand how you feel," Izuku said as he ran his fingers through his girlfriend's gorgeous brown hair. "But Aizawa said something that made me think that this isn't a bad idea." Ochaco looked at him while staying in his arms. "What did he say?" "He said that I can go under an alias." "Did he now?" "So, hearing this now, do you think you're going to go?" Ochaco asked, needing to know what was running through her love's head. "I think I'm going to go. And here's why," Izuku said. Ochaco had a hunch of why he's going. "For Eri?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, I'm going for Eri and for my parents." That statement shocked Ochaco. "What do you mean?" "When my dad was starting out his hero training, his mentor's name was Nana Shimura. The way she is also connected to my mom is because she is her mother." "Wow, I never knew. But wait, your last name is Midoriya, and your father's last name is Yagi, while your mother's maiden name is Shimura. How is this possible? I'm so confused." Izuku chuckled. "You see, my dad explained to me that when he left, he did a name change, so his last name isn't actually Yagi, it's Midoriya. He switched to Yagi for the protection of me and my mother." Now everything was making sense to Ochaco. "I see, how clever of him." "Well, that was just confusing to me, but now I'm not confused anymore." "So, you're going to get revenge on what that JRK did to Eri and for what the LOV did to your grandmother?" Ochaco asked to clarify. "Yes, that is the plan, and I will have Aizawa have my vigilante suit on standby, and the name I will go by during these missions is Green Lightning." "I see." Ochaco looked to be a bit down. Izuku knew why. "Hey, baby, look at me." And she did so. "I know you're scared about what those idiots could do to me if they found out who I was. Or what these villains could do to me, but I can promise you this. I have 100% control over my quirk thanks to my dad's training. I've also been training on my own so that I can handle myself." I know all about these villains and their weaknesses, I won't go out that easily. I have you and Eri to come back to, along with my mom and the rest of your family. This is not taking place until after the new year, so I have time to prepare, and yes, Aizawa knows I'm planning on going. We are going to have a fun day today with Eri, enjoy the New Year party tonight, and then tomorrow we will worry about this battle. I just wanted to let you know that I was planning on going. As Izuku spoke, his grip on his embrace around Ochaco got tighter, telling her that he cared for her and would come back to her. He kissed the top of her head, telling her that he loved her. She smiled, and they held their hug until Eri came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. "Mommy, can you help me?" Hearing her little voice from across the room caused Izuku and Ochaco to let go of their hug, and Ochaco looked towards the tiny child. "Okay, I'm coming Eri, hang on. Go back into the bathroom." Eri nodded before Ochaco stood up. "Hey," Izuku said, getting her attention. She turned to look at him. "I love you," he said. She smiled. "I love you too." Then she went and grabbed Eri's outfit off of the couch before going into the bathroom to help Eri. Izuku smiled. "I love my little family," he thought, but then his mind went back to the fight that would soon be taking place to stop the LOV and overhaul once and for all. "Finally, I'll be able to put the man who harmed my daughter behind bars, and also I'll be able to stop the man who killed my grandmother and avenge her by picking up where Dad left off." After that thought, a happier one crossed his mind. "I can't wait to see Oka in a wedding dress." He had no idea why that thought crossed his mind, but he was glad it did. He really wanted to have a forever with Ochaco. He was getting his mind prepared. He already had the blessing of her family. Izuku just had one thing he had to figure out: how he was going to propose and when. Then he got an idea. "How about I ask her after we have been dating for a year? I mean, that's what happens with most couples. Her dad wants us to be wed by the time Oka is 18 since we will technically be adults and at that age for marriage. But according to the standards of the royal family, princesses are normally married within the ages of 15 to 18 just in case something happens to their parents or older siblings. But some of that tradition is still done, and that's because you never know what villain is going to go after the royal family, mainly the king and queen. Even though Oka won't be given the crown right away, they at least want her to have a partner who can and will rule by her side when it is her time to be queen. I'm glad that I'm that person. I'm thankful every day that she loves me the same way that I love her. I never thought that I would find out what true love felt like after that fake relationship with Ashido months ago. But I've completely forgotten that I ever dated her because now I know what real romantic love feels like thanks to Oka," he thought, and then he was pulled out of those thoughts due to the bathroom door opening and out walked Ochaco and Eri. Izuku saw them and smiled. He loved the outfit that Ochaco picked out for Eri to wear that day. It was a pink sweater, black leggings, and pink sneakers. Eri's hair was now all brushed, and Ochaco put the little girl's hair into a high ponytail so that it was off of her neck. "Well, don't you look adorable, Eri?" Izuku said as he stood up and walked over to them. "Thanks, Daddy," Eri said with a smile. Then Izuku noticed the horn on the left side of her head. "Hey, Eri." "Yes, Daddy," she asked. "What's that horn on your head?" The 6-year-old girl looked up at the horn and sighed. "That's a sign of my quirk. According to Recovery Girl back at UA, my quirk is known as rewind, so basically, I can rewind anything I touch. If I put my mind to it, that is. That cruel man who hurt me wanted to use my quirk to make a bullet that can remove someone's quirk entirely," Eri explained, and both Izuku and Ochaco felt horrible that Eri had to go through something like that. So, he wanted to get rid of the quirks of heroes. Eri nodded. He did, and also, I'm scared of using my quirk because my bio mommy said that I was a horrible child because I was the reason that my bio daddy is dead. But the thing is, I was only a baby who was crying and needing something. He was just trying to help. And I activated my quirk at an early age, probably around 4 months old or so. I'm not 100%. So, when that happened, my bio mommy called her daddy, and he got in contact with that horrible man who hurt me and said that I was the baby that would be the key to his success. So, my bio mommy handed me over to that horrible man, so basically, they sold me to him, and also my bio granddad was that horrible man's boss. Izuku and Ochaco couldn't believe what they heard. Eri's bio family sold her the moment they knew she would be the key to Overhaul's plans. She caused an accident as an infant, and they got rid of her. Ochaco hugged Eri, and soon Izuku followed suit. We're sorry that happened to you, Eri, but we promise that we can help you with gaining control of your quirk, and we will never abandon you, Izuku said. Eri nodded against his chest. He's right, Eri, Ochaco stated, then they let go of her. Now then, let's go and have some fun. Everyone nodded and left the room wearing smiles because they knew that this day would be one that they would remember. First, they headed to the pancake house for some breakfast, which Eri really enjoyed. After that, the family walked around and went to an arcade. Eri was fascinated by all of the games in the arcade, and she had a blast. When they were done, Izuku and Ochaco took Eri to the main event of their fun day, that being the nearby carnival. Eri's eyes lit up when they got to the entrance. Izuku bought the tickets before taking the family into the carnival. Eri loved going on the rides and seeing the animals. Eri got to ride a pony, and she pet it as well. Then they went on some rides like the carousel and the Ferris wheel. Then they got some snacks. Eri got a candy apple while Izuku and Ochaco shared a funnel cake. The family got some lunch before heading back to the palace at around 5 o'clock so that they could join the family for dinner and to get ready for the New Year's Eve party. It was now 11:40 at night. Everyone was in their formal wear, but it was not too fancy. The night was coming to an end, and the new year was about to be upon them. The party was going on inside, but Izuku and Ochaco stood out on the balcony with Eri. The little girl was getting tired but was holding on to see the fireworks that would happen in 20 minutes. Eri's outfit for the evening was a pink dress that stopped 2 inches below her knees, and she was wearing black flats. Ochaco's dress of choice was a cherry red dress that stopped at her ankles, and it was off the shoulder. Her shoe of choice was a pair of red 2-inch heels. While Izuku was wearing a blue dress shirt, black dress breathes, and brown dress shoes. Ochaco was holding Eri in her arms as the little girl was trying to stay awake. "Sweetie, you can go to sleep, you know," Izuku said. "No, I want to stay awake," Eri said with a yawn. "Eri, don't push yourself," Ochaco said. Then they heard the music change inside, meaning that midnight was fast approaching. The music in the ballroom got softer, and then fireworks started to be launched into the sky. The bright lights and loud noises were keeping Eri awake. Then numbers started showing up in the fireworks. 10. Izuku wrapped an arm around Ochaco. She leaned her head on his shoulder as she held Eri, who was fascinated by the fireworks. 9. "I love you," Izuku said to Ochaco. She smiled and looked at him lovingly. "I love you too, always and forever," she responded. Then they looked at Eri. "And we also love you, Eri," both parents said, causing the child to smile. 7. Midnight was getting closer in Japan. Some places already experienced the new year, but now it was their turn. 6. 5 more seconds to go before the clock goes from 11:59 to 12:05. Couples were gathering along with families and friends to bring in the new year, wearing their funny glasses and hats while listening to music that makes them excited for the new year. 4. Almost there. The fireworks kept going, and from inside the ballroom at the Imperial Palace, the guests were counting down to the new year. 3, 2. Ochaco raised her head from Izuku's shoulder and leaned closer to him. He reciprocated her action and leaned closer to her. "What? Happy New Year!" The final firework went off right as cheers were heard inside the ballroom. Izuku and Ochaco kissed as the final second was counted, and the clock struck midnight. Many other couples kissed to welcome the new year and another great year that they can enjoy and treasure with the one they love. Izuku and Ochaco pulled back from their kiss and smiled at each other. "Happy New Year, my love," Ochaco said. "Happy New Year to you too, Oka, my princess," Izuku responded. Then they both looked at Eri, who had ended up falling asleep with her head resting on Ochaco's shoulder. The couple kissed the top of their daughter's head. "And Happy New Year to you, Eri, our sweet daughter," they whispered to her. Then the couple looked up at the sky before walking inside to head to bed since it was late. They couldn't wait to see what this new year held for them and their family. It was 2 days after the new year, and Aizawa was very, very tired. He did not want to teach these problem children. But he had no say in what he had to do. He was the one who applied to be a teacher at UA. Aizawa sighed. He used to like this bunch of first years who were in his class. But after what happened to Izuku, he didn't like them much anymore. Aizawa was also missing Eri. He had grown to care for the little girl. Yet he knew that she was safer in the Imperial Palace with Izuku and Ochaco. Speaking of the because he is Eri's adopted father and his family has a past with the LOV, let's just say that his grandmother was a hero, and she was killed by AFO, the leader of the LOV. So, he's avenging his grandmother and getting justice for Eri. Also, the two other heroes attending this mission will have different jobs than you kids and Green Lightning, said Aizawa. I see, Ida said. This afternoon we will be meeting with Green Lightning. He will already be in his suit. He wants to go over battle strategy and he wants to watch you guys train. Then Bakugo spoke. No hand was raised. You said this extra's quirk had Green Lightning, you sure it's not the nerd? His squad and the rest of the class minus Aoyama, Tokoyami, Layla, Grace, and the former Deku squad agreed with him. I assure you that Midoriya is not going to be there. He's living with his mother and getting his education away from you idiots. Aizawa lied because he knew that Izuku was going to be there, and Aizawa smirked to himself because he'd be seeing his problem child show this class of idiots minus the two transfer students who were in charge. Now then let's begin with today's lesson, Aizawa said as he got to teaching. Layla and Grace didn't understand why the class hated the name Izuku Midoriya. Grace needed to talk to Ida because something wasn't clicking in her mind. She was going to make sure she got her answers during lunch. Time skip, lunch. Grace walked right up to Ida, who was about to sit down. Tenya, she called to him and he looked up at her. What's going on, Grace? Do you need something? He asked. Yes, I need to talk to you. Come with me, she said. He understood and followed her into the hallway. All right, Tenya, fess up. Ida looked at Grace confused. What do you mean, Grace? You know what I mean. Who was Izuku Midoriya and why does half of this class hate him? Ida's eyes widened. He didn't know how to explain Izuku's betrayal to Grace. Come on, Tenya, what did you and that class do to him? Grace's voice was stern, and it raised since she was so confused and angered. Ida started crying. I didn't mean to, he sobbed. Grace was even more concerned. What are you talking about? I didn't mean to betray him. Grace's eyes widened. Tenya, what happened? I'll explain. You see, Izuku Midoriya was an amazing person. He was my friend. I first met him during the entrance exam. We became close friends that he was my best friend along with Azui and Todoroki. We were a squad. But soon that changed. What happened, Tenya? You know that you can tell me anything, Grace said as she approached Ida and placed her hand on his shoulder. When we first moved into the dorms, Midoriya was in a relationship with Ashido. But he found out that she was cheating on him with Kirishima. So, like any good friend would do, me, Azui, and Todoroki went to comfort him. But soon after that happened, the three of us were approached by Bakugo. He said that if we didn't comply with his plan then we would be harmed. What was this plan he had in mind? He wanted to get Midoriya expelled from UA, Ida responded. Grace's eyes widened. Why though, she asked. I don't know, Grace, Ida said. So you basically had no choice but to betray Midoriya? Ida nodded. All of his closest friends were threatened, so this includes Tokoyami. But Grace, I wanted to believe him that I really did. I knew that he would never betray you. What can I do? I want to make this right and apologize to my friend. Grace could hear the sadness in Ida's voice, so she knew that he wasn't lying to her. Hey, it will be all right, Tenya. I'm sure that Midoriya would forgive you when you tell him everything that happened before he was betrayed, Grace said before hugging Ida. Thanks, Grace, you're amazing. She smiled. You're too kind, Tenya. Now then, let's get some lunch. He nodded, and then they went back to the lunchroom. Outside at the entrance to UA, Izawa, Hawks, All Might, and Nizu were waiting at the entrance to UA. They were waiting for Izuku to arrive. But Hawks was just informed about the betrayal of Izuku Midoriya. You mean to tell me that the entirety of the original Class 1A betrayed Midoriya months ago and now the entire student body, plus a majority of teachers hate him and think of him as a villain? Hawks says, yes, that is true, and now he's coming back under the alias of Green Lightning. He's going to be joining us on this mission to stop the LOV and overhaul. Aizawa said while smiling since his favorite student was coming back to the school. I can't wait to see Midoriya back in these halls even if it's only for a short time, Nizu said with a smile, then he turned to All Might. What time did Midoriya say that he was going to be here? But before All Might could say anything else, a black limousine pulled up to the front of the gates. Now, All Might said, and Hawks looked at the limo confused. What do you mean he's here now? Is Midoriya secretly rich or something? No, he's not, but you'll see what we mean, Aizawa stated. Then the door opened, and Izuku got out, but this boy wasn't alone. He extended his hand to someone who was still in the limo. Hawks was shocked at who else got out of the limo. Wait, is that the princess? Yes, that is, but I wonder why she's here, Nizu said, then the couple approached them. Welcome back to UA, Midoriya. Izuku smiled at Nizu. Thank you, Nizu. I know you're all wondering why Oka is here with me. Well, I'll let her tell you. Izuku said, then Ochaco spoke. I came to see him off since he will be gone for 3 days, and I also wanted to make sure that he is safe while walking on this property. I don't want to repeat what happened when I first met him. I understand what you mean, princess. I can assure you that Midoriya will be protected, Nizu said. Problem child, do you have your suit? Aizawa asked Izuku. Yes, I have it. It's in the trunk. I'll go get it. Then he went to get his suit out of the trunk of the car. I can't stay for long. I just wanted to see him off, but also I wanted to tell you all something, Ochaco stated. What's going on, princess? I wanted to inform you all that Aizu is thinking about taking his revenge against the people who betrayed him. But it won't be until later. He doesn't know yet because he wants to get through this mission of taking down Overhaul and the LOV before thinking about anything else, Ochaco explained. That makes sense, and don't worry, princess. We will make sure that Midoriya is protected. Ochaco smiled. Okay, then Izuku walked over holding a case that has his suit in it. He hands the case to All Might. Can you hold this? He nods. Yes, of course. All Might takes the case, and then Izuku walks over to Ochaco and hugs her. I'll be home before you know it, love. I promise. Take care of Eri while I'm gone. Be positive, Oka, because I'll come back. Like I told you on New Year's, I have complete control over my quirk. I'm not going down that easily. She nods and hugs him back. Alright, Aizu, be safe. I love you. He smiles. I love you too, Oka. I promise I'll be okay. Then they kissed before Ochaco got back in the limo since she had some things to do back at the palace. Izuku waved at her as the limo drove away. She waved and smiled. Then Izuku turned to the adults behind him, and he saw Hawk's shocked face. What was that? Oh, I should have mentioned this before, but me and Ochaco are dating. Since that was cleared up, Nizu spoke. Alright, let's get you to the teacher dorms so that you can change. Izuku nods and follows the adults to the teacher's dorms. It's so weird being back here after months of living in the palace with Oka and her family along with Mom and Eri. But I know that this is something that I need to do for my family, then I can go and have an easy life with my beloved Oka, our daughter Eri, and my mom along with Oka's family, Izuku thought when they reached the teacher dorms. All Might took Izuku to his dorm. The blonde hero opened the door and handed Izuku the case with his suit. Go on, son. I'll be waiting. Izuku nodded. Thanks, Dad. Izuku took the case and went inside the dorm room to change. Midnight saw this and approached All Might. Was that Midoriya? She asked. Yes, he's here for the mission to take down Overhaul and the LOV, All Might answered. Can I say hi to him before he goes to the class? All Might nodded. Of course, he's just changing into his vigilante suit. They waited for 5 minutes before Izuku came out. Sorry about the wait. Then Izuku saw Midnight. Hi, Miss Midnight, how have you been? I'm doing well. I just wanted to say hi since you were here. Also, how is Eri doing? She's doing amazing. Me and Oka love her so much, and she is very used to living in the palace with us, Izuku answered. That's great. Well, good luck with this mission. Izuku nodded. Thanks. Then he turned to All Might. Let's go, All Might. We don't want to be late. Izuku said as he pulled up his hood and started walking towards the school with All Might following. Izuku approached the school and was seen by Aizawa. Alright, problem child, let's go. Izuku nodded and followed Aizawa through the halls of UA. It's been a while since I've been here walking these halls towards the 1A classroom. Izuku was soon pulled out of his thoughts. I must tell you something before all this. Izuku looked at Aizawa confused. What's going on, Aizawa? Well, since you left, we have 3 new students since you left. Really? Aizawa nodded. Mineta was expelled from school for his perverted antics against the girls. He was replaced with Shinso. Then we got some transfer students, both girls. One is named Grace Everhart. She is a transfer student from CC Academy, and her quirk is Aura Guardian. The next one is Layla Tyler. She transferred here from a hero academy in America. Her quirk is Celestial. Also, they don't know about what the class did to you. Also, no one was given your old dorm room. I couldn't bring myself to put anyone else in that room. Aizawa explained. It's alright, Mr. Aizawa, I understand. I'll take back my dorm room for this mission, and also having 20 students makes my plan easier, Izuku said, causing Aizawa to smile. Then they arrived at the 1A classroom door. Been a while since I have been in here, Izuku said. I know, problem child. I'll tell them that you are here, and then you can come in and go from there. Izuku nodded, then Aizawa walked into the classroom. In the class 1A classroom before Aizawa enters. The class has returned from lunch, and they are waiting for Aizawa to come back into the classroom so that they can do some hero training. I wonder when Green Lightning will get here, Mina said. I know what you mean, but I still don't understand why Mr. Aizawa is allowing this guy to boss us around, Momo said. Shoto was in his seat and sighed. He knew that Momo wasn't the same person as she was when the school year started. She wasn't the same person he had a crush on, but he shook his head to get the thought out of his head. But then he thought about it. Blonde-haired girl with cat ears and a tail that he met during his work study before the mission to save Eri. The girl's outfit was of a maid in the palace, but still, she was polite and kind. A blush crept onto his face, and he smiled to himself. But he was pulled out of his thoughts by Aizawa walking into the room. Settle down, you problem children, Aizawa said, then he went behind the podium. As I've already told you all, Green Lightning was coming to talk to you all about the plan for this mission. He's here, so I need you all to be on your best behavior, Aizawa said. Alright, you can come in. The door opened, and Izuku walked in. No one could see his hair, but they could see his eyes. Is that Midoriya? Ida thought, no way that is him, but what is he doing here? So you thought, could we talk to him? Shoto thought. Then Izuku spoke. Good afternoon, Class A. As you all know, my name is Green Lightning. I will be in charge of this mission to stop the LOV and overhaul. I'll be looking forward to working with you all, but first, I need to assess your skills and how powerful your quirks are. So please go get into your hero costumes and meet me and Aizawa on the training field, Izuku said. What he heard was his normal voice, but what the class heard was a deeper voice since Izuku turned on the voice changer within his suit before he walked into the classroom. You heard him, get moving, said Aizawa. Then the class got up and went to get changed into their hero costumes. Once everyone had changed, they were out on the training field. Alright, I want to see how you all are with quirk power and control. I hope I'm not disappointed, Izuku said. Then he got them into partners and had them spar. Izuku evaluated them, and he noticed that they all improved significantly since he left. He was not disappointed at all with their training. Now it was time to get into the good stuff. The class stayed after school so that Izuku could explain to them what's going to happen during the mission to stop the LOV and overhaul. Thanks for staying. Not like we had much choice, extra, Bakugo said annoyed. Izuku scoffed. Stop with that attitude, Bakugo. I swear if you keep this up, then you won't be a hero at all. Izuku said, now then, let me explain what I have planned. The 3 heroes joining us, Eraser, Hawks, and All Might probably told you that they have different jobs than you. That being when we find Overhaul's HQ, 2 groups will come with me to stop and arrest him. Eraser will take the east of the location, Hawks in the north, and All Might in the south and west. Each hero will take a group of students. Now then for me to put you into groups before I go over your jobs. Izuku explained. Group 1 is Aoyama, Hagakure, Ojiro, and Shoji. Group 2 is Siro, Ashido, Kirishima, and Bakugo. Why am I with those extras? Bakugo asked. I swear, Bakugo. Can you ever do anything right and be quiet for once? You're with that group, so deal with it. Izuku yelled annoyed. He was already hating the fact that Bakugo was being his normal self. Now then, Group 3 is Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Sato, and Koda. Group 4 is Shinso, Jiro, Kaminari, and Tyler. Group 5 is Ida, Everheart, Azui, and Tokoyami. Izuku said, finally finishing putting the class into groups. One more thing, Group 1 goes with Hawks, Group 4 goes with All Might, while Groups 2 and 5 come with me. Any questions? No one answered Izuku, so he went on to the next topic. Our objective is to arrest Overhaul and to confiscate the quirk erasing bullet that he has created from Aries' quirk. Also, arrest his men as well as find all of his locations where he has hideouts. But Overhaul is mine. No one take him down. Why is that? Ida asked. Because he harmed my daughter, and I need to get revenge on him for what he did, Izuku answered, and anyone could see just from the look in his eyes that Izuku was serious about his decision. I want all of you up and at the entrance to UA by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you're not there right at 8, then I will come for you. Everyone nodded at him. Good, head to the dorms. But before they could head to the dorms, Aizawa spoke. Green Lightning here will be staying in the dorms with you all. But Mr. Aizawa, the only dorm we have in there is you-know-whose, said Kaminari. Aizawa was about to speak, but Izuku stopped him and went up to Kaminari. Izuku deactivated his voice changer and whispered, try and prevent me from entering my dorm, Kaminari, and you will have more than just a Detroit smash to the face. Also, don't say anything about who I truly am. Izuku then turned his voice changer back on. I understand that the dorm you have is for someone else, but Aizawa talked to Mr. Midoriya, and the boy has given Aizawa permission for me to use his dorm just for tonight. Izuku said, everyone understood and headed to the dorms, but Izuku looked at Kaminari, and the look he gave scared Kaminari. But Izuku knew that the electric quirk user would not say a thing, and he would forget what happened by morning. Izuku entered his old dorm after getting the key from Aizawa. He closed the door and locked it before taking his suit off and taking a breather. That was quite the day, Izuku said to himself. Then he messaged Ochaco and told her about how the first day went before he changed into the pajamas he brought and climbed into his old bed that was still there. It's cold, he muttered, then he chuckled. I guess I'm missing Oka. Then he smiled, I'll be home soon, love, promise? Then he drifts off to sleep. Morning came in the blink of an eye. Izuku was up before anyone, and he was dressed in his suit, and he sent a message to Ochaco telling her that the mission had begun. Izuku exited his dorm and made sure to lock the door behind him, checking the time. Izuku saw that it was 7 o'clock in the morning. They have an hour to get up, Izuku said, not noticing that Ito was behind him. And Midoriya, is that you? Izuku stopped. He turned around and saw Ida. What are you doing? Izuku asked, activating his voice changer. I wanted to come and get a head start, but is that really you, Midoriya? If it is, I would like to talk to you at some point. Izuku deactivated his voice changer and took down his hood, showing Ida who he was. Fine, it's me. What are you going to do? Call me a villain again? Hurt me? Call me a traitor? Try and make me forgive you? I don't want to hear it, Ida. Don't tell anyone who I really am. I don't want your excuses. I'm here to help you guys finish off over. They stayed together until they got to the area where they would split up. Hawks took his group to the north, Aizawa took his group to the east, All Might took his group to the southwest, while Izuku took his 2 groups to the center. Group 1 is in position, Hawks said over the communicator. Group 3 is in position, Aizawa said. Group 4 is in position, All Might said. Wonderful, Groups 2 and 5 are also in position. We are all ready to go. Izuku switched his communicator to channel 4 where he could talk to everyone. Attention all groups, you have the green light to move out and patrol the area. Remember, don't take anyone on head-on. Wait for your group before moving in, also please don't forget your mission. Now then, good luck everyone. Izuku said, then he turned to his 2 groups, nodded to them, and watched them move out to patrol. Izuku then jumped up onto a nearby building so that he could check for any enemy activity. I hope that the hint I gave, Dad, Hawks, and Aizawa works for taking down Overhaul, Izuku thought. In the north, with Group 1 Hawks stationed himself on top of a building. He checked his tablet, and all of his students were in his area. Good, everyone is where they need to be. Now then, to inform them about what Midoriya told me and the other teachers. Hawks said, then he changed his channel to 3 so that he could talk to his team. Group 1, does everyone hear me? Roger, came the reply of the team. Perfect, now then Green Lightning gave me a hint on how we can find Overhaul's other bases. Each member has a mark on their jacket, and that mark is the same as the one Overhaul has. But don't follow these men right away. If you see one of them, let me know, and I will tell the rest of the group, and we will meet you there. Does everyone understand? Yes, loud and clear, came the reply of Ojiro. Alright, be safe out there, kids. Hawks said before cutting the call and going back to looking at the tablet to check for enemies. When he saw none in the area, he took to the sky and went to check another area. The students of Group 1 searched but couldn't find anyone who had that mark that could lead them to Overhaul's base. But they weren't going to go down that easily. They kept looking for an hour until Shoji saw something. Shoji was walking when he saw someone go into an alleyway. What in the world? He followed and saw a group of men who had the mark of Overhaul's group. Found them, Shoji said to himself, then he contacted Hawks. Yes, Tentacle, came Hawks' voice from over the communicator. I found a group of men who work for Overhaul, Shoji replied. Great work, hang tight, I'm coming with the rest of the group, Hawks said before he cut the call. Shoji kept an eye on Overhaul's men before Hawks came with Hagakure, Ojiro, and Aoyama. But right as the rest of the group arrived, the men started leaving. Okay guys, let's follow them and stay stealthy, don't want them to know that they are being followed, Hawks instructed. They understood and started following the villains. It took a good 5 minutes before they found the base. Hawks scanned the area and found traces of the Korka racing bullet and knew that they were in the right place. He looked at his group and gave them the okay to move in. They all did, and they knew that the moment they moved in, they would be attacked by Overhaul's men. The fight went on for a while, but they were able to secure the bullets and arrest the people who worked under Overhaul. That was one base done, but they still needed to patrol after they turned these men into the police along with the bullet. In the east with Group 3, Aizawa informed his group about what to look for when it came to Overhaul's men and what they were wearing. Aizawa made sure that these students were in the same area that he was assigned to. But who knew that they would also have to do a rescue mission? Shoto was walking around trying to clear his head as he patrolled the area that Aizawa was assigned to. Why can't I stop thinking about that girl? What was her name? That's right, her name is Reina, and her uncle is the royal physician. Why can't I get her out of my head? Shoto asked himself, then a voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Is that you, Shoto? Shoto knew that voice. He looked up and saw Reina, the girl he met when he was on his work study, smiling at him with her tail wagging and emerald eyes glittering in the sunlight. Reina, what are you doing over here? He asked. My uncle needed me to run an errand for him. He needed to get some medical supplies from the store over this way, she said. I see, but isn't this far away from the palace? Yeah, maybe, but I'm a big girl and can protect myself, Reina said. Shoto sighed and smiled at her. But I need to ask you, Shoto, what are you doing over here? Aren't you supposed to be at school? Reina asked as she walked closer to him. Well, you see, Reina, you remember when we met? Reina tilted her head and nodded. Yeah, why? Well, that little girl we were assigned to rescue, Eri. We never finished off her captor, so we are on a mission to finish off Overhaul, Shoto explained. Reina nodded. I see, so are you patrolling? Yeah, I am. Okay, well I won't keep you any longer than I already have. I'll see you later, Shoto. Reina said as she walked away and waved to Shoto, who waved back. He went to continue to patrol when he heard a scream. Someone help me. The voice cried, and Shoto knew exactly who that was. He turned on his heel. Reina! He cried as he ran in the direction of her scream. When he got to where she was, he saw men who had the mark of working under Overhaul. Oh no they don't, but I can't leave Reina. What do I do? Shoto thought, then he saw that they were dragging Reina away. CP, I need to act fast, but how? Then an idea hit him. I'll contact Mr. Aizawa. He then put the communicator on channel 1 so that he could talk to Aizawa. Eraser, this is Shoto. We have a problem. What's going on? Aizawa responded. I found some of Overhaul's men, but they captured an innocent citizen. What do we do? Shoto asked. I'm on my way with the rest of the group. Don't worry, we will save that innocent person and take down Overhaul's men, Aizawa said. Shoto nodded and waited for the rest of the group. When they arrived, they headed in the direction that Shoto saw Overhaul's men taking Reina. When they arrived at the scene, they heard Reina calling for help from the inside of the base. Shoto was feeling very eager to save Reina. But Aizawa stopped him. We can't rush in. I know you want to save that girl that was taken, but we need a plan, and I have the perfect one in mind. Here's what it is. As Aizawa explained the plan, Shoto had a feeling that he would be the one to save Reina, and lo and behold, he was the one who was chosen to save her. While everyone else was going after Overhaul's men and the Quirka racing bullet, Shoto was going to the dungeon to find and save Reina. Shoto searched for Reina, and as he did so, he made sure to arrest any men who worked under Overhaul. As he walked, Shoto started hearing the sound of crying. I know that sound, it's Reina. I must be getting close, Shoto said to himself. Then he followed the sound of crying and found Reina sitting in a cell, crying. Reina, when she heard the sound of Shoto's voice, Reina looked up and smiled through her tears. Shoto, you came, she said. Of course I did. I couldn't let these men hurt you. Now stand back, I'm going to melt the bars. Reina understood and backed up from the bars. Shoto put his left hand on the bars and used his fire to melt them. When they were melted, he extended his right hand to Reina. She smiled and took it, then he led her out of the base and to safety. Eraser, this is Shoto reporting. Shoto said as he turned on the communicator. Go ahead, replied Aizawa. The hostage has been saved, heading out of the base now, said Shoto. Good work, wait for the rest of us. We are almost done gathering all the Quirka racing bullets, Aizawa explained. Roger that, answered Shoto, then he took Reina out of the base and waited for the rest of his group in a safe place. The entire way to safety, Reina was clinging to Shoto because she was scared. Hey, you're safe now, Shoto said soothingly to her as he wrapped his arms around her. I know, that was just a scary experience, Reina replied. I know, I'll ask Eraser if he will let me take you home, stated Shoto. You would do that for me? Reina asked. Shoto smiled at her. Of course, I want your family to know that you're safe. She smiled back. Shoto and Reina had to wait for a good 10 minutes before Aizawa came back with the group. Before Shoto could give his demand, Aizawa spoke. Go on, take her home. Shoto nodded and led Reina back home. Momo saw this sight and was very jealous that Shoto had a new crush and that the fact that this crush was a girl with a cat quirk. How weak, how could he have any sort of crush on her? I have a much better quirk, Momo thought. But what she didn't know was that Reina liked Shoto back in the same way he liked her. Another thing that Momo didn't know was that during Shoto's work study, he met up with Reina every chance he got, and they would hang out to get to know each other better. Once Shoto knew that Reina was back home and in the arms of her parents, he returned to his group, but Reina had something to give him. Shoto, wait, Reina called. Shoto turned around and saw Reina running to him with her tail wagging and a smile on her face. Is there something you need, Reina? Shoto asked, but he didn't get a reply. Instead, he got a kiss from Reina, and it wasn't on the cheek. No, this kiss was on the lips, which shocked Shoto at first, but soon he kissed her back. It was an adorable moment between the two. Soon enough, Reina pulled back, breaking the kiss. What was that for? Shoto asked, smirking. A thank you for earlier, and also, I wanted to show you how I felt about you, Reina said. So you like me? He asked. Reina blushed and nodded, causing Shoto to smile. Well, I'm glad because I feel the same way about you, Shoto said, and he also had a blush on his face. Soon enough, they planned their first date that would be after the mission to stop the LOV. This may be a little confusing, so I'll make it clear. Shoto told Reina about what happened during Izuku's betrayal and how he was forced into it. She understood and stood by his side and supported him like Grace is doing with Ida. Shoto returned to the group, and they just turned in the men they captured to the police along with the Quirka racing bullet. In the southwest, with Group 4, All Might was helping his group with patrolling the streets, trying to find any sign of Overhaul's men. All Might checked his tablet and saw that both locations that were assigned to Aizawa and Hawks were clear. He noticed that Izuku's two groups were moving in closer to Overhaul's HQ. All Might, this is Eraser, you copy? All Might touched the communicator to turn on the mic. Yes, I'm here, Eraser, what's going on? All Might asked. Problem Child just contacted me, Aizawa replied. I see, what did he say? He said that he and his two groups are moving in to take down Overhaul, Aizawa said. I see, well, my group and I are still looking for the two bases that are in this area, All Might explained. Understood, I just wanted to inform you that Problem Child is moving in to take down Overhaul. Got it? Thanks, Aizawa. Anytime, Eraser out, Aizawa said before the call was turned off. Then All Might got back to patrolling when he got a call from one of the students in his group. All Might, this is Starlight, I have a report to make, came Layla's voice. Go ahead, Starlight, what did you find? All Might asked. I found a group of Overhaul's men in an alleyway, and I hear more to the west. I believe I just found our two groups, Layla said, giving her report. Understood. Thanks, Starlight, I will inform the rest of the group. Hang tight where you are. Roger. All Might then contacted the rest of his group, and they went to Layla's location. Jiro checked, and Layla was right, there were more of Overhaul's men to the south. So, the group split. Layla and Jiro went south, and Shinso and Kaminari took care of the group that would go west. But these idiots wanted the group to think that there were two different bases, but there was only one, meaning that there were four total, one in the north, one in the east, one in the south, and one in the center. All Might and his group arrested the men and got their hands on the bullets so that they could turn them into the police. Center. Groups 2 and 5. Izuku led his groups to the center of the assigned area where Overhaul activity was found. Izuku kept getting the clears from Aizawa and Hawk's groups. He was glad that this was almost over. Izuku and his groups came across HQ. This is it. Time to finish this, Izuku said. He turned on the communicator and contacted Aizawa. Eraser, he said. What's up, Problem Child? We found HQ. I'm going in, Izuku said. Understood. Be careful, Problem Child. I wouldn't worry, Aizawa. I got this. I'll see you at the hotel, Izuku said, and then the call was cut. Izuku turned to his two groups. All right, remember the plan. You all are only going after the bullet and also arrest any one of Overhaul's followers that you may come across. I'm going after the leader himself, Izuku said. Everyone nodded, even Bakugo agreed. It was because he didn't want to get zapped by the bracelet he was wearing. They moved in and split up. Izuku went in and followed Overhaul's voice once he got to the place where he needed to be. Izuku smirked. Time to finish this, he thought, and Overhaul noticed Izuku being there. Who are you, and how the hell did you find me? You don't need to know my name, all you need to know is that I'm here for revenge on what you did to Eri, Izuku said. Wait, you know Eri? Izuku didn't answer that question. Well, since you know where the brat is, I have a deal for you. Izuku almost rushed in to punch Overhaul because he called Eri a brat, but Izuku knew that he had to keep his composure. What do you have in mind? We have a battle. If I win, you tell me where Eri is, Overhaul said, and boy was he going to hate what was going to happen to him when Izuku won. All right, but if I win, you're going to jail, and you will be judged by the royal family? Man, was Overhaul in some deep CRP now, but then again, it was a 50-50 shot of one of them coming out on top. But Overhaul didn't know how strong Izuku was, so this would be interesting. Overhaul started this match with one of his attacks only to have Izuku dodge it. Before Overhaul could attack again, Izuku came in and used a Delaware smash on him, and that sent Overhaul flying. But this guy was not going to allow Izuku to win that easily, and Izuku was looking for a challenge. Overhaul went in for another attack only to be hit in the face with a Detroit smash. How is this kid so strong? Overhaul thought, only to be wrapped in a black and green WHP that came out of Izuku's hands. What is this? Overhaul asked as he tried to get out of the binding. A little something I like to call black WHP. Good luck trying to get out of the binding, you jerk, Izuku said, but then he had another matter to speak with the moron in front of him before turning the villain into the police. You had some nerve torturing a young girl from the moment she was an infant to when she's 6 years old. She did nothing to deserve what you did to her. She is now with a loving family who will treat her like their own, and as for you, Overhaul, You're going to jail for a long, long while. Izuku said before he used black WHP to swing Overhaul into a wall, knocking the villain out. Good riddance, Izuku said, then he went over to Overhaul and put the cuffs on him before dragging him out of the base, and Izuku saw that both of his groups did as he asked. Alright, let's go give these morons and their illegal bullets to the police, Izuku said, and he led his groups to the nearest police station. Then Izuku contacted Hawks, Aizawa, and All Might, telling them that the job had been completed. Then they went to a nearby hotel and checked in so that they could get some rest since the mission took until 7 at night. Izuku was in his hotel room, the voice changer was deactivated, and his hood was down. He was currently FaceTiming Ochaco, just waiting for her to answer. When she did, he saw her smiling face and he also saw Eri. Hi, Aizu, Ochaco said. Hey, Oka, Izuku replied. Hi, Daddy, said Eri from next to Ochaco. Izuku chuckled. Hi, Snowflake, have you been good for Mommy? Izuku asked. Yes, I have, she said. But I miss you, Daddy. Izuku could hear the sadness in his daughter's voice. I know, sweetie, I miss you and Mommy as well. But I'll be back sometime tomorrow afternoon depending on how this mission goes, Izuku responded. I see, but did you catch that bad man? Izuku smiled at Eri. Of course I did, and I saw to it that he was taken down. So, you have nothing to worry about now because he will now be brought to justice for what he did to you. Eri started crying now, knowing that the bad man who harmed her would never lay a hand on her anymore. Ochaco pulled Eri into a hug. So tomorrow is the end of it all? Izuku nods. Yeah, then I'll be back home with you and Eri. Ochaco smiled. I can't wait. It's been very lonely without you here, Aizu. I don't know why, but last night I was very cold even though I was under our comfy covers. Izuku laughed. OMG, I had that same feeling last night. I think it's because we are so used to being in each other's arms that it felt different to be without that warmth, Izuku said. I see. Well, it's getting late and I'm going to be putting Eri to bed, Ochaco stated. Alright, good night, Eri. Sleep well? I will, Daddy. Love you, Eri said with a smile. Love you too, Snowflake, Izuku replied. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I was also threatened by Bakugo, yet I wasn't the only one. Ida, Azui, Todoroki, and Tokoyami were threatened as well. I know that what they did was their own choice and that it will take you time to forgive them. I just thought that maybe you wanted to know. Izuku couldn't lie to himself, he was shocked. He never thought that he would hear this from Aoyama, but he was, and he knew that he couldn't forgive his former friends and he didn't know if what Aoyama said about Ida and the others were true. I trust you about what you said about the LOV Aoyama, but I'm not 100% about Ida and the others. I need to hear this from them, and you're right, I won't forgive them right away because they need to pay for what they said and did to me. But I thank you for the information about the LOV. Aoyama nodded before he left the room, but before that he turned to Izuku. Good night, Midoriya, and I'm glad you're back even if it's under an alias. Izuku smiled at probably the only friend he still has within his old class, then he watched the blonde leave. Izuku got back into bed and was out like a light, and his dreams were filled with Ochaco and Eri as they spent time as a little family. It was finally the morning of the final battle with the League of Villains. Izuku was up, in his suit, and had his voice changer on. He knew that finding the hideout of the League would be easy since they changed it from the bar in the city to an abandoned warehouse that nobody ever uses. This is it, the final battle, Izuku said as he waited for the class with Hawks, All Might, and Aizawa. Are you ready for this problem, child? Aizawa asked. Yeah, this is the entire reason why I'm here, Aizawa, but I can't lie that I'm not nervous. I sent Oka a message telling her that the final battle was beginning. I just want this to be done so that I can go back to her and Eri. Izuku said. I understand, and also, I want to let you know that we want you to come back once in a while to help us with things like this again. But it won't be all the time since we know that you want to spend time with the princess and with Eri, Aizawa said. Izuku thought about it for a bit and then nodded. Yeah, I'd like to help you guys again at some point. Izuku responded, then the class showed up. Here we go, Izuku said, then the class stopped in front of him. Good morning, hope you all got some sleep last night. Because today is the day where the League of Villains is taken down once and for all. This will be done as one big group, but your bracelet is still under the hero you were assigned to yesterday and they can still see your location. So be on your best behavior, and also AFO is mine, I'll take him on. Everyone else can take on the rest of the league but me, and All Might have the leader. Izuku explained. They all nodded and left the hotel to check out and get this final fight over with. They all went and gathered outside of the warehouse where the league called their base. Okay, here is the plan. Groups 1 and 3 will stay out here with Hawks and Aizawa to take down anyone who comes out here looking for a fight and to stop us. Groups 2 and 4 will go in there and attack from the inside, with Group 5 being at the perimeter looking for anyone who might get in the way. While me and All Might go in there and find the one in charge, being AFO. Be prepared for anything that may come your way, Izuku said, and then everyone moved out. But the league was ready for them, so they immediately sent their troops outside. Toga, Twice, Dabi, Spinner, and other villains made their way to take out the heroes who found their hideout. Toga and Dabi went after Group 1 while Spinner and Twice went to another area thinking that Group 3 would be over there. Where are you heroes? Toga asked as she giggled like a crazy person. Dabi scoffed. Why don't we just burn the place? He asked as he lit his right hand with his blue flames. Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Dabi. That way we can see where they are so I can cut them. Toga said with a giggle. Oh, shut it, Toga, and let's get to work. Dabi said, annoyed, as he lit the forest by the warehouse on fire. Hopefully this gets them to come out. Then an ice attack came and cooled down the entire forest. Little brother, you're here? Why though? Dabi thought, and yes, he is Toya Todoroki under all that burnt skin and dyed hair. Didn't think that you would be so bold to light the entire forest on fire, Dabi. Shoto said as he and the students of Groups 1 and 3 came out. So, you all came out? Well, then let's get this over with. Dabi said excitedly as he fired another attack at Shoto, only for it to be frozen by the ice that Shoto's right side produces. You really think that your ice will help you with this? Dabi asked. I don't know. Do you believe that just doing long-range attacks will help you? Shoto shot back. Dabi scoffed. Good luck, hero. Toga ran towards the rest of the students. Oh goody, who do I cut first? She asked in a crazy girl tone. How about no one? Said Momo as she created a weapon that could help her take down Toga. Oh, so you're first, Momo? I see, well then let's get this on with. Toga said as she drew her knife and lunged at Momo, going in for the instant attack. Toga went from attacking Momo to attacking Ojiro, to Hagakure, Shoji, and Aoyama. She was just going down the list, but one thing kept crossing her mind. Where is Izuku? Why isn't he here? Did something happen after that last raid that we did on the school? I hope he comes back. I would like to cut him, Toga thought with a creepy smile. Meanwhile, over at the perimeter, it was clear and no one was going to be coming to the warehouse anytime soon, so Group 5 moved in to help the other groups they went to deal with Twice and Spinner. Group 5 got to where Twice and Spinner were, and the battle began. Oh, there they are. Took you long enough, said Twice. Finally we can get in on the action, said Spinner. He grabbed his sword and went in for the first attack. Twice made clones of himself and joined the fight. Ida, Grace, and Tokoyami took these guys head-on while Tsuyu stayed hidden and got ready for her time to attack. Meanwhile, inside the base, Groups 2 and 4 were taking on the villains inside the base. They also had to deal with the nomis that these villains would send out, and they also had to deal with Shigaraki. Bakugo, being well, Bakugo was blasting every villain in sight, but the main guy he was going for was Shigaraki. What do these heroes in training think that they can do to us? We've got more numbers than they do. But how come they found out we were hiding out here? Did our little contact within their numbers snitch on us? Shigaraki asked no one in particular, but then he noticed that All Might and Izuku were heading towards the back of the warehouse where All for One was hiding. CRP, Kurogiri stopped them. They can't get to Emister. The Warp Gate villain nodded and went to try and stop All Might and Izuku, only to be stopped by Kirishima. Not letting you go anywhere, buddy. You're dealing with us? Kirishima said as he hardened his body more and went in to punch Kurogiri. That shocked the villain, and now All Might and Izuku had time to get out of the warehouse and find the villain in charge. Got to thank them later, Izuku said with his voice changer down to a low level so that All Might could hear more of the boy's natural voice. I know, but for now let's find FO and finish him off. You don't have to look far, All Might. Everyone would know that ragged voice anywhere. Izuku and All Might looked to their left and saw AFO standing there in his suit and had his quirk activated. He was ready to fight the two OFA users. You really like making an entrance? All Might said as he scoffed. Why yes I do, thanks for figuring that out. FO laughed. Then he saw Izuku. Oh, new hero? But he only looks to be about 16 years old. Izuku had to keep his cool. Call me Green Lightning, Izuku said while raising the voice changer to sound like the voice he uses with the class. Well then let us get this over with, AFO stated. Then All Might went in for the first punch, and that's what kick-started the fight. When All Might would need to rest, Izuku would go in and punch FO, keeping the villain on his toes. FO was not expecting both All Might and Izuku to have the same quirks, so he started to do his research in the back of his head. Same quirk, same style, same timing. Could this boy be the successor of the symbol of peace? AFO asked himself. Let me ask you something, boy. Izuku was not in the mood to talk with a villain, but still he heard the guy out. What, and make it quick, said Izuku. Are you All Might's successor? Why does that concern you? Izuku asked, as he went out and All Might came in to lend a hand. I don't know, just the fighting style and the quirks are similar, or should I say the same, so I thought of asking. AFO stated as he went in to punch All Might, only to be wrapped in black WHP by Izuku. I see now, both these heroes have my DMN little brother's quirk. What was that man thinking when he was passing this power down? AFO thought. This fight is not going anywhere, AFO said. I'd think again, all for one, said Izuku. What do you mean, boy? You're the reason why my dad left me, you're the reason why my grandmother is dead, you're the reason why my friend is scared to ask for help, you're the reason why I was framed as the traitor of my school, you're the reason why most of my friends betrayed me. I believe that you should have done your homework, and I know you want to know why. I'm not weak. All Might may have that wound you gave him years ago, but with the help of many professionals he has gained most of his hero time back, Izuku said as he punched AFO a couple times. Who the hell are you really, boy? How do you know all of this information? Izuku turned off his voice changer and took down his hood. Allow me to introduce myself to you. I'm Izuku Midoriya, or the hero Green Lightning. I'm the only son of Toshinori and Inko, meaning that All Might is my dad and you're the reason why my grandmother Nana Shimura was killed. FO was shocked. The boy he had tried to kill when the boy was an infant was standing in front of him 16 years later with the full controlled power of OFA and also with his father by his side. I'm surprised that you can handle the full power of OFA, AFO said. Yeah, I know, but also listen to this. You can't take OFA from its user forcefully, so I know you want this power, but me and my dad don't want to give it to you, so OFA won't let you take it. Also, I have complete control over all 7 quirks within OFA, so you're going down, AFO. We will teach you the true meaning behind the phrase of plus ultra. Izuku said. Then he flung AFO into a nearby tree. The villain got back up and was running towards the father and son hero team, not knowing that they were channeling the power of OFA within their bodies while also getting visits from the visions within the OFA mind space. Good work, you two. Only one more attack and AFO is finished, said the second user. We are so proud of the both of you, said the third. Can't wait to see what comes next for this quirk, said the fourth. Show this big idiot who the real boss is, said the fifth and sixth users. Go on, finish my brother off, he deserves this for the pain that he has caused many people over the years, said the first user. All Might and Izuku nodded, then they were visited by someone who they both missed dearly. Well done, boys. Then Nana Shimura showed up. Grandma, said Izuku as he started crying. My sweet little grandson, you've grown so much. I'm sorry that I wasn't there to watch you grow up or to see your mother get married. But I'm very proud of the man you have become. You have been reunited with your father and now you have a little family that you have to protect. I'm happy that you have a girl who loves you and how you love back just as much as she loves you, Nana said. Izuku smiled. Yeah, I'm glad that I have Oka by my side as well, he said. Then Nana turned to All Might. Tosi, I'm glad that you found out where you went wrong with leaving your family. I'm glad that you came back to them. Now then, you too, take that villain down so that we can all not worry about him being on the run anymore. Will do, he will be taken down. All Might said. Good, also this power will forever be with you unless you pass it on. Nana said. All Might and Izuku nodded before they got pulled out of the mind space and powered up their final attack. Now we're going to go beyond. AFO saw this coming, and he tried to be prepared for it, but it was too late. Plus, Ultra. United States of Smash. The punch contacted AFO's face, and he went flying into a tree and he was unconscious. Both Izuku and All Might were breathing after that punch before anyone else could come out from the warehouse. Izuku put his hood back on along with reactivating his voice changer. Detective Tsukachi came with some of his men. Well done All Might and Izuku, thanks to the both of you this man is finally going to pay for his crimes along with the rest of his followers. Said yes, he was told that Izuku was in on the raid of both Overhaul and the League of Villains bases. Tsukachi's men took AFO and put him into HNDCFFS before taking him away to put him into the police cars to take him away. Both Izuku and All Might sighed. It was finally over. They both fell to their knees and cried since they finally put the man that killed Nana behind bars. When they calmed down, they went to the front where the groups were waiting along with Hawks and Aizawa. Everyone was smiling knowing that everything was done. Well done everyone. You all deserve a day of rest. I know that Aizawa was going to go right back to normal classes, so use the rest of the day to rest and get ready for tomorrow. I must be going now. It was wonderful to work alongside all of you promising heroes. Izuku said. Will we work alongside you again? Yes, but not soon, maybe in a couple of months. But now I'll be going. Goodbye class. Izuku said before he left to head back to the palace. When Izuku arrived at the gate he let down his hood and took off the voice changer. But the moment he looked up at the entrance he saw Ochaco. She got a notification from Aizawa that Izuku was returning, so she was waiting for him. I see. She called as she hurried down the stairs towards him. Izuku ran into the gates after her. Oka. He called back and they met each other halfway, wrapping each other into a warm embrace. I've missed you so much, Ochaco said, causing Izuku to chuckle. I know Oka, I was only gone for 2.5 days but I've missed you so much. They pulled back just a little before sharing a sweet kiss. They pulled back after 2 minutes. I love you so much, they both said at the same time. Okay, let's head inside because someone else has missed you, Ochaco said as she took Izuku's hand and led him up the stairs and into the palace. As they walked the halls, they were met with someone. Izuku, baby you're back. The couple saw Inko running the halls with tears in her eyes. Izuku let go of Ochaco's hand and ran to Inko, then he hugged her. Hey mom, I'm home. Inko wrapped her arms around Izuku, keeping him close. I'm glad you're back. She then let him go. But where's your father? Oh, Dad had to go to the station to talk with Tsukachi. We captured every villain who worked under Overhaul and AFO. It's all over, Izuku said. That's good, now then go see Eri. Hearing the name of his daughter, Izuku nodded. Then he and Ochaco walked down the halls and made it to Eri's room. Ochaco opened Eri's door. Hey mommy, Eri said as she looked up from the book she was reading. Hi sweetie, someone is here to see you, Ochaco said. Eri looked at Ochaco confused, that is until Izuku walked in and smiled at Eri. Hi Snowflake. When Eri saw Izuku she started crying and got up from the sofa, dropping the book in the process. Then she ran right towards Izuku. He opened his arms and caught Eri. He brought her into a hug. Daddy, you're home, I've missed you. I missed you too Snowflake, but I'm home now and I'm not going anywhere, Izuku responded. After the happy family reunion, after Izuku was gone for a while, Aina walked into the room and whispered to Ochaco. I see, she said. Thanks for the heads up, Aina. Ochaco said. The maid nodded and bowed before leaving. Then Ochaco turned to Izuku. Aizu. What's up, Oka? We have been ordered to stay put. Why? He asked. You know the villains you arrested today and yesterday? He nodded. How could he forget? He worked so hard to make sure that these enemies paid for their crimes. Yeah, why? Well, they will be coming to the palace for a special hearing and their punishments will be decided during the hearing. Due to Eri's age and due to the fact that you have not been revealed as my lover or rather betrothed, my parents want you, Eri, your mom, and myself to stay in the room we are in. So, your mom has been scooted back to her room and we have to stay here. We have also been ordered to lock the doors. Maids have locked the other rooms that no one is using, but if you're in a room they want you to lock it from the inside. We also have to stay quiet. The volume I'm talking to you right now is fine, but we can't get louder, and don't worry, my mom will come get us when we can come out. Ochaco explained. All right, that is understandable. Oka, take Eri to the bed, I'll get the door locked and join you. Got it. Come on, Eri, Ochaco said as she walked to Eri and extended her hand to the little girl. Eri took it, then the mother and daughter went to the bed and sat down, then Izuku went to the door and shut it before locking it. Then Izuku went to the bed to join his girlfriend and their daughter. The small family cuddled and waited to be told by Queen Reika that they could come out. Meanwhile, in the throne room, King Kenji and Queen Reika sat on their thrones. They both wanted this to be taken care of fast so that they could tell their daughter that she could come out of the room she and Izuku were stuck in. How long will this take, dear? Reika asked her husband. He was shoved to his knees in front of King Kenji and Queen Reika, but the queen couldn't stand being in the throne room any longer because doing stuff like punishing criminals made her sick to her stomach. So, she had one of the guards take her to her room to rest. And your crimes are off the books. You gave quirks to people who didn't have one, but then you manipulated them into working for you. Like a young boy named Yuga Aoyama. You also took quirks from people because you could. Then you and your League of Villains made nomas out of people and did illegal experiments while also killing multiple heroes in the process? King Kenji said. AFO was hoping that he would get a sentence similar to Overhaul's, but that wouldn't be happening. For your punishment, you will be held at the prison for 3 months before being privately executed. AFO's eyes widened. He was going to die in 3 months? How was that possible? You can't do this to me, he cried. Oh yes, I can. I'm the king and you need to pay for your crimes. King Kenji said, take him away. The captain took AFO away and the cops took the villain to the prison. That was done because the rest of the villains would get regular hearings in the courtroom. When King Kenji knew that both villains were out of his palace and that it was safe, he got off of his throne and went to his room. He knocked on the door. Reika, it's over, you can come out now. The door opened and Queen Reika came out. King Kenji brought her into a hug. I know that was scary, but it's over now. She nodded as she hugged him back. After their hug, the couple walked down the halls telling people that it was all over. They reached Eri's room and knocked, but no one answered the door. That's weird, said Queen Reika. King Kenji placed his ear to the door and smiled. I guess we took longer than they expected. All 3 of them are sound asleep. Queen Reika smiled before the king and queen left to tell everyone else that the coast was clear. September was here again, but this month was very special to Izuku and Ochaco. The reason being is that they started dating in the month of September on the 12th to be exact. Izuku woke up that morning with a huge smile on his face because it was his and Ochaco's first anniversary of dating, and this was the day where he would ask her a very, very special question. Izuku got out of bed and opened the drawer of his nightstand, and he pulled out a black box. He smiled at it because he knew exactly what was inside. The box. Izuku placed the box back in the drawer before getting up to get dressed. When Izuku came out of the bathroom after getting dressed, he couldn't help but smile since he saw Ochaco still sleeping soundly snuggled up under the covers. She is so cute, he whispered, then he knew that he needed to get the day started, meaning waking up his sleeping princess. Izuku walked over to Ochaco's side of the bed. He leaned down and kissed her head. Rise and shine appealing, he whispered, causing her to smile while she stretched. Ochaco opened her eyes, and her smile brightened when she saw Izuku. Good morning, Aizu, she greeted with a yawn. Good morning, love, he responded. Then they leaned in and shared a sweet kiss before pulling back and saying at the same time, Happy anniversary. Then they laughed since they said the exact same thing at the exact same time. Do we have any plans for today, Aizu? Ochaco asked. Why, yes we do, but not right now. I was thinking we would spend time with the family, then we would go out just the 2 of us, Izuku responded. Ochaco got out of bed before she kissed his cheek, then she went over to the closet to get changed. Izuku went back to his nightstand and got the box that held the ring in it before putting it into his briefs pocket. He smiled because he knew that during their date that night, Izuku would ask Ochaco to marry him. As Izuku waited for Ochaco, he started having a flashback to a couple of months back in December of last year when he bought the ring and asked Ochaco's family for their blessing to marry her. It's been 2 days since Izuku went out and bought Christmas presents for his mother and the royal family. Izuku was currently sitting on the sofa in his and Ochaco's room. The young princess was currently out at the orphanage and Izuku was about to go and ask her family something important. Izuku was looking down at a black box in his hands. He remembered when he bought what was inside said box and he couldn't wait to finally ask his precious princess a very special question very soon. Izuku took a deep breath before he stood up. It was time he asked if he could have Ochaco's hand in marriage. He knew that it was set in stone that they would be married, but Izuku wanted to ask anyway since it was the normal thing to do before proposing to a girl. Smiling to himself, Izuku stood up, placed the box into his breaths pocket before walking out of the room and heading in the direction of King Kenji's office. Izuku would be lying to himself if he said he wasn't nervous. He knew about everything that would be happening now that he was in a relationship with Ochaco. But he took in a deep breath before he got a determined look on his face. He was ready to ask for Ochaco's hand in marriage because he was 100% sure that he wanted to marry her and not for her title but for who she is as a person. Izuku had reached the oak doors of King Kenji's office. He was prepared, but that didn't keep his heart from racing due to how nervous he was. All right, I can do this, he thought before knocking on the door. Inside, he was only expecting King Kenji, but no, Queen Reika and Misaka were inside the office as well. King Kenji looked up from the paperwork he was working on and he saw Izuku. "Oh Izuku, what brings you here?" he asked, giving a smile. This also caused the 2 women in the room to look at the green-haired boy as well. "I wanted to ask you guys something," Izuku said, trying not to sound nervous, but that wasn't working. King Kenji chuckled. He got up from his desk and walked over to Izuku. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder, causing the boy to look up at him. "It's all right Izuku, come and sit down and take your time before speaking. I can see how nervous you are, so just take your time, okay?" Izuku nodded, then he went and sat in the seat that was in front of King Kenji's desk and that happened to be in between Queen Reika and Misaka. King Kenji returned to his seat behind the desk. Izuku closed his eyes before he got his composure before reopening his eyes and looking up at King Kenji. "I wanted to ask you all something regarding Ochaco," Izuku began. This caused Queen Reika to smile since she kind of knew where this was going. Misaka was kind of confused, but she really wanted to know what Izuku wanted to ask regarding her little star. While King Kenji had the same feeling that Queen Reika had. "What's on your mind, Izuku?" The boy went into his breaths pocket and pulled out the box. Now it was all making sense to Misaka. The former queen needed something that would trigger in her mind about what was going on. It has been years since someone asked for permission to marry someone. The last time this happened it was King Kenji asking permission from her and his father if he could marry Queen Reika. Izuku placed the box onto the desk and slid it to King Kenji. "I came here today to ask for your permission to marry your daughter," Izuku said, and just the look on his face you could see all that you needed to. This boy loved Ochaco with all his heart and he was determined and genuine. This caused the king to smile, but he was curious about the ring that Izuku bought. "Well, before I give my answer, can I ask you some questions?" King Kenji asked. "Yes sir, ask away." "How much do you love my daughter?" "I love her with all I have. I would do anything for her. I would even go to the ends of the earth to find her if she ever went missing. I would fight for her to make sure that she was protected. She is my world, my everything, and I want to make sure that she is safe and happy," Izuku answered, and everything he said came from the heart and he meant every word. His explanation caused the 3 adults in the room to smile because his answer was very genuine and they were glad about that. "The next question is this. Since you said that you would do anything for Ochaco, would you become full royalty for her?" Izuku turned to Misaka. "Could you clarify this? I'm kind of confused." "When you marry Ochaco, you will become her prince consort, meaning that you will be king the moment that Ochaco is crowned as the queen. Would you be up to doing that?" Izuku thought that over. He knew exactly what he was going to do. "Yes, I would be. I know that it's a lot of work and responsibility, but I'm ready for this kind of commitment and what comes with marrying her. I want to make one thing clear. I'm not asking you to marry her for the title. If I was, I would be angry with myself because that is just greedy and I'm not like that. I'm asking you to marry Ochaco because I love her for who she is as a person. She is kind, caring, sweet, understanding, loving, and just an amazing person to be around. She makes me happy and I know that I make her happy as well. I would be honored to be able to marry her. Like I've said before, I'm ready for the responsibilities that come with marrying Ochaco. Misaka was stunned but very pleased with Izuku's answer to her question, and judging by his tone of voice and how he talked about Ochaco, she knew that he was the perfect person to be marrying Ochaco. That makes me happy to hear, child, because other boys would have jumped at the opportunity to marry a royal and only marry Ochaco because she is royalty. But you, Izuku, you want to marry her because you genuinely love her for who she is beyond the title of princess. I'm very happy to hear that you can see beyond the title, Misaka said, causing Izuku to smile. I do have one last question. That voice was of Queen Reika. Izuku turned his head towards her. I know you said that you won't go back to UA and pursue being a hero. But let's say in the future you and Ochaco have kids. What if one of them wants to be a hero? Would you let them pursue that dream or confine them to being royal? I would never prevent my children from pursuing a dream that they have had since they were small. What I do is my problem, and I would never confine my children to being royalty and not having free will. The reason why I never went back to UA has nothing to do with being a hero at all. It had everything to do with the betrayal I had to endure. I will get my revenge on them for what they did to me because no one deserves to be treated the way I was. If my children want to go to UA to pursue a hero dream, I will 100% support them whether they have a quirk or not, because it's not the quirk that makes a hero, it's the reasoning and motivation that they have for being a hero. They have a right to pursue their dreams no matter what. Everyone smiled because Izuku was telling the truth. He wants his future children to have the right to be who they want because he wasn't given those options as a child due to being quirkless. Well then, you have our blessing to marry Ochaco. All we ask is that you take care of her and make her happy. Izuku nodded. Of course, I will take care of her, love her, and make her happy. He smiled because everything he had said was true and Ochaco's family could see that. When do you plan on telling her? King Kenji asked. After we have been together for a year. I don't want to rush things, Izuku answered. I like the way you think, King Kenji said. The king wanted to see the ring, so he opened the box and was stunned. Izuku had taste. Is it too much? He asked. No, not at all, it's perfect. We know that she is going to love it. Good, because I actually asked her what kind of ring she would want if I were to buy her one, and she gave me some ideas, and then when I was at the jeweler I saw that ring and it had everything she wanted, so I picked it up and bought it for her, Izuku said. Well then, we're glad that you came to ask us, King Kenji said as he closed the box and slid it back to Izuku. The boy nodded before he took the box and placed it back into his briefs pocket before standing up and bowing to them in respect. Thank you all, he said. No need to bow, child. Now then, why don't you go and greet Ochaco? She should be home by now. Izuku stood up straight and nodded before leaving the room. He's a wonderful child, Misaka said. I know, I'm glad that Ochaco found someone as sweet and kind as Izuku, Queen Reika said. I can't see anyone else taking care of my daughter better than Izuku can, said King Kenji. Then the three adults got back to what they were doing before Izuku came to talk to them. Then Izuku remembered what happened 3 weeks ago when he went to tell Eri that he was planning to propose to Ochaco because he wanted the child's help with planning the proposal. Izuku walked the halls towards Eri's room. He needed her help with something very important. Izuku smiled when he made it to Eri's room. He knocked on the door. Snowflake, can I come in and talk to you? Yeah, come on in, Daddy, came Eri's reply. Izuku opened the door to the room and walked in. He saw that Eri was drawing at the table. He walked over to her and sat down. What are you drawing? He asked, but then Eri hid the paper. Nothing. Really now, Izuku said as he raised an eyebrow. It's just something for you and Mommy. I'm going to give it to you guys on your anniversary, so you can't see it yet, Eri said. Snowflake, said Izuku with a chuckle. But what brings you here, Daddy? She asked. I need your help with something. What might that be? I want to ask Mommy a very special question. I just need your help, Izuku said. Oh, what kind of question do you want to ask her? Eri asked. I want to ask Mommy to marry me. Eri looked at Izuku confused. What does marriage mean? Well, it's the formal recognition of two people in a personal relationship. That's its definition, but to put it into easier terms for you to understand, Eri, is that I want mommy to also become a Midoriya. Eri nodded and smiled. So she will become your wife? I hope I used the right word. Izuku smiled at her. You used the right word, and yes, mommy will become my wife. But may I ask where you learned that word? Oh, I learned it in a book, so how can I help because I know that you want to make this very special for both you and mommy? Eri said with a bright smile. Well then, I want to take mommy out, but I don't know where to take her. Izuku began. I see, how about this? You take her to some of her favorite places, then take her to dinner. After that, you can take her to the beach and propose during the sunset. Izuku smiled at Eri. He might have been able to come up with that all by himself, but it was a little faster since he asked Eri for help. Thanks for your help, Snowball, Izuku said, smiling at her. Eri smiled back. You're welcome, Daddy. I hope mommy likes it. I know she will. Now I need to get some things done. I'll see you later, Eri, Izuku said as he stood up. Eri nodded and watched her father leave while wearing a smile. When he was out of the room, Eri brought back out the picture she was drawing. She placed it back onto the table and began to finish the picture. Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts by Ochaco, who just came out of the bathroom. He put the box in his pocket before he turned to look at her. When he saw her outfit, all Izuku could think was how gorgeous she looked. The outfit that Ochaco decided to wear was a pink casual dress that stopped at her knees. She was also wearing a pair of black flats. Ochaco had her hair in a braid. This look kind of reminded Izuku of the day they met. He smiled before he stood up and walked over to her. As Izuku got closer, he noticed that she was wearing the locket he got her for Christmas and the bracelet he got her as well. You look appealing, love, he said to her. She giggled before showing him a sweet smile. Why thank you, love, and you look very handsome, she said. Then they leaned in and kissed. It was sweet and gentle, but sadly they had to part for air after a couple of seconds. Then Izuku extended his hand to Ochaco, who happily took it. Then the couple walked out of their room and into the main hall where they saw Inko, All Might, King Kenji, Queen Reika, and Eri. Happy first anniversary. Izuku and Ochaco were a little startled by the anniversary wishes from their families, but they smiled. Thanks guys, they responded. Then Eri ran up to them. She was hiding something behind her back. What do you have there, Eri? Ochaco asked. That caused the child to smile. She brought the thing she was hiding out from behind her back and showed it to Izuku and Ochaco. In the little girl's hands was the drawing she made. In the drawing was Eri, Izuku, and Ochaco. Just from looking at the picture, you could see that they were sitting on a beach watching the sunset. The picture was so detailed and so well done that anyone would have thought that a professional artist made that picture. But Izuku and Ochaco knew that Eri made the picture due to her signature in the corner of the paper. Eri, Ochaco said as she started to tear up. The young princess took the picture out of her daughter's hands and got a closer look at the picture. It was just appealing. Ochaco was at a loss for words. This is appealing, thank you. Eri nodded, keeping her bright smile on her face. Then Izuku came in and scooped Eri into his arms before he hugged her. So this is what you were hiding from me. I'm very surprised. The picture you made is appealing. You did a wonderful job, Eri. We will cherish this picture forever. As Izuku said this, Ochaco went over and joined their hug. This caused all the adults in the room to smile at the sight of the little family. All Might was glad that his son found where he belonged. I'm proud of you, son, All Might thought as he smiled. The couple spent some time with their families before it was time for them to go out on their date. As that time came around, Izuku couldn't help but feel nervous. It's going to be okay, Izuku, you got this. There is no need to feel nervous, he thought. Then he and Ochaco said goodbye to their families before leaving the palace to go on their date. They walked down the sidewalk hand in hand. Where are we going, Izu? Ochaco asked. Well, I was thinking that we can go walk around and see some places you haven't seen in a while. Then I'm going to be taking you to a very nice restaurant for dinner because I'm feeling like treating you to something tonight. Then after dinner, we will go and get some dessert, anything you would want. Ochaco thought for a moment before saying, Machi, I'd like to get machi. Izuku smiled. Of course we can do that. Then I want to take you to the beach to watch the sunset. The ring that rested in the box was silver and it had a big diamond in the middle and on the band were smaller diamonds. It shined in the remaining sunlight that was left. "Oh my gosh," Ochaco mumbled. Izuku looked up at her with a smile on his face. "Ochaco Uraraka, my love, my princess, my everything. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me?" he asked. Ochaco's hands dropped from her face. She nodded as she smiled. "Yes, yes, yes, I will marry you, Izuku," she said as he took the ring out of the box before he slipped the ring onto her left ring finger. Then they sealed their engagement with a kiss that was filled with all the love that they had for each other and all the happiness that they felt. When they parted, they just held each other, and they were ready for this next chapter in their life to start. Izuku and Ochaco returned to the palace and announced that they were now engaged. Everyone was very happy for them. Now it was time to plan the wedding. Because according to King Kenji, they wanted the couple to marry in 4 months' time, meaning the couple would have a January wedding. After hearing that her daughter would be getting married to the man she loved, Queen Reika started making phone calls. She was trying to find a venue that was known for private weddings and that would be open for a January wedding with around 20 to 25 guests and then catering on top of that. But the queen couldn't find anything. That is until she found the place where she and King Kenji got married. The Botanical Garden in Kyoto. They have an appealing gazebo where weddings are held year-round. They do private events, just what I need. I just need to give them a call, Queen Reika said. She picked up the phone and dialed the number of the Botanical Garden. "Thank you for calling the Kyoto Botanical Garden. This is Sophia. How can I help you today?" "Hi Sophia, this is Queen Reika." "Oh, Your Majesty, how may I help you?" Sophia said when she heard who she was on the phone with. "My daughter Ochaco is getting married soon and we are currently looking for a venue to hold the ceremony," Queen Reika said. "I see, so the princess is getting married. Who's the lucky man?" Sophia asked. "Well, we haven't revealed who he is to the public due to his past, but could you keep this secret for me?" "Yes, of course," said Sophia. "Okay, his name is Izuku Midoriya. He used to be a student at UA, but he was betrayed by his former classmates and then was found by my daughter. He was in our care for 5 months, and during that time, they fell in love, and you can probably see where that is going." Sophia giggled. "I most certainly can. So what month are they looking to get married?" "In January, preferably the 14th. "I see, here let me check our bookings for that month," Sophia said. 5 minutes later, she came back. "Good news, we have no weddings or events scheduled for the 14th of January, and knowing the royal family, you guys want a private event. So how many guests are we expecting?" 19. "We have the entire guest list for you," Queen Reika said. "Wonderful, you can just give it to me over the phone. I have my notepad next to me," Sophia said. "Okay, just tell me when you're ready." "All right," Sophia answered when she was ready. "Okay, so we have myself, the king, Kenji's mother Misaka, my parents Sakura and Reiji, my sister Malita, my brother-in-law Suda, my nephew Ruji, Izuku's mother Inko, and Izuku's father Toshinori," Queen Reika began, and she waited for Sophia to write down all those names. "Okay, who else?" Sophia asked. "Next we have Ochaco and Izuku's adopted daughter Eri, the jet hero Gran Torino, Shota Aizawa, Principal Nizu of UA High, Hisashi Yamada, Nimuri Kiyama, Sekijurken, and finally Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo." Sophia finished writing everything down. "All right, I have everyone written down. Now then, you guys want to use the gazebo for the ceremony?" "Yes, that is correct, and we are having the reception at the palace," said Queen Reika. "I see, but our location here in Kyoto is very far from the palace, which is in Tokyo. My queen, I suggest the hotel down the street from the garden to hold the reception at. It has a ballroom for bigger events and a ballroom for private events." Queen Reika thought for a moment and then she nodded her head. "Yeah, that can work. Why didn't I think of that before?" "Thanks, Sophia, for all your help." "Of course, we look forward to hosting your daughter's wedding," Sophia said, then they said goodbye and ended the call. "That was easy, now to call the hotel to reserve the ballroom for the reception," said Queen Reika, as she called the hotel. King Kenji was in his office making phone calls regarding his daughter's wedding. He was currently getting in contact with the royal pastor to see if he would officiate the wedding. But he had something happening the day they wanted him to officiate, so he got in contact with Reika's father Reiji. "Why hello Kenji, what makes you call?" Reiji asked when the call connected. "Well, recently Ochaco got engaged to Izuku," King Kenji said. "Oh my gosh, really? I'm so happy for them," Reiji said excitedly, causing Kenji to chuckle. "I know. The reason I called is that I tried calling our pastor, but he's busy the week we want him to officiate the wedding. So, I wanted to ask, would you officiate their wedding?" "Of course I can, I'd be honored," Reiji said. "I'm glad, that conversation went very well." King Kenji was happy about that. A couple of days have gone by, and it was now time for the girls, Ochaco, Misaka, Queen Reika, and Inko to go dress shopping. Also, on that day, King Kenji and All Might would be taking Izuku to get a tuxedo. The girls arrived at the bridal shop that had the most expensive and beautifully crafted wedding gowns and bridesmaids' gowns. It also happened to be the same bridal shop that both Misaka and Reika got their wedding gowns from. Ochaco had always wanted a gown from this particular bridal shop. They walked into the shop, and the owner saw them. She walked over and bowed in respect. "Welcome to my shop, Queen Reika, former Queen Misaka, along with Princess Ochaco," she said before she stood back up. "What brings you ladies into my shop?" "Scarlet, it's wonderful to see you. We have come here to look for a wedding dress for Ochaco." Hearing that, Scarlet looked at the ladies in front of her, a tad bit shocked. "Wow, this is some huge news. Are you ladies looking for a dress as well?" The ladies nodded. "Oh, and Scarlet, we have the groom's mother here with us as well," Misaka said as she turned to Inko. The red-haired woman smiled as she addressed the green-haired woman. "I'm Scarlet, I own this bridal shop." "And I'm Inko." Now that everyone was introduced to each other, it was time for the dress fitting to begin. Scarlet showed the women to a back area and then she asked all the ladies their dress preferences. Once she got them, she went and tried to find dresses that best fit for this wonderful happy occasion. It took about 15 minutes, but she was able to find some options that all the ladies would like. Since it was Ochaco's big day, she went first. Scarlet led Ochaco to one of the changing rooms and helped her get changed into the first dress. It was a form-fitting mermaid tail gown that happened to be off the shoulder. It was a appealing dress, but Ochaco didn't like it much. Ochaco tried on some other dresses until she got to the last two dresses. For royal weddings, the bride normally changes into a second wedding dress for the reception since they are required to wear a huge ball gown that is hard to move around in. To Ochaco, these last two dresses were the ones she wanted, so she tried on the ball gown she was going to wear for the ceremony. It was a strapless ball gown with a sweetheart neckline, and it had diamonds at the chest area and the back was a zipper that went to her mid-back. Ochaco walked out of the changing room in the dress so that she could show her mother, grandmother, and Inko. When the three women saw Ochaco in the ball gown, it caused her mother and grandmother to start crying. "Oh my gosh, Ochaco, you look stunning," Queen Reika said. "I have to agree with her little star. That dress suits you," Misaka said while smiling at her granddaughter. "It's a very appealing dress, Ochaco, but how do you feel in it?" Inko asked. "I feel amazing in it. It fits well, and it's what I'm looking for," Ochaco responded. Then she did a spin before going back to try on the other dress, the one she was going to be wearing at the reception. The gown that Ochaco decided to get for the reception was an off-the-shoulder flowy gown that hugged at the chest just enough but was free-flowing from the waist down so that it was easier to move in. The gown had a beaded pearl belt sewn into the gown at the waist. The design of the gown was nothing too flashy or extravagant, it was just simple yet appealing enough to be worn to a wedding reception. Ochaco looked at herself in the mirror and smiled. She felt gorgeous in this gown since it brought out her neutral beauty and radiance. Before exiting the changing room, Ochaco lifted her left hand and looked at the ring that rested on her ring finger. She knew it was happening, but still sometimes she couldn't believe that she was getting married to Izuku. Ochaco loved and cared for Izuku in the same way he did for her. They both would do anything for the other and even for their little adopted daughter Eri. What still ticked her off to this day was the way that Izuku was betrayed by his former classmates from UA and a majority of UA's staff. But she knew that he still had people who believed in him. As Ochaco was getting lost in her thoughts as she stared at her engagement ring with a smile on her face, she heard a knock on the door. Princess, do you need help in there? It was Scarlet's voice that Ochaco heard from the other side of the door. Yeah, could you come and help me get this zipper all the way up? I could only get it to go halfway. The door opened, and Scarlet walked in when she heard Ochaco's request. Scarlet went over to Ochaco after she closed the door. You know, Princess, your mother bought a similar gown for when she married your father. But this gown was her only one since she didn't want to trouble anyone with buying her a huge ball gown. But that's where your grandmother comes in, Scarlet said as she zipped up the back of the gown for Ochaco. What did my Nana do? Ochaco asked. Well, she allowed your mother to borrow her wedding ball gown for the ceremony since your grandmother knew the background of your mother's family. Ochaco smiled. I see, that was nice of Nana to do for my mom. Scarlet nodded. It was, and now I get to have the honor of helping you pick your wedding gowns. There you go, Princess, all zipped up. Ready to show them? Ochaco nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. Ochaco said, then she turned and walked out of the changing room so that she could show Queen Reika, Misaka, and Inko the dress. Scarlet followed the young princess and felt a sense of pride that she was able to help Ochaco find the perfect gowns for her wedding. When Queen Reika saw Ochaco come into the room in the second gown, the queen had a sense of nostalgia from the style of the gown. Misaka noticed this and smiled brightly. She is her mother's child, Misaka thought. So, what do you all think? Ochaco asked when she was in front of the three women. It's absolutely stunning on you, Ochaco, Inko said with a smile. Ochaco returned the smile. Thanks, Inko. Little star, Misaka said as she stood up. Yes, Nana? Misaka walked up to Ochaco and embraced her. Nana? Ochaco was caught off guard a bit by what Misaka did. You're so appealing, little star. You look like you're ready to shine bright on your big day. But I'm going to be honest that seeing you in these wedding gowns today was an overwhelming number of emotions. But nonetheless, I'm filled with pride about how appealing and amazing you have grown into. As Misaka said this, she started crying, which caused Ochaco to cry a bit as well. Thanks, Nana, Ochaco said as she hugged Misaka back. After that happened, Queen Reika spoke up. Ochaco, dear, that gown is perfect for you and it brings out your natural beauty. Absolutely stunning, baby girl. Queen Reika wiped away a tear from her eyes. Mama, Ochaco said as her voice cracked a bit, and she too had to wipe away a tear. Scarlet, Misaka said. The red-headed woman walked over. Yes? Can we see her in a tiara? Scarlet nodded and went off to find the perfect tiara. Scarlet came back with the perfect tiara for Ochaco. Okay, I think I found the one, Scarlet said as she walked up to Ochaco and gently put the tiara on the young princess's head. When Scarlet backed away from Ochaco so that Queen Reika, Misaka, and Inko could see Ochaco in the tiara, all three women were stunned by how well the tiara complemented the gown. Now she's perfect, said Misaka. Princess, are these gowns the ball gown you tried on before, and the tiara what you want to buy? Ochaco nodded. Yes, they are. Scarlet smiled, then led Ochaco back to the changing room so that she could change back into her normal clothes. While Ochaco changed and gathered the items she was buying, Scarlet helped Queen Reika, Misaka, and Inko find dresses to wear for the wedding. Once all of the women were ready to check out, Scarlet ran Misaka's card, and then they left to return to the castle after a long day of shopping for the perfect dress. All Might sat in his office at UA when his son announced his engagement to the princess. All Might felt very proud of his son. A smile graced his face. Then someone walked into the room. All Might, I have something for you. The voice of the person who walked in was Aizawa. Shouldn't you be teaching right now, Aizawa? All Might asked. No, they're at lunch, but Mike stopped by the classroom and gave me 2 envelopes. I already know what's inside, but I think that you should see it for yourself, Aizawa said as he handed the envelope to All Might. The blonde hero took the envelope and opened it. He pulled out the card inside and saw that it was an invitation. But when he saw what kind of invitation it was, he broke down into tears of pride. The invitation was to Izuku and Ochaco's wedding in 4 months. My son is getting married, and to the princess at that. They love each other so much that it just fills me with joy and happiness for them. I never thought that I would get this emotional getting the invite, All Might said. I know how that feels. I was his homeroom teacher when he was here at UA, and I felt a wave of emotions when I opened the invite. But nonetheless, we are all very proud of him and will be there to support him, Aizawa said. But I had to send the class to lunch early because I started crying when I read the invite, he added on with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He was your favorite student, Aizawa. It's just natural, said All Might. Both teachers knew that it was an honor to be there in the biggest event in Izuku's life as they witnessed him marry the woman he loved. It was finally the day where Izuku and Ochaco would be wed. The night before, everyone arrived in Kyoto and checked into the hotel 3 minutes from the botanical garden. Now everyone was up and getting ready to head to the venue for the wedding. Izuku was in a room across the hall from where Ochaco was staying and getting ready. The green-haired teen looked at himself in the mirror by the door as he adjusted his tie. Why are these so difficult? He asked himself, then a knock was heard at the door. Izuku opened the door and saw All Might standing there in a black suit with a blue tie. Hey there, son, may I come in? Of course, you can, Dad, Izuku said as he stepped out of the way and let All Might in the room. I can see that you're having tie troubles. Yeah, I just can't get it straight, Izuku complained. All Might chuckled, let me help, then All Might fixed Izuku's tie, and it was as if it was second nature for All Might to tie up a tie in under 5 minutes. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome, son, All Might stated. There was a moment of silence between father and son, but soon All Might spoke up. I've been meaning to tell you something. Izuku looked at his father confused. What do you need to tell me, Dad? All Might sighed before he smiled at Izuku. For years I've been wanting to tell you how proud I am of you and what you have achieved. You have been through so much that caused your heart to be broken and for your trust to be broken by people who took you for granted. But you've pulled through, and I'm very proud of you. Now you're getting married to the woman you love, and that just makes my heart happy. Dad, Izuku said quietly as tears fell from his eyes. Izuku then went and hugged All Might. The blonde-haired hero hugged his son back, and they stayed like that for about 4 minutes before someone walked in, and that someone was Inko. She was looking amazing in her evergreen-colored gown. Look at you, my baby, Inko said as she walked towards Izuku and placed her hand on his cheek. Hey, Mum. I'm so happy for you, son. Now then, let's get you downstairs so that we can head to the garden and wait for Ochaco. Izuku nodded, then he and his parents left the room and went to the lobby where everyone but Ochaco, Queen Reika, King Kenji, and Eri were waiting for them. Everyone in the lobby gave Izuku a smile, and then they headed to the garden to wait. The brown-haired princess stood in her wedding gown with her hair styled into a braided bun. Her makeup was light but appealing. She had her wedding tiara on her head, and tucked into her hair was the veil. Also in the room was Queen Reika, King Kenji, and Eri. The sweet silver-haired girl was in a light pink dress, and her hair was in a braid. In her hands was a white basket that had red rose petals inside. That was because Eri had the honor of being flower girl. Once King Kenji got the okay from his mother that they were at the garden, they made their way to the garden as well. Sure, Ochaco was nervous, but she was also excited because she would be getting married to the love of her life, and what could be more precious or exciting than that? At the Botanical Gardens gazebo, Izuku stood inside the gazebo with Reiji as they waited for Ochaco's arrival. When they saw Queen Reika enter and take her seat next to Inko in the row for the parents, Izuku knew that Ochaco would be coming in shortly after. But for some reason he couldn't calm his nerves. Feeling nervous? Reiji asked as he noticed Izuku's nervousness. A little, Izuku answered. That's natural, but keep calm and focus on Ochaco because here she comes. When Izuku looked at the entrance. Ochaco, my love, my world, my princess, with the eternal promise I give to you today. I promise to love you always and forever. When he finished speaking, Izuku noticed the tears coming down Ochaco's face as well as the bright smile. She felt so touched by his words that it warmed her heart and made her very, very happy. Now then, Ochaco, it's your turn. With the spotlight now on her, Ochaco looked into Izuku's emerald green eyes and spoke every word her heart wanted him to know. Izuku, I knew from the moment we met when you woke up in the castle infirmary that you were someone special. My feelings for you developed right at that moment where we spoke for the first time and I got to know a little more about you. Your kind and caring personality, patient demeanor, and loving heart are all things about you that I fell in love with. The connection we have is something that no one can take away from us. The way we lean on each other in our hard times and supported each other in the troubled times proves how deep our connection is. Every time we are together, you always make me feel loved and cared for. My feelings for you are forever strong and true. Izuku, my beloved, my everything, my hero. I promise you that I will honor the eternal promise I give to you on this day. I promise you that I will love and cherish you from now until forever. When Ochaco finished, she saw a smile on Izuku's face along with the tears running down his face. The ceremony couldn't continue if both the bride and groom were a crying mess. Reiji knew this, so that's why he nodded to Inko and Queen Reika. The two women got up, went to their child with a tissue and wiped their tears away before going back to their seats and nodding at Reiji that he can continue. May we have the rings? That was the cue for one special guest to enter the venue. Queen Reika learned that the wild pussycats didn't betray Izuku, and that Mandalay's young nephew Koda wanted to see Izuku again and be a part of the big day as a surprise guest. When Izuku saw a familiar little boy walk in, he was in shock. It was Koda, the little boy he saved back at the summer camp when he attended UA and was still a member of Class 1-8. Koda had a smile on his face as he approached the couple. Koda had cleaned up nicely for the occasion. His aunt dressed him in a nice black suit, white shirt, black jacket, and black breeches, red tie, black dress shoes, and his hair was neatly combed. In Koda's hands was a white pillow, and on that pillow were two golden wedding bands. The little boy had stopped in front of Izuku and Ochaco, and the couple gave Koda a smile. Then Izuku took the band off the pillow that was closest to him. Reiji then instructed Izuku to put the band on Ochaco's left ring finger while giving her the eternal promise that his love for her will never, ever end. Then after Izuku put the ring on Ochaco's finger, Ochaco took the band that was closest to her, and then she listened to her grandfather's instructions as she slipped the ring onto Izuku's left ring finger. After that happened, Koda went and sat down next to his aunt, who was in the third row of seats. Now it was time for the very important and very anticipated part of the ceremony. Reiji turned to Izuku and asked, "Do you, Izuku Midoriya, take Ochaco Uraraka to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, until death do you part?" "I do," answered Izuku with a bright smile on his face. Reiji then turned to Ochaco, "And do you, Ochaco Uraraka, take Izuku Midoriya to be your lawfully wedded husband? To have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, until death do you part?" "I do." Ochaco smiled when she responded to Reiji's question. "Now by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride," said Reiji. Then Izuku pulled Ochaco closer to him with his arms wrapped around Ochaco's waist, while Ochaco wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck. Then they leaned in and shared a sweet kiss that sealed their marriage. As the couple kissed, the guests stood up and clapped for the newlywed couple. The couple parted from their kiss and smiled at each other as happy tears ran down their faces. Then they turned to look out into the crowd and saw the bright smiles on the faces of their family and trusted friends. Shortly after the end of the ceremony, everyone headed back to the hotel. Izuku and Ochaco went back up to the hotel rooms so that Ochaco could change her gown. Izuku waited outside the hotel room. He took a minute to look at the wedding band that now rested on his left ring finger. He knew that it would take him a bit to get used to wearing the ring, but a smile graced his face when he saw the band. "It's finally happened," he thought. "I'm finally married to the girl I love." As he was stuck in his thoughts, the door opened and Ochaco walked out in her reception gown. Yet again Izuku was brought back by her beauty, but he smiled, and then they walked to the lobby hand in hand so that they could join their families and close trusted friends in the private ballroom. They waited until Mike introduced them. "It's my pleasure to welcome for the first time, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya." Then the couple walked into the room and heard cheers from their family and friends, which caused the couple to smile. Izuku and Ochaco had their first dance. Ochaco had her father-daughter dance with King Kenji, and then Izuku had his mother-son dance with Inko. Everyone then sat down and enjoyed the music, dancing, and food. Izuku and Ochaco sat at a table with their parents and Eri. The rest of the guests would come by and congratulate the couple on their wedding. The day went exactly how the couple wanted it to. After the reception, everyone went home. Izuku and Ochaco spent their first night together as a married couple, and the only way anyone could describe how these two were feeling was pure happiness and bliss to finally be married and have the eternal promise of everlasting love between them. With Izuku and Ochaco being married and with Ochaco being the princess of Japan, that now makes Izuku her prince consort. Now with Izuku being a prince and being married to the princess, what kind of revenge does he have in store for the people who betrayed him at UA? How will this revenge be executed? Well, stay tuned to find out. It's been a week since Izuku and Ochaco got married and they were getting ready to go on their honeymoon vacation. This was the time where they would be using the tickets that Izuku bought for Ochaco on her 16th birthday. He had them booked for 2 weeks, so they leave this afternoon for France, which is their first stop, then they will head to Spain, before going to Germany, then they were ending their vacation in the appealing country of Ireland. The time arrived where Izuku and Ochaco would be leaving for the airport to catch their plane for France. The couple spent a good 10 minutes saying goodbye to their families before leaving to catch the flight. Once they got to the airport, Izuku and Ochaco went straight to the terminal since they pre-bought their tickets. They went through TSA and made it to their gate 15 minutes before their flight was scheduled to board and take off. They talked about the things that they were going to go do and see while in France before they took a plane 3 days later to Spain, spent 4 days there before taking another plane ride to Germany, and spent 4 days there before going on one last plane ride and spending 3 days in Ireland. But also, in the back of Izuku's mind, he had the plan of revenge on his old classmates who betrayed him over a lie told by Bakugo. Ochaco knew what was on her hubby's mind. Thinking about how to get back at them? Ochaco asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I just want to see their faces when they find out what I have been up to during this last year. I also want them to know what kind of punishment they will be receiving for what they did. Izuku explained. I know, but one thing I want to see is their faces when they find out that not only are you married but you're married to a princess and how you now happen to be a prince. Izuku smiled and looked at her as he put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer. Yeah, I want to see that as well. Because karma will be coming to bite them in their butts, said Izuku. Ochaco smiled as she rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. Then the time came for them to board the plane. Izuku got them first-class tickets when he pre-bought the tickets. When the flight began, Izuku and Ochaco would chat, then they would end up falling asleep on each other. After a couple long hours in the air, the plane landed in Paris, France at the international airport. Once they went through customs and got their passports checked, the couple left the gates and went into the main area of the airport. A good thing for these two is that they both can speak a bit of French, so they can get around the cities and get food from restaurants. Izuku and Ochaco went to where the taxis were. They caught one and told it to take them to the hotel they would be staying at. Once there, Izuku and Ochaco checked in and went up to their room. This place is huge, said Ochaco, amazed at how big and open the hotel room was. I know, responded Izuku as he went and placed his bag down. I'm so ready to sightsee. Izuku chuckled at his wife's excitement about going to see all the sights that they can see. I know, my love, he said as he walked over to her and wrapped his arms around her. But we just got off a long flight and went through the international date line. So how about this? We take a nap first, then we both take a quick shower, then go sightseeing. Ochaco leaned into his embrace and nodded. Okay, that sounds good. She responded, and that's what they did. They took an hour nap, then they both took a shower, and now they are exploring Paris. They first went to the Louvre Museum and saw some famous paintings and artifacts. One of the paintings that they saw was the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. They also saw paintings from the Van Gogh brothers, along with artifacts from French wars and even artifacts that were kept from the French monarchy. After visiting the museum, they went and toured the house of the French president, thanks to the help of King Kenji. After that, they went to get lunch at a small French cafe. The next thing that they did was that they went and sat by the Seine River. Finally, to end the first day, Izuku and Ochaco had dinner at a nice French restaurant before heading back to the hotel to get some sleep. The next morning, Izuku and Ochaco made a phone call home to check in on Eri to see how she was doing. Then they went and had breakfast at the hotel, then they went and visited the Arc de Triomphe, then they went to one of the historic castles and toured it. After that they went and got lunch from a bakery, then they just walked around and took pictures so that they can show everyone back home. The last thing they did that day was that they went and saw Notre Dame, then they had dinner at the most famous and oldest restaurant in the country. It's been there since the 1500s, again King Kenji was able to get them a reservation. After that, they took a moonlit walk towards the hotel. On the last day, since Izuku and Ochaco's flight to Spain wasn't until late about 10 p.m. France time, the couple decided to sightsee a bit more. Izuku and Ochaco had breakfast at the hotel, they checked out of the hotel, then they went to see the Eiffel Tower, then they went and saw some other historic sites, then they had lunch at another cafe. The final thing they did was they had dinner on top of the Eiffel Tower. Now they are at the airport waiting to board their plane for Spain so that they can spend 4 days over there. The couple video called Eri to check in on her and hear about her day. But while on the plane, the thought of revenge still crossed Izuku's mind. He wanted those idiots who wronged him to get what they deserved for betraying him. Thinking about the revenge again? Izuku nodded at what his wife said. Yeah, but I know that these 2 weeks are just about us. Ochaco smiled at what he said, but she couldn't help but think about how the revenge would go and how the students of Class A would react when they find out about what Izuku's been up to this past year. They boarded their plane and were now off to Spain. When they got to Spain, they went to check into their hotel before going to sightsee since they got to Spain in the afternoon. After they went to see some of the famous sites in Spain, the couple went to dinner, then they went to the hotel. Izuku and Ochaco spent the rest of that week sightseeing and spending time together before they had to go and board their next plane that would take them to Germany. Now it's the second week of Izuku and Ochaco's honeymoon. They recently boarded their plane from Spain to Germany. They did a similar setup to what they did in the past 2 countries they visited. In Germany, they went and checked into the hotel before going to sightsee, they went to where the Berlin Wall used to be, they took a tour of a German bar, they didn't have any beer, they just picked some up for King Kenji and Ochaco's grandfather Reiji, then they attended a German festival where they got to wear traditional German festival attire. When Izuku saw Ochaco in the dress that a kind German lady named Nina gave her to wear, he was shocked by her beauty. His reaction caused Ochaco to giggle. How does it look? Ochaco asked, already knowing the answer to that question. Stunning, Izuku answered, a bright smile on his face. Then Nina's good friend Richard came over with an outfit for Izuku. Young man, it's your turn to get ready, Richard said, his German accent being very fluent. The common ground that these 4 found was that they all knew a lot of fluent and correct English. So instead of having a translator, since Izuku and Ochaco didn't know enough German to hold a conversation and Nina and Richard knew nothing about the Japanese language, the 4 decided to speak in English instead. Coming, responded Izuku. The 2 men left the room and went so that Izuku could get ready. Nina noticed that Ochaco was smiling. He your boyfriend? Nina asked, smiling. No, Ochaco responded. What is he to you then? My husband. Nina was shocked. How old are you both? I'm 17 and he's 17, but he will be 18 in July, and I'll be 18 in December, Ochaco responded. Nina nodded. I see. Mind telling me a little bit about your relationship with Izuku? Nina asked. Sure. Then Ochaco explained a bit of her and Izuku's story to Nina, keeping out the fact that Ochaco was a princess. But Nina caught on. You don't need to lie to me. Ochaco looked at her. What do you mean? Nina smiled and placed her hand on Ochaco's shoulder. You can say that you're of royal blood. Ochaco's eyes widened. You sure? Nina nodded. Of course, no need to lie about it. Ochaco smiled, then Richard came back with Izuku. Ochaco smiled when she saw him in his outfit for the festival. Don't you look dashing? Ochaco complimented Izuku and he smiled at her. Why thank you. Then they all left to head to the festival. While there, Nina and Richard taught Izuku and Ochaco how to dance a traditional German dance. They even broke out in the chicken dance. It was a fun time full of music, dancing and laughter. Izuku and Ochaco also made lasting friendships with Nina and Richard. After the festival, the couple returned to their hotel rooms so that they could get some sleep for the next day. The next day, the couple was downstairs having breakfast at their hotel when Nina walked in through the automatic doors. She smiled when she saw the couple. Good morning, she greeted in English to the couple. They looked at her and smiled. Good morning, Nina, Ochaco greeted back in English. What are your guys' plans for today? She asked. We are planning to go and visit some historic castles and maybe tour a couple of them, Izuku responded. I see. Well, I can give you a tour of the castles and even take you to a really nice restaurant for lunch, Nina explained. Ochaco raised an eyebrow. Nina, are you a tour guide? Nina nodded. I am, sorry I didn't mention it before. I'm a tour guide and I specialize in giving tours around the historic castles here in Germany. Amazing, complimented Izuku. Thanks, said Nina. Then after the couple finished their breakfast, Nina took them to some historic castles and gave them tours of each one. She then took them to a nice restaurant where they had lunch, then they walked around and went shopping for souvenirs to take home to Eri and their parents. The next day the couple went to another part of Germany, and they hiked the mountains and went yodeling with Richard. Since it was their final day in Germany before a long flight to Ireland, Nina and Richard decided to take Izuku and Ochaco to a history museum that covered the history of Germany. Izuku and Ochaco then were dropped off at the airport by Nina, so that they could catch their flight to Ireland for their final 3 days of their honeymoon before they return home to Japan. Currently, Izuku and Ochaco are sitting in first class of their Ireland flight. Ochaco has her head on Izuku's shoulder while Izuku has his arm wrapped around Ochaco's shoulders. They were watching a movie on Izuku's phone that he downloaded before they boarded the plane. About halfway through the movie, Ochaco fell asleep. Izuku smiled at her. I'm so happy right now to be here with you. I can't think of where I would be if we never met. My life has become 10 times better when we met after you saved me on that day. I'm so thankful for you, Oka. Thank you for everything, and I love you with all my heart and no one can change that, Izuku thought. Then he too fell asleep. During their 3 days in Ireland, they went and explored around Dublin. They toured around ancient places, saw historic castles and got tours of those. This was all on the first day. Then, on the second day they went and explored some port towns, and they went to do some shopping for things to bring back home. Then they rested for the rest of the day because they had a long flight on the third day. Now they are in their hotel room in Dublin, and they are doing a video call back home to check in on Eri. Hey, Izuku, Ochaco, greeted Inko as she answered the phone. Hi Mom, responded Izuku in greeting. Hi Inko. How are the both of you doing? Inko asked. We're doing well, we are ready to come home tomorrow, said Ochaco. That's good to hear, said Inko. Mom, do you know where Eri is? Izuku asked. Inko nodded. Yeah, she's in her room reading a book. I'll go and bring you guys to her. When Inko reached Eri's room, she knocked on the door. Eri gave her the okay to come in, then Inko entered. Hey sweetie, greeted Inko. Hi Granny, is there something you need? Eri asked. No, but you have a phone call. Eri immediately knew who called. She got up and took the phone from Inko. Hi Mommy, Daddy, she greeted with a smile. Hi Eri, Izuku and Ochaco greeted back. How are you, Snowball? Izuku asked. I'm doing well, said Eri. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Ochaco giggled at her daughter's excitement. We can't wait to see you either, Eri. We don't know what time we will be home by, so if you're asleep when we get home then we will come in to say goodnight. We will see you when you wake up tomorrow. Eri's smile got bigger. She was super excited to be seeing her parents tomorrow. Oh wait. It's Izuku Midoriya, Nizu mumbled to himself, then he checked the subject and he smirked. The subject of the email was, revenge. Nizu clicked on the email and started to read it. As he skimmed the email, the smirk on his face grew. To Principal Nizu. From Izuku Midoriya. Subject, revenge. Principal Nizu, I think it's about time for revenge to be taken. I know that I have been incognito for a bit, but that's because I was on a 2-week trip with Ochaco. Now that it's been a week since we have returned, I believe it's time for UA to suffer the wrath of the new Prince of Japan. I have a plan on how this will be done. First, I'll take my revenge on the teachers who betrayed me. What I plan to do to them is that I will show them the real unedited video of what really happened that night before I was betrayed. Then they will have to make a formal apology to me, but that's not all. I want their hero licenses suspended for 5 months. They can continue to work at UA, but they can't do any hero work whether it be on UA grounds or outside of the gates. Even though they physically harmed me, it's okay to just suspend their hero licenses, but that can change if their apology doesn't make sense to me. Now for the students. I want to take on all of Class 1A, or is it 2A now? But anyway, I want to take on all of Class A by myself with Oka. For the rest of the student body, I want an assembly with all of them minus Class A, and I'll give them a punishment. The punishment will be that they must work under me at the place after school for 3 months, and they need an entire 3 months of house arrest. But please allow them to attend class, even if it's not in the classroom. Now for Class 8, I've been thinking about this, and now I know exactly what I want to do. I want to battle all of them like I mentioned beforehand. I'll give them the same punishment as the rest of the students, but instead of them only working for me for 3 months, Class A must work for me for a full year. Before I could even think about forgiving them. Will I ever forgive them? I don't know if I ever will forgive them after what they did. If some of them are genuinely sorry for what they did, then I'll let them off after 3 or 6 months. It depends on my mood or if I believe they're sorry. Me and Oka will be there today during lunch. Have all the teachers, including the ones who didn't betray me, in the conference room. I would prefer it if you and the rest of the teachers who are on my side were in the room before the other teachers. Aizawa will take me and Oka to the Class A dorms after the student assembly so that I can get my revenge on them. He already told me that Training Room Gamma is open for me to do my revenge on Class A. Thanks. Izuku Midoriya, the new prince of Japan. What you ask for will be done, Midoriya, don't you worry. Then Nizu pressed a button. Can Aizawa and All Might come to my office for a brief moment? Once he made that announcement, Nizu sat back and waited for the 2 teachers to come to his office. After 3 minutes, both Aizawa and All Might were in the room. You called? Asked All Might. Nizu nodded. I did. I got an interesting email from Izuku. Aizawa smiled. Problem child? What did he have to say? He's coming with the princess today during lunch break to take his revenge. All Might and Aizawa smirked, knowing that this revenge would be well deserved. About time. I already know what he wants me to do, said Aizawa, but what I want to know is what do we need to do now? Gather every teacher who is on Izuku's side and get them to the conference room. I'll be there after I make a quick announcement to the rest of the faculty. Since lunch is in 30 minutes, I'll tell them to be there in that amount of time. Izuku should be here 10 minutes before the teachers need to be there. Nizu explained, I see, we will go and get them. Before All Might could leave with Aizawa, Nizu spoke. All Might, the blonde-haired hero, turned around. Yeah. I'd like if you would go and retrieve Izuku from the gates. All Might smiled, then he left and went in the direction of the front gates of UA. Nizu then made his announcement. Attention all students and staff, can all teachers. And I repeat all teachers, be in the conference room in 30 minutes for an urgent meeting. Thank you. After that announcement, Nizu left his office and went to the conference room to wait for Izuku and Ochaco to arrive. Meanwhile, with All Might, the blonde-haired hero stood at the gates of UA. He couldn't contain the smile on his face. His son would be getting his revenge on the people who had wronged him a year ago when they betrayed him because of false evidence about Izuku being a villain. As he stood there, a car approached the gates. All Might looked up and saw that the royal limo had arrived, meaning that his son and daughter-in-law had arrived. The back door opened and Izuku stepped out. He was dressed in a white button-up dress shirt, a black suit vest over it, black dress breathes, black dress shoes, and he had a pair of black sunglasses on his face to hide his eyes. He smiled at All Might, who gave a smile back to him. Izuku then turned back to the car and held his hand out for Ochaco to take. She took it and he helped her out of the car. Ochaco was in a maroon long-sleeve dress that went down to an inch below her knees, a pair of black leggings, black 1-inch heeled boots. Ochaco's hair was in a side braid, and she too had a pair of sunglasses on to hide her eyes. Izuku closed the door behind her and Kido pulled away to park the car somewhere so that it was out of sight. Come, the teachers should be at the conference room in the next 10 minutes, since it starts 10 minutes after you and Ochaco get there. Izuku nodded. Dad, lead the way. All Might nodded and led them into the school, through the halls and into the conference room where Nizu, Midnight, Mike, Aizawa, and Vlad King were already sitting in their seats waiting for Izuku and Ochaco. Welcome back, Izuku, Nizu said with a smile. Izuku removed his glasses and smiled. It's good to be back, Principal Nizu. Come and sit down. Then Izuku and Ochaco walked over to the empty seat at the head of the table. Do we need an extra seat? Midnight asked. No need, Midnight, Ochaco said. We will be fine with one chair. I can either stand or I can sit in Izuku's lap, I don't care. She continued. Izuku chuckled and sat down. Why don't you stand right next to me for now and then when I get my revenge on Class A? He smirked and whispered to Ochaco, then you can sit on my lap. She blushed and nodded. The 10 minutes passed, and the rest of the teachers started walking in. Izuku and Ochaco kept their sunglasses on until everyone was in the room. Once they were inside and seated, Snipe, one of the teachers, spoke up. Principal Nizu, what is the meaning of this meeting? Nizu sighed. Why don't you ask our guest? Nizu said as he pointed to the head of the table where Izuku and Ochaco were. Some of the teachers were confused until Ochaco removed her sunglasses and glared at the teachers. That's when they knew that they were in the presence of their princess. All the teachers stood up and bowed in respect. That is before they sat back down. Princess, what brings you here to our school? Ectoplasm asked. Ochaco didn't know why these teachers were acting as if Izuku's betrayal was nothing. But boy, were they about to be in for a treat. I brought someone here who wants to speak with you all, Ochaco said with a smirk. Who might that be? Hound Dog asked. Remove your glasses, love. When she said that, the man next to her, Izuku, removed his glasses and the teachers were shocked when they saw his face. Midoriya, Recovery Girl, said in shock, but her voice was sincere when she saw him. The older woman sighed. She got up from her seat and walked over to Izuku. She bowed as tears spilled from her eyes. This shocked everyone in the room, including Nizu. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I never meant to not help you, Midoriya. When I heard how badly you were hurt, I wanted to help. But that I was being threatened that if I helped you, then I could have gotten hurt myself. I didn't help because I was scared about what might happen to me or what could happen to you. Recovery Girl explained. I never meant for you to get hurt like that. She continued. Please, forgive me, Midoriya. Izuku didn't know what to say, but he knew that she didn't lie to him. Izuku looked at Ochaco, and she nodded. He looked back at Recovery Girl. Please stand up, she did, and she saw something on Izuku's face that no one at UA but a couple of people got to see cross his face. I can tell by the tone of your voice that your apology is genuine. He began. I'm glad that you were never really against me. Izuku got off his chair and he gave the nurse a hug. I forgive you. I understand that being threatened is hard and a risky place to be in. You never harmed me, I'm glad about that. Also, I never got to properly thank you for everything you've done for me during my time here at UA. I know that I was always in your office with a broken bone or two, but I'm very grateful for you, Recovery Girl. So, thank you. Recovery Girl hugged him back and a smile graced her face. Izuku let go of the hug and he turned to Nizu. Recovery Girl can go back to her office. She did nothing wrong. She never actually believed the lies about me being the traitor. She can leave. Nizu smiled and turned to Recovery Girl. You can head back to your office? She nodded and left. Then Izuku went back to his seat and looked at the other teachers. So, he began, do you all have any idea why you're here? Izuku asked, a smirk on his face. Why are you here, traitor? Powerloader asked, his voice full of hate for the green-haired boy. So hurtful, Izuku said, placing his hand on his heart in a sarcastic way. Anyway, I'm here for two things. The first thing is that I want to show you all the real proof of what happened the night before I was betrayed. The second thing is that I want to take my revenge on the people who have wronged me. All the teachers exchanged a look before looking back at Izuku. What do you mean by showing us all the real proof? Snipe asked. Izuku turned to Aizawa and nodded. The black-haired teacher got up, went to the front of the room, pulled down the screen, turned on the projector, went to the laptop, and he pulled up the video. Aizawa looked at Izuku and he nodded, then the black-haired teacher pressed play. He dimmed the lights, and all the teachers who betrayed Izuku watched the video, shocked at what they found out. Bakugo and Kaminari planned it all. They caught it right when Toga and a twice clone showed up, then they saw when the real Toga drank some of Izuku's blood that she took from him and transformed into Izuku. Then they saw that Bakugo and Kaminari filmed the entire thing. From when the real Toga disguised as Izuku entered the school, went to the office, hacked the system, and took the files. Once the video was done and they saw Toga transform back into herself again, the video stopped and Aizawa turned back on the lights. So now that you all know the truth, what do you all have to say for yourselves? Izuku asked, but none of them had anything to say. He asked you a question? Izuku heard the voice of Ochaco say, and she was mad. Everyone looked at her not knowing why she was so close to Izuku. Princess, don't mind my asking but, started Cementus. But what? She asked a bit annoyed. Why are you so close to him? He could be trying to lie to us. Ochaco slammed her hands on the table. You all have the audacity to think that he is lying? They were all quiet at this point. Let me ask Aizawa something. She looked at the teacher in question. Shota Aizawa, as the homeroom teacher and primary guardian of Class A. Where was Izuku Midoriya at 9 p.m. on the night of that recording? He was training with all might until 8:45 that night. He returned to the dorms at 8. He was up in his room studying at the time of this recording. Dorm footage shows this to be true. Aizawa said as he showed the dorm footage to see Izuku entering the dorms at exactly 8:50 p.m. and it showed him in his room at 9 p.m. doing his schoolwork before going to bed at 11:15 p.m. He didn't move from his room the entire time. The teachers who betrayed Izuku still didn't believe him. So Ochaco turned to All Might. Was Izuku with you the night before and day of when he was betrayed? All Might nodded. We were training when it happened because when he returned to the dorms he was attacked by the class and was in horrible shape. Ochaco nodded. I see, so as you all heard and could see Izuku is innocent? But now it's too late to ask for forgiveness. But as for why I'm with him, she giggles and smiles at Izuku. He smiles back at her before they show their hands that had their wedding bands. The teachers were in shock, the ones who didn't attend the wedding. Izuku and Ochaco were married, meaning that Izuku was now a prince, the Prince of Japan. He gained that title when he married Ochaco, so this came as a surprise to those who didn't attend. Now it was time for Izuku to tell his revenge plan. Now then, for my revenge, Izuku stated. Every teacher looked at him scared of what he might do to them. Please don't harm us, Power Loader said with worry on his face. Oh, don't worry, I won't harm you. Izuku reassured them, but he still couldn't contain his smirk. For everything you all have done to me, from insults to ignorance. All your hero licenses will be suspended for 5 months. Gasps were heard around the room. You can't do that, stated Hound Dog. Oh yes I can, Izuku said back. I spoke with the administrator of hero licenses and even with the president of the Hero Association. They both agree that what you all did was uncool and not hero-like at all. So, I came to the conclusion that every teacher in this room who betrayed me will have their hero licenses suspended for 5 months. This also means that you all can't do any form of hero work no matter if it's on or off campus grounds. Also, I would like a formal apology from you all. I don't expect it now, but when you're ready, and before you ask. Recovery Girl is exempt from this because she was sorry, and she was threatened to betray me, so she doesn't count, said Izuku, and that's when Nizu pressed a button on his desk sending the Hero Association the okay to suspend the licenses of the teachers who betrayed Izuku. Seeing the looks of defeat on the faces of the teachers who betrayed him caused Izuku to smirk, knowing that they were getting what was coming to them. They should have known not to mess with Izuku. He also had something to say. Oh, and one more thing. They looked at him. I'm the son of the #1 hero, All Might. The shocked looks around the room other than the people who knew this fact caused Izuku and Ochaco to chuckle. Way to go, you idiots, commented Ochaco as she looked at the teachers. You betrayed the son of the #1 hero. I bet now this made you rethink what you did. And it sure did, but Izuku and Ochaco had other things to tend to. Like dealing with the students who harmed Izuku after his betrayal, and boy would they be getting some sweet revenge. After what happened in the conference room with the teachers, Izuku and Ochaco went to the auditorium where Izuku got his revenge on the rest of the student body. He gave them their punishments of having to work under Izuku and Ochaco at the castle after school for 3 months, and he also gave them their 3 months of house arrest in the dorms. Now Izuku and Ochaco are in the Class A dorms. Ochaco is sitting on Izuku's lap as he sat in one of the lounge chairs in the common area. Aizawa was waiting outside the dorm for the class to arrive. Aizawa couldn't contain his excitement, since now his favorite student will be getting his revenge against the people who betrayed him. When Aizawa saw the class approaching, a scowl formed on his face, but on the inside, he was smirking. Mr. Aizawa, what is going on? Ida asked confused. We have guests here. But first I would like for Tyler and Everhart to head inside the dorm and head straight to their rooms, because this conversation doesn't involve them. Aizawa said. The two girls exchanged glances before they went inside the dorm and went to their rooms. Once Aizawa knew that they were in their rooms, he looked at his main students. Now then, the rest of you. Head inside and go straight to the common area, that is where our guests are. Everyone walked in and did as Aizawa asked. Once everyone was inside, Aizawa shut the door to the dorms. The students looked around the common area and saw no one. What a waste of time, said Bakugo as he was about to leave. Not so fast, Kaken. That nickname. It can't be. He was gone. Or was he? Did he hear that right? Bakugo turned to the sound of the voice, and there was Izuku with Ochaco on his lap. And Izuku had a smirk on his face. What are you doing here, nerd? Bakugo asked. What am I doing here? Izuku asked. Well, I'm here for revenge. Revenge for what? Todoroki asked. For being betrayed, answered Izuku. What else, Todoroki? The look on Izuku's face said that he meant business. Mina, his ex, looked at Ochaco and saw how she was sitting on Izuku's lap. Hey, who do you think you are, sitting on his lap like that? Who do I think I am? Do you know who I am, Mina Ashido? Ochaco said, and she was mad. He's a traitor, Mina said. No, he's not. He's a wronged hero, Ochaco shot back. Aizawa turned on the main light in the common area, and the students saw that the Princess of Japan was in their dorms. So those who had respect bowed. Once they stood back up, Ida spoke up. Princess, if I may ask. Why are you here? I'm here to support Izuku, Ochaco answered. Support him? Asked Kirishima. For what? For what he's about to do to you. The students were confused, but then, you didn't answer my question. Why are you in his lap? Mina asked. She didn't watch her voice when she addressed Ochaco. Excuse me? Ochaco said. I don't understand how in the presence of royalty you're so rude. Ochaco sighed. For your information, you don't need to know why I'm in the lap of my husband. The word husband caused the entire class to go silent. Husband? Mina asked confused. Yes, didn't you hear that the princess got married? Izuku chimed in. The person she married was me. Izuku raised his hand that had his wedding band on it, and Ochaco. They were asking me how I was and all that. Tsuyu began, but after my call I left my room to go get some food, when I was approached by Bakugo and Kaminari. They both had smirks on their faces. Then Bakugo said that if I didn't betray you, then he would take my siblings away, hurt them, or even worse, end their lives. Izuku didn't know about this. Bakugo had the audacity to say that he would end the lives of innocent children if their older sister didn't betray her friend. I can't believe he did that. Izuku muttered. He then turned to Todoroki. What about you? He threatened that if I didn't betray you then he would contact my idiot of a dad and they would get my mother placed back into a mental hospital and worse they would put me there with her. I can't have my mother in that place again, Midoriya. I can't go there myself. I tell you, this man is insane. I see. Tokoyami, what about you? Bakugo told me that if I didn't follow his plan, that he would make an anonymous call to the police and get me arrested due to the properties of my quirk being darkness, and he would claim that I was working with the League. Similarly to what he did with me. Tokoyami nodded. I'm sorry guys. I wish that things were different. Izuku said, it's not your fault, Midoriya. Ida said, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. Izuku looked at his old friends with tears in his eyes. That's when they knew that a sliver of the old Midoriya was back. Izuku then pulled them all into a hug. He had some help from OFA. I'm so sorry guys. They were shocked. He was apologizing. Why are you saying sorry? Ida asked. Yeah, Midoriya, you did nothing wrong. Tsuyu added on. I know, but I'm sorry for getting mad at you all. Todoroki shook his head. You had every right to be mad at us. They all hugged the boy back. We're sorry, Midoriya. The group said in unison. It's all right guys, I forgive you all. Then they parted from their hug. Izuku wiped his eyes. I may have forgiven you, but you need to gain my trust. You all still hurt me after my betrayal, but I know why you did it now. I will reduce your punishments, and if you do well with your punishments then I will trust you all again. I'm excluding you all from the battle part of my revenge due to your genuine apologies and the reason why you betrayed me. Izuku said, thanks Midoriya. He nodded at Ida. Now then, does anyone know where Aoyama is? Yeah, he's on holiday with his parents. Izuku smiled. He was glad that the naval laser user was doing okay. Alright, let's head back. The group nodded and went back to the main portion of the common area to see that Mina and Ochaco were in a heated argument. Why are you with a villain like him? Mina screamed. He's not a villain. Ochaco shot back. What does he even see in you? Cried Mina. Ochaco was hurt when that was said. Izuku was mad. No one, and I repeat no one, says that about his wife. Izuku went over there, and he grabbed Ochaco, holding her in a protective way. He glared at Mina. How dare you say that to my wife? Izuku said angrily. Mina was shocked by his tone of voice, but Izuku didn't care. This girl was on his last nerve. Ochaco buried her head into Izuku's chest as she hugged him. My wife is the most amazing woman I have ever met. She is kind, caring, loyal, appealing, and generous. I see a lot of good things within her. So, watch your mouth when you talk to her, because she is the princess of this country and you have done nothing but disrespect her. Everyone could hear the anger in Izuku's voice. Nobody wanted to be on his bad side, but guess what? They were all, but the Deku squad, Aoyama and Tokoyami, on his bad side. Now then, have a seat everyone. They nodded and did as they were told. But then Momo spoke up. You said that Princess Ochaco was your wife, does that mean? Izuku nodded. Yes, since I have married Princess Ochaco, that means that I am now a prince. That came as a shock to everyone but Aizawa, who was at the wedding. But another shock was going to come at them because now it is time for Izuku to tell them about their punishments for how they treated him. Now it's my revenge time, Izuku said as he sat down in the chair, and Ochaco sat in his lap once again. The class was nervous, and some of them even caught Aizawa smirking. They were confused since they didn't know that Aizawa knew exactly what the plan was. Okay, so to start this, I want to battle the entire class minus Ida, Azui, Todoroki, Aoyama, and Tokoyami. Since those 5 apologized and were genuine about it. So, they don't count in this battle. Izuku said. The rest of the class who betrayed Izuku gave him a look. You can't win against us, stated Kirishima in a cocky tone. Izuku scoffed. Oh yeah, I can. Ochaco couldn't contain her smile when her hubby stood up for himself. And everybody in this room who betrayed me, even the ones I mentioned who apologized. All of you will be working under me and Oka at the castle. What? Everyone cried. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, but Ida, Azui, Todoroki, and Tokoyami will only have to work for me for 6 months while the rest of the class will be working for me for an entire year after school. Shock was all over their faces, but the former Deku squad and Tokoyami understood that they had to work for his trust back and they had to suffer a punishment for what they did. You can't make us do that, muttered Jiro. Yes I can. Did you forget who I am? Izuku said with his voice raised. Everyone went silent now, having it in their minds that Izuku was a prince now and that he had the authority to order them around. Also finally, you all need to give me a formal apology. If you do and I believe you're genuine, then maybe, just maybe, I'll lower your punishment to 6 months instead of a year, said Izuku, but he knew that he may not get a genuine apology out of any more of Class A like he got out of his former friends including Tokoyami. Now then, let's get this party started. All of you get changed into your hero costumes besides my old friends, this includes Tokoyami, and meet me at Training Room Gamma. The battles begin once everyone is there, and yes, it will be all of you against me. The class who were in the battles left to get ready. Izuku got up with Ochaco and left to the training room. These idiots were in for a treat when they find out that Izuku was green lightning this entire time. 15 minutes later, Class A arrived at Training Room Gamma. Ochaco was standing on the sidelines with Aizawa, while Izuku was in the middle of the battlefield in his hero costume that he was wearing during the battles with Overhaul and AFO. Everyone was shocked to see that standing in front of them was the identity of Green Lightning. So, it was you all along, nerd, Bakugo stated angrily and with annoyance. Yes, so? Let's get this over with. Tokoyami and the rest of the Deku squad went over to the sidelines with Aizawa. Izuku smirked. This battle will be too easy. he thought. Then he looked at his old classmates. Hope you all are ready for me, Izuku said, charging up OFA. Bakugo scoffed, in your dreams, nerd. Izuku chuckled before he advanced onto the class with an attack already charged up. This caught everyone off guard at first, but then they gained their footing back and went in with their own attacks. As this battle was raging on, All Might walked into the training room to see that his son was wiping the floor with his former class. Well done, son, he thought, then he made his way to where Aizawa was. I see that he's getting his revenge, All Might said. Aizawa nodded. He is. Problem Child is showing them who's boss. He's always been top of the class. All Might stated. Yes, he has, Aizawa responded. Then All Might noticed the Deku squad and Tokoyami. I take it he forgave you? Ida nodded on behalf of the group. Yes, he did, but are still serving a punishment. All Might nodded. I see. Everyone went back to watching Izuku wipe the floor with the rest of the class, and he was having a blast doing it. All Might then turned to Ochaco. Eri wanted to come and give them a piece of her mind. Do you mind if she comes in? She's here with Inko. Ochaco smiled. Of course, bring her in. Aizu is almost done beating them. They deserve to know the truth. Her smile turned into a smirk. All Might chuckled and he went and let Eri into the training room right as Izuku finished beating the class. That was fun, Izuku said. The rest of the class got up. Damn you, Deku, how did you get so powerful? The green-haired boy smirked. I've been training. With my dad. Everyone who didn't know about Izuku's dad still being in his life was shocked. Your dad? But I thought you trained with All Might. Siro said, annoyed. Izuku laughed. Have you not put 2 and 2 together yet? All Izuku got was weird looks. Then Izuku said, Hey Dad, can you come here a minute? All Might then walked onto the battlefield and stood next to Izuku. The eyes of everyone in the class, minus Aizawa, widened. What's the matter, son? All Might asked. Mind telling these idiots that I've been training with you for the past year? All Might turned to the class. He's right, I've been training him this past year. Then Todoroki said. So, it's true, Midoriya, you're All Might's secret love child? Izuku chuckled and turned to him. Yes, Todoroki, you're right. I am, but I had to hide it to protect myself and my mother. Izuku then saw Eri. Snowflake, what are you doing here? Izuku asked as he walked past the class. Their gazes followed Izuku's movements and then they saw Eri. All of them were shocked when they heard this. I came to help you get back at them, Daddy. Granny said it was okay. Izuku smiled, then he picked up Eri. Wait, so you're the person that adopted Eri? Meaning that you're... Izuku smirked and looked at them. Yes, I'm Green Lightning, and yes, I'm Eri's dad, meaning that Ochaco is her mama. Izuku placed Eri down. What are you wanting to do to them? Eri smiled innocently and she walked towards Bakugo. Izuku watched, making sure that the Pomeranian didn't do anything to harm his daughter. Well, if it isn't Eri. Bakugo said, what is with that face? He asked when he saw how serious she looked. Eri smirked and she kneed him in the groin, causing him to hunch over in pain. Oh, what the hell, Eri? He cried, that's for hurting my daddy. Eri said, and her voice sounded annoyed, I thought I could trust this class, but after I found out what you did to my daddy, I'm upset with everyone here but the one standing on the sidelines. She said as she walked away, and she went straight to Ochaco. The brown-haired princess then addressed the class. Monday starts your punishments. Your call time that morning and every morning after is 6:45 a.m. We expect you all to be at the palace 5 to 10 minutes before call time. Aizawa will determine when you leave the school. Kito, my driver, will come and pick you all up. Any questions? Ida raised his hand. Yes? Why is our call time so early? He asked. Because we need you guys all day. Why all day? What about our classes? Mina asked. Ochaco sighed. I'll let Aizawa tell you all the rest. But just be cooperative with us and we won't have a problem. Ochaco said as she walked to Izuku. We will see you all Monday. Then she and Izuku left with Eri. Aizawa smirked. He knew that this was going to be an interesting year and 6 months for his revenge against the entire school. Well, problem child, this will be interesting. I can't wait. Aizawa thought, everyone is going to hate him. But this is going to be the best revenge that Izuku could think of. Aizawa was awake, and it was only 3 in the morning. But Aizawa is a petty teacher. He is going to wake his students up at 4. Man, were they going to hate him after this. But they deserve this for what they did to Izuku. Aizawa walked into the dorms at 3:55. He started to flip on the lights. He goes up the stairs to the other 2 floors where the students slept, and he flips on those lights. He heard groans coming from his students as he flipped on the lights. For this first morning I'll give them a wake-up call, he said to himself as he went back downstairs and pressed the button on the intercom to turn it on. Good morning, class. This is the start of your punishment at the palace. I expect you all downstairs in 5 minutes so that I can teach you before your call time. Don't keep me waiting, he said. Then he turned off the intercom. In the next 3 minutes the entire former Deku squad was downstairs and dressed, ready for the day. At least some of you got the memo, Aizawa said. Then the rest of the students who are involved with the punishment were coming out of the elevator. But he noticed that Bakugo wasn't downstairs. Ida, yes sir? Answered the blue-haired boy. Was Bakugo awake when you came downstairs? Asked Aizawa. No sir, Ida answered. All right, all of you stay here. I'll wake him up. Aizawa then went upstairs to Bakugo's room. He opened the door and found the boy still sleeping. Aizawa, being petty, he smirked, walked over to Bakugo's bed, grabbed the boy's quilt, and yanked it off of him. Then, Aizawa grabbed Bakugo's leg and yeeted him out of bed. Bakugo landed on the floor, and he hit his head, waking him up. Oh, what the hell? He cried. Now that you're up, get ready, you know what today is? Then Aizawa left. After that, everyone was downstairs and Aizawa led them to school, and he was right on time. It was 4:10 when they left. They got to the school by 4:14, and they were in the classroom 40 seconds later, and they were ready for class right at 4. Their start time. Aizawa spent the next 2 hours and 5 minutes teaching his class. When the clock read 6:18, he ended class and led them outside to the front gate where Kito was waiting in a black SUV that was big enough to fit the entire class. Good morning, Eraser. Kito greeted. Morning, Aizawa responded. My entire class is here. Yuga Aoyama, Layla Tyler, and Grace Everhart are excluded from this punishment as they had no part in Prince Izuku's betrayal. Kito nodded. I see. The prince and princess have asked for you to accompany your students to and from the palace. I see. That can be arranged. Kito opened the door. File in, number order, closest numbers to 0 in the back, and everyone else fill up the seats in ascending order. Aizawa explained to his students. They understood and did as they were told. It took 20 seconds for that to happen. Aizawa and Kito got into the front seats of the SUV and left right at 6. After a 15-minute drive, they reached the palace at 6:35, 10 minutes before Class A's call time. They all filed out of the van, and then the heads of staff came out with one of their employees along with Misaka, Izuku, and Ochaco. Good morning. As we said, you have to be here bright and early. Now then, no time to delay, we are going to get right to it, said Ochaco. Some of you will be reporting to either a member of the royal family or a member of palace staff. Let's get into it. Ochaco pulled a piece of paper out of her coat pocket and opened the paper. Eijiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, and Koda Koda. The 3 of you are working in the royal gardens. The 3 boys stepped forward and the head gardener met them and was holding 3 uniforms that were labeled with the boys' names. Take the uniform with your name on it and go inside and change, he instructed. The boys walked up to him and took the uniforms, then they entered the palace. Sato, Shoji, and Siro, the 3 of you are working in the kitchen. Then the head chef walked over with his uniforms. Come, grab one and go change. But no one moves until instructed to do so. The 3 boys hesitantly went to the chef, took the uniforms, and went inside. Ojiro and Tokoyami, the both of you will be working with the guard. Ojiro will be in the armory and Tokoyami will be helping to clean the locker rooms and polish the floors after training. The head of guard walked up. Without question, Tokoyami walked up and received his uniform. As he walked by Izuku and Ochaco, he gave them a smile before going inside. Ojiro also got his uniform but walked in with attitude, something that the head of guard is not going to take lightly. Mineta, you're working with the disposal crew, meaning you're handling the trash? Mineta almost screamed, but he walked his little butt up to the head of the team, got his uniform, and ran inside. Not wanting to be punished again. He will be a handful, said the head of disposal. He will be, but don't worry, you have the right to give consequences for his actions. Ochaco said, then she put her attention back on the rest of the group. Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro. The three of you have a special job. A smirk was on Ochaco's face. What is our job? Momo asked. The three of you will be serving my mother, father, and grandmother directly, and occasionally you will serve Izu's mother Inko. The three girls' eyes widened. They were the ones directly serving the royal family. This will be hard. The head maid walked over to them with their new uniforms. Don't delay. While working directly with the royal family means you all have different tasks. Jiro will focus on laundry for them, Hagakure will bring the meals, and Yaoyorozu will tend to the rest of the tasks they ask for, including cleaning the rooms from top to bottom, gathering the freshly pressed clothes from the laundry, and bringing documents to the office for the king. I want no complaints from you ladies. Grab your uniform and go get changed, said the head maid in a stern voice. The three girls got the uniforms and went to get changed. Ida, Azui, Todoroki, the former Deku squad looked at Ochaco. You three will be tending to Eri's every command. From playing with her, taking care of her while the rest of us are busy with duties, picking out her outfits each day, waking her up, tidying up her bedroom, reporting any situations to me and Izuku if something is wrong and it needs our attention. The little girl still looked half asleep, but nonetheless she smiled at them. I'm so happy to see the three of you, she said happily with a hint of tiredness in her voice, before she perked up and gave each one of them a hug, which shocked them. Aren't you mad at us, Eri? Todoroki asked as she hugged him. But the little girl shook her head. No, I heard from Daddy that the three of you were genuinely sorry about what happened. I also saw from my time at UA that the three of you are very kind people and I trust you. This caused the three of them to tear up a bit. Then she led them inside her bedroom. So, what should we do first? Ida asked as he closed the door. Okay, Eri sighed. I need some help with my laundry. Mommy had Aina, one of the sweet maids, bring my laundry into my room early yesterday morning. Mommy then asked me to ask one of the maids to teach me how to fold my own laundry, so that I have more independence, but I forgot so would one of you mind helping me? Eri asked. Tsuyu smiled and nodded. Of course, come let's get this done, she said, and then they went to the laundry basket and started to sort Eri's clothes before Tsuyu taught Eri how to fold and hang her clothes. Eri, what can me and Ida do? Todoroki asked as she watched Eri and Tsuyu. How about Ida, can come and help me and Tsu, and as for you Todoroki, can you reorganize my stuffed animals in my toy box? Eri pointed to the toy box and Todoroki nodded. Then he and Ida proceeded to help Eri. Todoroki got to work on the stuffed animals, while Tsuyu and Ida helped Eri with laundry. Eri, Ida said. The little girl looked at him. Yes? What time are you normally woken up in the morning? He asked. Eri thought for a moment before answering. Around 7 o'clock, Eri said with a yawn. Why were you up so early this morning? Todoroki asked as he placed a white stuffed bunny into the box. The ruckus that the other students were making woke me up, she answered as she put a newly folded pair of breathes into the breathes pile. I see, we will make sure that you are up by 7 o'clock tomorrow. Eri nodded and they continued to tidy up Eri's bedroom while making some small talk. It was now 7:15 and as they were working and doing tasks around Eri's room, the door opened and Izuku entered the room. He smiled when he saw that Ida and Todoroki were playing dress-up with Eri, while Tsuyu worked on tidying Eri's bathroom. I'm glad that you guys are getting along so well and also taking this job seriously. Ida looked up at Izuku and nodded. Of course, we were lucky enough to get the chance to work under Eri. We would have taken any punishment, but this is probably the best one for us. Izuku showed a small smile. I'm glad, he said, then he heard something in the hallway. It sounded like an argument was going on. Izuku sighed. Well then, the chaos begins. Izuku muttered, but he looked into the room once again and he smiled at Eri. Be good, Snowball, I've got some things to help Mommy with. Eri nodded. She got up and she went over to Izuku, then she hugged him. Okay Daddy, Eri said. Izuku hugged her back. Ida and Todoroki could see the father-daughter bond between Eri and Izuku and smiled. Izuku let go of the hug and he left the room. Eri shut the door behind him. It's not even 7 in the morning and we already have a conniption going on, he said to himself as he made his way down the hallway. This was only the beginning of a day full of surprises and chaos. Misaka stood in the hallway with a cup of coffee in her hands. She saw as the other students filed in and got ready for their call times. Class A had been at the palace since 6:45 that morning. She was worried about certain members of Class A and Class B. She heard about their rivalry, she just hoped that this wouldn't cause her to go mad. She took a sip of her coffee and noticed something off. The coffee was decaf and not her normal coffee, and it didn't have her usual vanilla creamer in it. She looked at Aina, who watched the ruckus. "Aina," Misaka called. "Yes, ma'am." Aina responded, walking over to Misaka. "Do you know who made my coffee this morning?" Aina thought for a moment, then answered, "It should have been one of the 3 Class A girls who were put under the care of you, the king, queen, and Lady Inko." Aina answered. Misaka nodded. "Well, it tastes off. Can you figure out who exactly made my coffee?" Aina nodded and left. Misaka sighed as she leaned her head against the wall. "Is this how it's going to be every morning?" she thought. Then she noticed something. 2 students were slacking off. She knew exactly who was doing it. Bakugo and Mina. She should have known. They didn't like the fact that they had to aid Izuoka's every command. But that was their punishment. Aina returned with Jiro in tow. "I found her," Aina said. Misaka looked and saw Jiro. She was looking a bit annoyed. "Did you make my coffee?" Misaka asked. Jiro nodded. "You made it wrong." Jiro's eyes widened. It was her first day and she had already made a mistake. Just her luck. Go and take it back to the kitchen. Make it right this time. If you need assistance, ask the cooks in the kitchen about how to make my coffee, or better yet. Misaka gave Jiro a look that was more annoyed and agitated than Jiro's stare. "Ask Aina or Rina about how to make my coffee, don't just guess." Jiro gulped. How could she be so stupid? But also, aren't you supposed to be on laundry duty? Jiro hesitantly nodded. "Why, yes, ma'am." She answered. "Why aren't you in laundry?" Jiro sighed. Hagakure asked if I could help her in bringing the meals. Misaka placed a hand on her hip. "Oh, and why is that?" She wanted to get out of it. They all looked to see Tsuyu approaching while holding a basket of laundry from Eri's room. "What do you mean, Ms. Ajui?" Misaka asked. "I overheard a conversation in the hallway. It was between Ashido and Hagakure. They both agreed that they weren't going to do their assigned jobs." Tsuyu admitted. "I see. Do you know where Ochaco is?" She nodded. "I do. The princess is speaking to them." "Well, I must be going. This laundry won't wash itself." Then Tsuyu excused herself and walked towards the laundry ward. "Ms. Ajui," Aina called, "would you like some help getting to the ward?" Tsuyu turned her head and nodded. "That would be helpful, thank you." Misaka showed a small smile. Then she saw Ochaco approaching, Mina and Hagakure in tow. "I don't get it," Ochaco said, putting a hand on her forehead. "What is so hard about following simple instructions?" Misaka sighed. "I don't know. Little star. But I have a situation." Ochaco looked at Misaka. "What's the matter, Nana?" she asked. "Well, my coffee wasn't made correctly." Misaka began. "We found the culprit." She motioned to Jiro. "But she's supposed to be in laundry." Ochaco looked at Jiro. "Why?" "Hagakure wanted to get out of tending to your grandmother." Jiro admitted and Hagakure gave her a look. Ochaco sighed. "Jiro," the earphone jack user looked at Ochaco. "Did you actually prepare Nana's coffee?" She shook her head. "No, Your Highness, I just delivered it." Ochaco sighed again. She turned to Hagakure. "So, you lied. You said that you didn't prepare Nana's coffee, but you did. For this being your first violation of the rules, you get a warning." Ochaco turned to Jiro. "Please go back to your ward. I don't know how to get there." Jiro openly admitted. "All right." Misaka looked around and found one of the workers in laundry. "Tanaka?" The man heard his name and walked towards the former queen. "Yes, ma'am?" he asked. "Can you please lead Ms. Jiro to the laundry ward?" Tanaka nodded. "Of course." He turns to Jiro. "Follow me." Then the two left. Ochaco refocused her attention on Hagakure. "We can do this 2 ways. You can just get your work done correctly the first time and not cause a problem, or you cause a problem and refuse to do your job and I'll just ask Izu to extend your punishment." Hagakure's eyes widened. "He can't do that." Ochaco was losing her cool with the disrespect that most of Class A had towards her husband. It was getting on her nerves. How dare they? You need to watch your mouth, Ochaco said. Hagakure stopped when she heard the tone that the princess was using. Izuku doesn't deserve this disrespect. So, stop while you're ahead. Misaka then handed Hagakure the cup. Go remake this and make it quick? Hagakure left, then Ochaco gave her first order to Mina. You thought I forgot about you? Mina stopped. Your first order is to reorganize my study. If you ask one of the other maids or butlers where my study is, they will lead you there. Mina scoffed as she left, but Ochaco stopped her. You best watch your attitude towards us. Remember who you're working under. Izuku walked in after Mina left. What's going on? Ochaco walked over to him. The utter disrespect that these idiots have towards you? Izuku sighed. Don't worry, we will make them understand, Izuku said as he hugged Ochaco. He vowed that he would make these idiots pay for ever betraying him and insulting his position as prince, while also disrespecting him and his beloved Ochaco. Not on his watch. This was their lives, and after only a month, something shocking happened. Detective Tsukachi sat in his office and looked over documents. That is until the phone rang. He picked it up. Yes. Detective, I've found something disturbing, said an officer. What? He asked. Katsuki Bakugo of Class A and Enji Todoroki, number 2 hero, Endeavor, were working with the League of Villains and were the masterminds behind the betrayal of Izuku Midoriya. The detective was shocked. Oh hell no, don't worry, get me all the evidence and we'll put together a case. Already done, detective, I'm sending it over now, said the officer. Then the case came over. Tsukachi looks it over and is in complete shock. It was enough evidence to take both Endeavor and Katsuki Bakugo to court. I want you and a couple other officers to track down Endeavor, put a warrant out for his arrest. I'll handle Bakugo. With that, the call ended and Tsukachi got up, but not before a familiar girl entered his office in tears. Layla, what's the matter? Yes, Layla Tyler was in his office. Tsukachi is her godfather. Uncle, Layla ran to him and cried. Her parents were out of town, so he was her only point of contact. Careful there, Layla. He hugged her back. What's the matter? Shouldn't you be at UA? She nodded. I am, but I have some news and it's shocking. Tsukachi went and shut his office door and sat with Layla on the couch in his office. What happened? He asked, not ready for the answer. I found out that. She cried more. I can't help if I don't know what's wrong. Layla then pulled something out of her jacket pocket and handed it to Tsukachi. He took it and was in shock. Layla, but how? He asked, and in his hand was a positive PRGNCY test. His goddaughter was expecting, and as a teenager, nonetheless. I don't know, all I remember is that the class had a party not too long ago and someone snuck alcohol into the dorms. I was exhausted, so I went to bed before the violation happened. I did not underage drink, I promise, but I was physically violated. Layla pulled her jacket over her tighter as she cried. Tsukachi was devastated. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Someone had violated his goddaughter and caused her to be conceived. Tsukachi gave Layla a hug. Oh my God, I'm sorry this happened to you. Now I ask you this, are you keeping the child? Layla immediately nodded. Yes, of course. I'm not killing it. Layla said, okay, calm down, dear. Now I ask you this. Tsukachi took a breath. Do you know who harmed you? Layla nodded. Yes, it was Katsuki Bakugo, of my class. This day couldn't get any worse. I'll take care of it. Have you called your mother? Layla shook her head. No, I wanted to report it now that he's at the palace. I wanted to tell you. He threatened me that if I reported him, he would take away my child or worse, prevent me from ever seeing you all. Tsukachi was angered. He called in one of his trusted officers. Parks. The officer came in. Yes, sir? Watch my goddaughter. I have a criminal to arrest. He nodded, but Layla stopped him. Can I speak with the prince? He must know about this. Tsukachi nodded. Yes, but stay with Marks. I'll bring the prince here with the princess. Layla understood and stayed there in the office with Marks. Officer Marks called her parents and explained the situation, while Tsukachi gathered his officers and they headed towards the palace. Katsuki Bakugo needed to be stopped at once. No one makes a fool out of Izuku or defile the innocence of sweet innocent Layla Tyler on anyone's watch. This was the last straw. News spread fast about the arrest of Endeavor and the freedom of the Todoroki family. Now that it's only been a month into the punishments of the classes at UA that betrayed Izuku. But boy, were things about to get out of control. Everything started out normally. That is until Tsukachi arrived. Izuku saw him. "Detective, what brings you here?" he asked, and Tsukachi pulled out a piece of paper. Izuku took it and read it. "The hell, he did all of this?" The detective nodded. "He did. He is under arrest for all of this." "Where is he?" Izuku smirked. "Come with me." He led Tsukachi inside. "Bakugo," Izuku called, and here came the Pomeranian. He was angry as ever. Izuku then looked at the head butler. "Tri-Stain, take off his cuff?" Tri-Stain did so, and Bakugo was confused. "What's going on?" he asked. Then Tsukachi spoke up. "Katsuki Bakugo, you are under arrest for associating with the League of Villains, being the mastermind behind the betrayal of the prince, threatening your innocent classmates, and assaulting an innocent girl." As he said this, one of the officers who came with Tsukachi went behind Bakugo and put HNDCFFS on him. "What the hell, let go of me!" he cried. "You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law." Then the officer led him away. Tsukachi looked at Izuku. "Can you and the princess pay a visit to my goddaughter Layla? She wants to speak with the both of you." Izuku smiled and nodded. Then Tsukachi left, but what happened had the whole castle stunned. Izuku turned to them. "Get back to work." And they all did. Izuku then went to his room and found Ochaco sitting on the bed reading a book. "Hey," she turned to him with a bright smile on her face. "Hey Aizu, what's up?" Izuku then proceeded to explain to her everything that had just happened. She was in shock. "OMG, at least he was arrested?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, but the victim wants to speak with us." Ochaco shut her book and stood up. "Of course, let's go talk to her." Izuku chuckled. Then they left the palace to speak with Layla. At the station, Izuku and Ochaco were led to Tsukachi's office, and they saw Layla sitting there on the couch crying and holding her jacket close to her. They approached her calmly. "Hey, Layla, right?" Layla nodded. "Yes, thanks for coming to speak with me." "Of course." They both took a seat beside her. "What did you want to tell us about?" Well, Layla then explained her former feelings for Bakugo and how when he hurt her the way he did, she was devastated. She even shared that she wanted to drop out of UA so that she could focus on her child. Izuku and Ochaco understood, and they also were there when Layla's parents arrived, so very devastated that their child was harmed the way she was. They thanked Izuku and Ochaco for talking with Layla, then they all left. "I feel bad for her," Ochaco said. Izuku held her hand as they walked. "I know." He then clenched his teeth. How dare he do that to her? She had a future ahead of her, and Bakugo had the audacity to do that to an innocent girl. Ochaco squeezed his hand. "Don't worry, love, we will get back at him for what he did to poor innocent Layla. We will give her justice." Izuku smiled at her and took a deep breath. Then they ran into Reina. The blonde-haired cat girl smiled at them and bowed in respect. "Greetings, Prince and Princess," she said. "Hello, Reina. Heading to visit your uncle?" Ochaco asked, but Reina shook her head. "No, I'm looking for Shoto. Is he at the palace? I heard about what happened and about his punishment. I wanted to see how he was doing," she explained with a bright blush on her face, and her tail wagged behind her. Izuku and Ochaco exchanged a look and then turned back to Reina and smiled. "He's doing well. Would you like to come back to the palace and see him? He's been working hard. I'm sure that a visit from you will make him smile." Reina let out a soft and happy meow. This caused the couple to giggle a bit at her excitement. Then they led her to the palace, and they ran into Dr. Haruka. "Reina, I didn't know you were coming," he said as he walked over to her and gave her a hug that she gladly returned. "Uncle Haruka, how have you been?" she said happily. "I'm doing well. How are you? I haven't seen you in months," Dr. Haruka said. Reina smiled and let him go. "I've been well," Reina stated. "Mama, Daddy, and I went on a vacation for a bit to Kyoto," she explained. "I see. Did you have fun?" Reina nodded at her uncle. He smiled. "I'm glad. But what brings you to the palace?" I'm here to visit Shoto Todoroki. I know he's on punishment right now. But I wanted to check in on him and see how he's doing. Well, I'm sure that will make his day. He's on break right now. I'm sure that Aina can bring you to him. When she heard her name, Aina came up to the group. Was I needed? She asked. Ochaco smiled. Yes, can you bring Reina to the break room? She wants to visit Todoroki. Aina nodded, then she guided Reina to the break room. Once there, Reina knocked on the door. It's open. She opened the door and inside was the entire Deku squad. Ida was getting a drink of water. Tsuyu was texting her family. Tokoyami was. Haruhi came in and asked if you would testify against Bakugo? Yeah, why? Friday is his court trial, so I need you guys to be ready. That's when the air in the room changed. There was a serious feeling going on. The court trial for the Pomeranian was going to be happening that week. This was something huge. Of course, we will be ready. Don't worry about that, Midoriya. Izuku chuckled. Guys, don't tell anyone else. But I've already forgiven you both, Azui and Tokoyami. I don't mind if you address me by name. Unless it has to be a formal interaction. But if you give me some time, after all of this, we can all have a sit down and catch up. So, take it easy. Both Ida and Todoroki were touched. Izuku has always been forgiving, but this was the fastest that he's forgiven a member of the class since the betrayal a year ago. We won't disappoint, said Ida. Izuku smiled, then Eri and Tsuyu entered the room. What is going on? Tsuyu asked. Well, then Ida filled Tsuyu in on what was going on. She understood, and Eri was as confused as she should be for her age. What is going on? She asked. Ochaco got down to her daughter's level and smiled at her. Baby, that's nothing for you to worry about. Just know that Mimi, Pappy, and Granny will be watching you on Friday. Promise you'll be a good girl for them? Eri nodded and gave her mother a smile. Of course, count on me, Mommy. Ochaco returned the smile and gave the little girl a hug. Izuku couldn't contain his smile as he watched his wife and daughter. But then he got thoughts of revenge against his childhood bully and how justice would be served. Not only would he be free from the Pomeranian, but the Deku squad and Layla would be free as well. Man, was this going to be satisfying? Time skip, Friday, 9 a.m., Hosu Courthouse. Lobby, it was now Friday, and it was 9 a.m. The jury and audience that came to witness the trial of Katsuki Bakugo were entering the courtroom. Izuku and Ochaco were standing with the prosecution along with Layla, her parents, and Haruhi. The defending attorney who was supposed to prove that Katsuki Bakugo was innocent was standing in his spot. He was stopped by the paparazzi on his way in, and they were asking if he was going to defend the boy. He answered that he was not because the prosecution had all the evidence they could possibly have to prove this boy guilty. He sighed, then it was time to bring in the criminal. 2 officers entered the courtroom with Katsuki. The ash-blonde-haired boy was now in an orange jumpsuit for the County Juvenile Detention Center. His wrists were cuffed as well as his ankles, preventing him from escaping. Anyone could see that in the front row looking disappointed were his parents Mitsuki and Tsuyu. They came to explain what could have possibly happened to make Katsuki so power-hungry. Mitsuki sighed. She didn't understand why her son was like this. He was always such a kind-hearted boy, but now he was not the son she raised. She looked away from the boy and looked down at her lap as tears escaped her eyes. What happened to you, Katsuki? You demon brat, this is not how I raised you, she thought as she closed her eyes. Masaru put his arm around his wife's shoulders. He too was as disappointed as he could be in Katsuki. The officers sat Katsuki in his spot next to his lawyer, and the officers took their spots off to the side. Then Officer Marks walked in, and he had a file in his hand. Order, all rise. Everyone stood up. The Honorable Judge Kazuya Naomi is entering the courtroom. The judge entered the room and took her seat. You all may be seated. Everyone sat back down, and Officer Marks walked over to Kazuya. Case 0749, Midoriya vs. Bakugo. Took the file. Thank you. She looked at the file really quickly and turned to the side that Izuku was on. Ms. Haruhi, you may state your case? Haruhi nodded and stood up. Your Honor, my client has stated that Mr. Bakugo has had affiliation with the former League of Villains. caused the betrayal of an innocent boy, assaulted an innocent girl, and threatened his former classmates. Haruhi explained, opening the case. I'd like to ask my first witness to take the stand. Judge Kazuya nodded. I call on Mitsuki Bakugo to take the stand. When she heard her name, Mitsuki stood up and walked up to the stand. This caused Katsuki's eyes to widen. His mother was here, but why? What could she gain from being here? Mitsuki stood at the witness stand ready to be asked questions. Mrs. Bakugo, before we begin, do you promise to tell us the truth and nothing but the truth? Haruhi asked. Mitsuki nodded. Yes, I promise. All right, Mrs. Bakugo, at what age was your son when he started to act in this way? Mitsuki sighed. Katsuki was 4 years old. He had just recently got his quirk, and he showed it off to his friends. They praised him and said that he would be the strongest hero there ever was. She said, I see, and what was his reaction to this praise? He took it way too far. He used to be friends with Izuku Midoriya, a kid who has a heart of gold. But once he got his quirk, and just because Midoriya was different, my son would start to bully him and even use his quirk against him. Mitsuki explained, and this shocked the courtroom. I would like to ask the witness a question, said the defense attorney as he stood up. Go ahead, said Judge Kazuya. Mrs. Bakugo, what was the reason for why your son started to bully Mr. Midoriya? He asked. It's because Izuku was a late bloomer with his quirk. He never gained it until he was 15 years old. Multiple doctors said to his mother, Inko Midoriya, that he was quirkless, and so he was bullied by Katsuki and his friends. The defense nodded. One more question, before I give Ms. Haruhi back control. Why didn't anyone step in and stop him? Because the quirkless kids, teens, and adults aren't treated the same way as us people who have a quirk. They forget that these people are human and have feelings and deserve to be accepted in this society. This caused a shock to run through the courtroom. This is outrageous, cried Judge Kazuya. The defense attorney sighed and sat back down, giving Haruhi back the floor. Mrs. Bakugo, leading up to the events of Izuku Midoriya's betrayal, what were your son's actions like? Haruhi asked. Mitsuki had to think long and hard because leading up to that incident, there wasn't much contact between mother and son. To tell you all the truth, I had very minimal contact with Katsuki in the months and days leading up to Midoriya's betrayal. But what I can tell you is that a week before the betrayal took place, Katsuki called me and informed me that justice would be served. I asked him what he meant, but he hung up on me. I never expected that betraying his childhood friend would be what he was planning. Mitsuki explained. Haruhi nodded. I see. Thank you, Mrs. Bakugo. You may leave the stand. Mitsuki nodded, stood up, and left to head back to her seat. Would the defense like to call a witness? The defense didn't have anybody at the courthouse at the moment, so he shook his head, leaving Katsuki shocked. All right, Ms. Haruhi, you may call your next witness. She nodded. I call Tenya Ida to the stand. When Katsuki heard that name, he was in complete shock. Oh no you don't, for eyes. You know what will happen if you tell them the truth. But Ida went up to the stand. Mr. Ida, would you tell us the events you experienced leading up to the betrayal of Izuku Midoriya? Ida nodded, of course. It started out normal. I was finishing my homework the night before all of this happened. I heard a knock at my door, so I went up to the door and opened it. I wish I never did open it. Because standing there in front of my dorm room door was Bakugo. Ida started. He told me that if I didn't betray Midoriya, then he would call in an anonymous report and have criminal accusations placed against me and my family. When Ida finished speaking, there was a huge gasp heard in the courtroom. Nobody knew that it was this bad, but guess what? It really was this bad. Is that why you betrayed Midoriya? Ida nodded. It is, but some say I hit Midoriya. I'll explain what I really did. When he was tied to the chair, I used my reciproburst to try and destroy the ropes. Yes, what I said was wrong, but with Bakugo nearby, I had no other choice. I couldn't let my family be harmed, but I also didn't want to hurt my friend. Bakugo gave me an impossible choice because I wanted to protect both my friend and my family. When Izuku heard this, he was shocked, but it touched him. Katsuki looked like he was about to lose his composure. But with the two officers looking at him, he calmed down. After they were done talking to Ida, Tsuyu was the next one to be called up to the stand. She explained to the court about the treatment and threats she received from Bakugo. This left everyone speechless and caused Katsuki to almost blow his fuse. Because now people were asking for him to be given his sentence already. But they had to call on both Todoroki and Tokoyami about their threats that they received. Then they called on Izuku. He introduced himself as the Prince of Japan and explained his entire past, even offering to show physical and photographic evidence of what he went through. And now the cherry on top of this mess of a court case Sunday. Layla was called to the stand. This was Katsuki's downfall. Layla was the final straw. She sat down and was asked about what she went through. Layla explained everything that happened to her, then she got to the good part. She told the court how she ended up being PRGNT a couple of days later and how Katsuki was the father of her child, but he doesn't deserve to be in the child's life for what he did to her. All the evidence was shown, and now the jury came to their final decision. This court hereby finds Katsuki Bakugo guilty. I sentence you to life in prison for your crimes. Once you turn 18, you will be moved from juvenile detention to the county jail. Judge Kanzuya hit her gavel, and the two officers came in and took Katsuki away. He was trying to fight them, but it wasn't working because he had lost. Izuku, the Deku squad, and Layla were freed from Katsuki Bakugo. His parents went to Layla and apologized, but she said that it wasn't their fault. She even allowed them to have access to her child. But this was only the beginning of a string of trials that had so many satisfactory endings. Over the course of these next 2 years, there were a whole lot of surprises. So, buckle up because here we go. Layla Tyler's happy single life. After the trial of Katsuki Bakugo, Layla dropped out of UA and moved back in with her parents. Even though she said that Mitsuki and Masaru could see their grandkid, Layla didn't want to be in a country where she was injured and harmed. Her parents agreed, and they sent her back to the US where she moved in with her childhood best friend Daniel, and he helped her raise her child. After a stressful 9 months, she had her daughter, and Layla was happy that she was nothing that resembled her father. She was happy to be out of Japan and that she could raise her daughter in a safe environment. Nothing could stop her now. The trial of Endeavor, 4 months. After the trial of Katsuki Bakugo, the courts took up Endeavor or Enji Todoroki's case. Shoto was asked to come back to the courthouse to testify against his father. Natsuo, Fuyumi, Rei, and even Toya were there. He was released from a 6-month sentence and he was on parole. They all testified against Enji or the flaming trash can. The judge gave the flaming trash life in prison for what he did. Reina and Shoto were dancing the moment that Endeavor was being dragged out of the courtroom, and the rest of the family were cheering and dancing as well. Freedom for the Todorokis was real and true. A year later, it's been a year since the class started working under Izuku. But man, did Izuku keep all the classes under his watch. The Deku squad was released from their sentence, but they still came to visit and help out whenever they can. But now, let's go over what has happened within this year. Mina's trial and 20-year sentence. It took a year for a case to be brought up against Mina Ashido, but they had the evidence now. Tsukachi saw to it that Mina was arrested when they got a huge case against her. Izuku and Ochaco were 100% okay with handing Mina over to the law. Here's what happened the day that Mina was arrested. Eri was running around the palace all giggles. She was now 8 years old. She was on her way to find her parents since she wanted to ask if she could attend public school and make friends. She got to her parents' bedroom and knocked on the door. "Mommy, Daddy?" she asked as she knocked, but no response. "Mommy?" She opened the door. "Daddy?" she asked again, but got no response. Eri entered the room. "Hello?" Eri walked through the room when she found something hidden behind the dresser. "What is that?" she asked herself. Eri walked over to where the paper was. She pulled it out and opened it. Then she saw it. In red ink. A message that threatened her mother's life. And even her own. Eri couldn't believe it. She was so scared that she dropped the paper and screamed as tears fell down her face. Minutes later, All Might entered the room. "Eri, what's the matter?" he asked, worried about his little granddaughter. Eri said nothing back, but she pointed to the note. All Might picked up said note, and he was furious. Not only was someone threatening his daughter-in-law, but his granddaughter as well. He pulled Eri into an embrace and held her. "It's all right, Eri," All Might whispered to her. I won't allow anything to harm you or your mother. Eri nodded against his shoulder. Then Izuku entered the room, and he looked as worried as anyone has ever seen him. I mean, who wouldn't? He just heard his daughter scream, so of course he was worried. What happened, Eri? He rushed over, and when Eri saw him, her tears fell again. All Might handed the young girl to her father. Is everything all right? Eri shook her head and pointed to the note that All Might had in his hand. What's that? Izuku asked. All Might sighed. Prepare yourself, son. This is disturbing. Izuku looked at his dad confused but took the note from him. When the broccoli saw this note, he saw red. Someone was after the innocent lives of his wife and daughter. Hell nah, not on his watch. No one threatens his family and gets away with it. When I find out who sent this, I'm going to make them regret it. As he said this, he tightened his grip just a bit on Eri. He needed to make sure that she and Ochaco were okay. But then he heard something that caused danger sense to turn off. He heard a maid scream, but the name that came out of her mouth caused Izuku to lose his marbles. Princess Ochaco. Izuku stood up with Eri in his arms and hurried to where the scream came from, and he saw something that crushed him. Ochaco was on the floor, unconscious, and what scared him was that blood was coming out of her mouth. Ocha, he cried in panic. He placed Eri down and rushed to Ochaco's side. Go get Dr. Haruka. I'm not losing her. The maid nodded and rushed off. Izuku picked Ochaco up and held her in his arms, holding her close to his chest. Tears spilled from his eyes. Someone had attacked his beloved princess. He was both angry and scared. Angry at the person who attacked her and scared for Ochaco's life. Please, Oka, stay strong, he whispered through his tears. Stay strong, love, I've got you. Then Dr. Haruka came running. What happened? He asked. Izuku looked up at him, and that's when Dr. Haruka noticed the state that Ochaco was in. Oh no, he said in shock. He then looked at Izuku. You need to take her to the hospital ASAP, she's been poisoned. Izuku's eyes widened, though. How? He was not in his right mind. Eri was nearby crying. All Might came and took his little granddaughter right as King Kenji entered the room. Izuku stood up with the unconscious Ochaco in his arms. When the king saw his daughter's condition, he was in shock, and he was scared. But no one wasted any time. Izuku ran out of the castle and used float and air force to quickly get Ochaco to the closest hospital. They immediately took Ochaco back to get her admitted and to start treatment. Back at the castle, no one could believe that someone could have poisoned the princess. Her parents were in panic mode, and so were Inko and All Might. Eri was scared for her mother's safety. But right now, they needed to find out who the culprit was and why they went after Ochaco. King Kenji ordered a search for any clues on who could have possibly poisoned his daughter. That is until Aina came to them crying. Aina, what is the matter? Queen Reika asked. I know. Who poisoned the princess, she said. Oh, who did it? Aina took a deep breath before she told them. It was Ashido. Everyone's eyes widened. How dare she? King Kenji cried, but Queen Reika put her hand on his shoulder to calm him down. She then turned to Aina. Where is Ashido? We don't know. She ran off after the princess collapsed. King Kenji clenched his fist. That is until the hospital called. Hello. Your Majesty, we have some good news. The princess is out of danger. She is just resting. We were able to remove the poison from her system, so she is safe and okay. The prince is with her at the moment, but we do require that we keep her for the next 2 weeks because this took a lot out of her body, said the doctor on the other side. Yes, thank you for informing me, and when you can, tell Izuku to return to the palace. We know who the culprit is. The doctor understood, and the call ended. Man, were they going to have a surprise in store for Ashido when they caught her? A couple of hours later, Izuku returned to the palace, looking relieved that Ochaco was out of danger. He entered the office to see the king waiting for him along with All Might and Tsukachi. So, who did this to her? Izuku asked, getting right to the point. It was Ashido, King Kenji answered, and Izuku was about to lose it. How could she? Was she jealous that he was happy with someone who loved him, and she couldn't use him as a pawn in her plans? Was this girl that stupid? But what he did know was that from this moment on, Ashido was now a criminal. She was also on the run, but not for long. Because the royal family had a secret weapon that could track her down. Their security team. The team got to work the moment that their mission came in. It took them only 5 hours to find where Mina was hiding. The police were sent to her location, and they took her into custody. The time for justice was upon them. 2 weeks later, after Ochaco was discharged from the hospital, it was now time for Mina's trial. Izuku went to it. Ochaco was up bright and early. She had so much to do and little time to do it. She looked over and saw that Izuku was still sleeping. She smiled and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Izuku's head. This caused the boy to smile in his sleep. Ochaco giggled before she got out of bed and went to change her clothes. She came out of the bathroom in an emerald green dress that stopped at her knees, her hair in a bun, and wearing the necklace he got her on their first Christmas as a couple. She also wore the bracelet he got her. Ochaco exited the bedroom quietly and went down the hall to Eri's room. Ochaco gently knocked on the door. "Eri," she called softly. "Coming," came the little girl's reply. The door opened, and there was Eri, already dressed in a pink dress with her silver hair in a braid. "Why don't you look adorable?" Ochaco said. Eri giggled. "Thanks, Mommy. I had Mimi help me get ready." Ochaco smiled. "Come," she held her hand out towards Eri. "Let's go help finish getting everything ready for Daddy's birthday." Eri nodded and grabbed Ochaco's hand, and they walked the halls towards the main hall, where they saw Inko, Queen Reika, King Kenji, Misaka, All Might, Aizawa, the Deku Squad, Reina, and Grace all there to help decorate the palace. "Good morning," Ochaco greeted with a smile. "Morning, Ochaco," responded Queen Reika. "What can me and Eri help with?" she asked. "Can you both help Inko finish wrapping presents?" Ochaco nodded, and she and Eri walked towards Inko, sitting down. "Are there any gifts that still need to be wrapped?" Ochaco asked. "Yes, there are," Inko replied, bringing up a pile of 10 gifts. Eri had the job of putting the tags on the presents. As Ochaco was wrapping one gift, she took something out from her pocket that was in her dress. When Eri and Inko weren't looking, Ochaco put the 2 items on top of one of Izuku's gifts that were from her. Then she wrapped it and smiled. "I hope he likes his surprise," Ochaco thought, starting to feel off, and she knew why. So, she excused herself and went for a walk. She daydreamed about what it would be like to walk these halls and hear the sound of children's feet running around. Sure, there was Eri, and Ochaco loved the little girl as if Eri were her own, but she wanted to give Eri a role that would live with her, and it's a huge responsibility. But Ochaco knew that Eri and Izuku would love her news. Ochaco was smiling to herself. She was going to make this birthday one of Izuku's best ones yet. She also remembered some things that happened over the course of these past 2 years. After his punishment was over, Grace and Tenya started dating, Shoto and Reina became an official couple a couple of months after Endeavor's trial, and Tsuyu and Fumikage became a couple after they got off of punishment. Ochaco was happy for all of them. More importantly, she was happy that Izuku made up with his old friends and that they now had a good relationship once again. After her walk, the young princess returned to the main hall and helped finish the decoration. Now it was time to wake up Izuku. Ochaco decided to do the honors. She walked towards their room and quietly entered, then walked towards Izuku. "Aizu," she called softly as she ran her fingers through his fluffy green hair. "It's time to get up, birthday boy," she said with a giggle. Izuku woke up, and a smile graced his face when he saw Ochaco looking at him. "Good morning, Oka," he said with a yawn. "Morning. Come, we have a huge day planned for you." He sat up only to be hugged by Ochaco. He hugged her back, and his smile never left his face. "Happy birthday, love," Ochaco said. "Thanks, Oka," Izuku replied. Then she let him go, and he went to get ready for the day. Once he was done, he came out in a dark blue dress shirt, black jeans, and black dress shoes. Ochaco grabbed his hand, and they left the room. When they got to the main hall, everything was decorated, and everyone was there. When they entered the room, everyone said, "Happy birthday." Izuku smiled. "Thanks, everyone," he responded, and then it was time for party games. They played Monopoly, Uno, Candyland, Scrabble, and did a hero trivia game. It was just a fun day. They played these games for hours. Now it was time for dinner and cake. They had chicken cutlet, Izuku's favorite, while also having his favorite chocolate cake for dessert. Now it was time for gifts. Ochaco was waiting for this point of the party. Izuku opened his gifts, and he was very happy and grateful for what he got. His parents got him a couple of book sets he's been wanting, Misaka got him a new watch, Aizawa got him a new scarf, his friends came together and purchased him a tablet, and Queen Reika and King Kenji got him a pin. This pin had to do with Ochaco's present. He was confused because the pin said, "Best Dad?" He thought it was because he was a good father to Eri, but Ochaco's present was about to change that thought. Ochaco picked up her present and handed it to Izuku, a blush on her face. "Happy birthday." He smiled at her and took the gift. "Thanks, Ok." He unwrapped the gift and was in shock. In the box was a white onesie, a picture, and a stick. Being confused, Izuku picked the stick up first, but when he flipped the stick over, it was revealed to not be a stick at all. It was a PRDSY test. He was even more confused until he saw the results. Izuku looked at Ochaco. "Are you serious?" he asked. She nodded her head with a smile on her face and tears filling her eyes. A smile graced his face as he put the gift down, went over to Ochaco and embraced her tightly. "OMG, this is amazing," he said happily as tears filled his eyes. Everyone else was confused, well besides Eri and Queen Reika. The ones who didn't know went and saw the positive test and were filled with joy and happiness. There would be a new member of the royal family in 9 months. Inko was filled with happiness to know that her son would be a father again. Tears fell from her eyes, and she smiled. All Might was proud of his son and daughter-in-law. He was one proud grandpa. King Kenji was in shock, but that shock turned into joy knowing that his daughter was expecting. Misaka was very excited to be a great-grandmother again, and the rest of the guests were very proud of Izuku and Ochaco. They all congratulated them on the baby. Izuku released Ochaco from the hug and went to see what else was in the present. Izuku picked up the white onesie next and unfolded it. There was red and blue writing on the front of the onesie that read, "Mina Midoriya." Izuku smiled, then he picked up the picture, and what he saw caused him to cry. In his hands was the sonogram of the baby, his baby. It filled him with joy and happiness to have such a gift. He stared at the sonogram for a good 3 minutes with a bright smile on his face. Ochaco walked over to him as she took a tissue out of her pocket. "Need a tissue?" she asked. He nodded and took the tissue from her to wipe his eyes. Izuku then hugged her again. He couldn't think of a better gift to receive than to be surrounded by his closest friends and family on his birthday and receiving the news that he would be becoming a father. Eri, the sweet little snowball, walked up to her father smiling brightly as she handed him a piece of paper. "Here, Daddy, this is my present to you." Izuku turned to her and received the paper. "Thanks, Snowflake," he said, then he let go of Ochaco and looked at the paper. It was a drawing, a family drawing. Of him, Ochaco, Eri, and the Ochaco in the drawing was holding a little bundle. They may not know the gender just yet because Ochaco is only 10 weeks along, but he still found it so sweet. This had to be, hands down, one of Izuku's best birthdays ever. He had gotten his revenge on the people who had wronged him, he's married to the woman he loves, and he just so happens to be a prince now. He's happy, and that's all that matters, but there was more to come for Izuku and his family. Ochaco was now 5 months pregnant, and it was around the time when she would be finding out the gender of her child. She was super excited. That afternoon, she had an appointment where she would finally know the gender. Reina offered to go with Ochaco since her mother and grandmother were busy. Ochaco was sitting in the main hall on the couch. Izuku told Ochaco to take it easy and not overdo it. He didn't want anything to happen to her or the baby. She loved how he was so protective of her. Eri was now attending public school. The school was highly protected by undercover guards, and the fact that Eri was a princess was sworn to secrecy. Eri made a lot of friends, her best friend being a boy named Koda. Yes, the same boy who Izuku met at the summer camp back when he was attending UA. The two got along so well, and that made both Izuku and Ochaco very happy. Ochaco smiled to herself until she heard footsteps approaching her. She looked up and saw Reina. "Hey, Rei," Ochaco said. Reina smiled. "Hi, Ochaco." Yes, they were on casual terms with each other since they were so close and became very good friends. Ready to go? Rain asked. Ochaco nodded. Yeah, I am, she said as she gently got up. Then the two women left the palace so that they could get to the appointment on time. Once at the appointment, Reina stayed in the waiting room while Ochaco went in to find out the gender. But she was going to keep it a surprise and plan a gender reveal party. After the appointment, they returned to the palace, and Ochaco got to work on a gender reveal party with Reina, Tsuyu, and Grace's help. It took them 5 hours to get everything set up. They notified the family and, of course, Izuku and Ochaco's closest friends about the party, and they were now all in the garden of the palace ready to find out the gender of the child. Ochaco asked Reina and Tsuyu to create a game that they could play, and they were told to have one more of one color than the other. Before the game began, the group split into Team Girl and Team Boy. Team Girl, Izuku, Reika, Misaka, Chris, Todoroki, Midnight, Eri, Sakura, Tsuyu, Team Boy, Ochaco, Kenji, All Might, Izawa, Vlad, Nizu, Tenya, Reina, Reiji, Tokoyami. The game began, and every team was met with golden confetti that had a sliver of either blue or pink confetti. It was very close the entire game, but in the end, when the final balloon popped, blue confetti came out. Cheers were heard all around, even from those who were originally on Team Girl. Everyone was happy. Izuku went over to Ochaco and embraced her. They were having a boy. They also would have been excited if they had a girl. All that mattered to them was that the baby was healthy, happy, and loved. Eri joined her parents' hug. She was very excited to become a big sister. Everyone was excited to meet the baby, and at the gender reveal, Ochaco and Izuku revealed the baby's name. Okay, everyone, Izuku said, getting everyone's attention as the cheering settled down. Oka and I would like to announce what we will be naming our son. Everyone turned their attention to the couple. Oh, what adorable name have you picked for the little bundle? All Might asked. Yeah, don't you want to wait to announce his name until he's born? Chimed in Queen Reika. No, we wanted to tell all of our close friends and family we will announce the name publicly once he's born, Ochaco answered. Okay, what is the little bundle's name going to be? Inko asked, trying her best to keep calm due to her immense excitement. Izuku chuckled at his mother's excitement, but it made him happy to know she was happy for him. Izuku grabbed Ochaco's hand, and they smiled at their guests. The name of our son is... The suspense was real as everyone waited for the reveal of the baby boy's name. After another minute, they both said in unison, Itsuki Tashinori Midoriya. Everyone loved the name, but not as much as All Might did. He was in tears. He felt so touched that his little grandson's middle name was his first name. Izuku noticed his father's reaction and smiled. Dad, All Might looked at his son. Yeah. Oka and I decided to give our son your name as his middle name because you've helped me in more ways than I could have ever imagined. Even before you were revealed to be my dad, I always looked up to you in so many ways. You were my idol and my favorite hero of all time. It was because of you that I wanted to be a hero in the first place. Izuku began. Throughout everything I've been through since you've been there as my support and as a father figure that I was missing in my life. For everything you've done for me in my life and even now, I wanted to give my son a name that I admired and was grateful for. He continued as tears came down his face, but his smile never faded. That name was the name of my father. I'm so grateful for you, Dad, and thank you for always being there for me. All Might was crying. He walked over to Izuku and hugged him. The blonde hero was touched and happy. This was the sweetest thing that Izuku had done. It was also very nice that Izuku wanted to use his name as the middle name for his son. Thank you, Izuku, All Might said. Izuku shook his head as he hugged All Might back. No, Dad, thank you. You're the best and I love you. Love you too, son, never forget that. Everyone smiled at the father-son moment between All Might and Izuku. Inko was still in tears. She was very happy for her son, and she was proud of the bond that he had with his dad. It just made her heart smile. The suspense that filled the waiting room was unreal. It felt like an eternity since the doctors took Ochaco back. You're probably wondering how we got to this moment. Flashback, 5 hours earlier. I was inside the castle looking out the window at the white snow that was falling on this January afternoon. I had just finished my work for the day and wanted to watch the snow fall. I was pulled out of my thoughts when I heard the sound of little feet running towards me. I knew exactly who it was. I turned around and saw Eri running towards me, all bundled in her teal winter jacket, green hat and scarf, teal snow breathes, and her dark green snow boots and mittens. "Where are you off to in a hurry?" I asked her. "I'm going outside to play," she answered. "All right, Snowball, but stay where I can see you." She nodded and ran outside, running around in the snow. She looked so happy and free. I smiled to myself when I saw her running around and all happy. I was so proud of how she healed from the trauma she experienced years ago. Eri is such a strong child, and I'm very proud of her for that. I smiled as I watched the little snowball flop into the snow and make a snow angel. There was a good 2 inches of snow on the ground. As I watched over Eri, someone else approached me. "She looks like she's having fun." I knew that voice anywhere. I didn't even need to turn around to find out who it was. "Yes, she is," I said. "But shouldn't you be resting, Oka?" I heard her giggle, and she was now standing right beside. I know, but I saw Eri running down the halls, and also I wanted to get on my feet and walk. "Itsuki's been more active than he ever was these past months," Ochaco explained. "I see. Well, still take it easy, you are 2 weeks away from being exactly 9 months PRDNT." She smiled, and we continued to watch Eri play. But who knew that our world was going to change for the better? It's been 30 minutes since Ochaco came to stand by me to watch Eri. The little girl came inside and was given hot cocoa by Aina. I'm now walking with Oka back to our room so that she can sit down. But as we walked, something happened. A splash of water hit the floor. Oka screamed in pain. I knew exactly what happened. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure out what just happened. Oka's water had broken. Without hesitation, I picked Oka up bridal style and ran in the direction of the entrance. "Aizu," Oka muttered through the pain. "It's going to be all right, Oka. I've got you," I reassured her. I ran out of the castle and noticed that it was too snowy to take a car, so I used the next best option. I used float and air force to guide my way to the hospital. Once there, I ran into the emergency entrance. A nurse noticed me run in. "What's the matter with the princess?" she asked as she rushed over to me. "Her water broke." She understood and gathered a stretcher. "Put her on." I nodded and laid Oka on the stretcher. "Aizu?" she asked as she weakly looked at me. "It will be all right, love," I said to her. Then the nurse and a couple of her colleagues took Ochaco back so that they could get everything set up. One of them looked over at me. "You can go up to the LBR and DLVY ward waiting room. We know that she's going to want you in the room with her. But we have to do some testing and get her all set up in the room." I nodded. "I'll be right up. I just want to notify our family about the news." The nurse nodded and ran to follow the other nurses who took Oka back. I pulled out my phone and texted everyone that Oka had gone into LBR. I waited a good 10 minutes before I went up to the ward. I waited for a good 15 minutes before a doctor came out. "Prince Izuku," I looked at him. "Yes? How is Oka doing?" I asked in a panic. "She and the little prince are fine. She has requested for you." I nodded, and he led me into the doors of the ward, and he led me to Oka's room. I saw that she was still in pain, so I rushed over to her and held her hand. "I've got you, Oka," I reassured her. She looked over to me and smiled. "Thanks, Aizu," she said through the pain. I smiled at her and we waited for a good while, but the little man wouldn't budge. A natural BRDH wasn't an option for Oka anymore. This was after 4 hours of LBR. The baby boy was in the hammock position and wasn't moving so that he could come out. Doctors had no choice but to perform a C-section. I wanted to go back with her, but I was told I couldn't because at this certain hospital, they don't allow the dads to be in the operating room. Which is bogus. I reluctantly had to leave the room and join everyone else in the waiting room. Meanwhile, Ochaco thought it was hard to believe that the doctor told Aizu that he couldn't be in the room for the BRDH of his son. Every time they tried to take her back, she made up it. The doctor brought him over so that Oka could see him before they took him to get cleaned and measured. As one of the doctors patched up Oka, the head doctor called me over. "Would you do the honors of cutting the umbilical cord?" I nodded, and one of the nurses handed me special scissors. Gently, I cut the cord off my son. He was still crying because he couldn't have his mama. I smiled, knowing that soon Oka and I would be able to hold our son. "We need to run some quick tests on the little prince," said the head doctor. "We will send you and the princess back to the room in recovery, and we will bring the little prince to both of you after his tests are done. It should be only 10 minutes, then you both can hold him and have family come visit." I nodded and followed the nurses who wheeled Ochaco out of the OR and to the recovery ward. They got her set up in a room. Oka was tired after the procedure, so she fell asleep. I sat in the chair by her bed, and in 5 minutes, a nurse walked in holding Itsuki. "That was fast," I pointed out. "Yeah, he's as healthy as he can be. He's 7 pounds and 6 ounces and he's 19 inches. "Congratulations on the little prince," she said as she handed him to me. Itsuki was now all cleaned and wrapped in a blue blanket and matching hat. "Thank you," I said. She nodded and then checked on Oka's condition. "Once she wakes up, you can have family come in." I nodded, and then she left. I gently pulled out my phone and took a picture of me holding Itsuki and sent it to the family group chat saying, "He's here, sweet little Itsuki Toshinori Midoriya." Within seconds, my mom and Reiko were blowing up my phone with compliments on the baby. After being asleep for 30 minutes, Oka woke up, and I handed her Itsuki. "Oh my god, he's so tiny," she said. "I know." Itsuki then yawned. "It was so cute." "He looks like you," Oka pointed out, and I could see that my son took after me. But I noticed the strand of dark brown hair peeking out of his little hat. "But he has your hair." As we admired our son, a knock was placed at the door. "Come in," I said. Then it opened, and our families walked in. Eri raced over, eager to meet her baby brother. "Daddy, can I hold him?" she asked excitedly. I chuckled at her excitement. "Of course, Snowball, but we have to wait until he's been fed and changed," I explained. She nodded and took a seat next to me. 10 minutes later, after Itsuki was fed and changed, Oka handed Itsuki to me. "Oh my, he looks just like you, Izuku," Mom said. I smiled. "He does, but with Oka's hair color." I went over to Eri. She was ready to hold her brother. I gently placed him in her arms and showed her how to hold him. Once she had a grip on him, I moved over. She smiled and cried happy tears as she looked at her baby brother. "He's so cute," she said happily, tracing her little finger on Itsuki's cheek, causing him to smile. I knew that Mom and Reiko were taking pictures of Itsuki. Oka and I smiled as we watched our daughter interacting with our son, her baby brother. "Eri," Oka said. Eri looked at her. "Yes, Mommy? You promised to protect your baby brother?" She nodded. "Yes, I'll protect him, play with him and love on him." We all smiled. Then Eri handed Itsuki to Mom, who was in tears just looking at her grandson. After Mom held him and interacted with him, she handed Itsuki to Dad. Then after Dad, it was Kenji who held him, then it was Reika. They all admired Itsuki, and as a dad, I knew that there was a lot of good in store for my precious little son. Oka and I were happy to finally have our son in this world and join our little family. A year later, it's been an entire year since the birth of Itsuki. He is such a happy child, and everyone loves him. He learned to walk at 8 months old, talked for the first time at 6 months, rolled over at 5 months, and crawled at 5.5 months. He said his first full sentence at 10 months. He's a smart child, a mini Izuku with his messy hair, baby face, and attitude while having Ochaco's brown hair and eyes. With the rising ages of Reika and Kenji, they decided to step down and hand their crowns and duties to Izuku and Ochaco. They waited until Itsuki was a year old before they announced that Izuku and Ochaco would now be getting the crowns. Both Izuku and Ochaco were prepared for this. Coronation Day was a week away, and everyone was getting ready for this exciting event. Izuku was revealed to be the prince a month after he got his revenge on the people who had wronged him. It was only a matter of time before he took the crown beside Ochaco. Eri decided not to be next in line for the throne after her parents gained the throne from her grandparents. So Itsuki is the next in line. It was a mature decision on Eri's part, and her parents respect that she is still a princess. She just won't become queen unless other circumstances come up. Reika and Kenji were making the necessary arrangements for the coronation. They knew that this day would come, and it would also be somewhat of an upsetting day because they had ruled over the country for the longest time. Ever since Kenji was, but it's time for them to pass the torch to their daughter and son-in-law. Also, they want to have more time for their grandchildren. It's now coronation day. The country was throwing parties during the week leading up to this very day. Both Izuku and Ochaco were nervous. This is a huge step, and it is also a change in status for both of them. The couple was in their room getting ready. The ceremony would begin in an hour. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a black uniform, his new formal king uniform. Sure, it can be uncomfortable at times, but it was necessary for major meetings and trips around the world. He picked up the brush and fixed his hair. He was super nervous, but he knew that with Ochaco by his side, he would be just fine. Speaking of his wife, the brown-haired princess, soon to be queen, walked out of their bathroom in a cream-colored ball gown that had gold and red accents. Her hair was up in a bun, and she had on light makeup. Izuku saw her and smiled. Looking stunning as always, love. She giggled at his comment. Why, thank you, Izu, she replied. As Izuku was finishing up getting ready, Ochaco walked up behind him and hugged him. He chuckled and turned around so that he could hug her properly. The two then shared a gentle yet meaningful kiss to raise each other's spirits. When they parted, there was a knock on the door. Mom, Daddy, can I come in? I have someone who wants to see you. It was Eri, their now 10-year-old daughter. Yeah, you can come in, Eri. The door opened, and Eri walked in. The little girl was in a lavender-colored dress and black flats, and in her arms was baby Itsuki. He was in a tiny suit and green tie. His fluffy brown hair was all combed, and his brown eyes were full of joy and excitement. Why don't you look appealing? Izuku said, complimenting his daughter. Thanks, Daddy, she said, walking over to him. Itsuki has been wanting you and Mama for the past 20 minutes, Eri said with a giggle. Itsuki smiled and held his arms out for Izuku. The green-haired man chuckled and took his 1-year-old son from his daughter. Hey buddy, Itsuki giggled at hearing his dad's voice. Ochaco turned and saw Itsuki and Eri. Well, don't my children look absolutely adorable, she said happily. Thanks, Mama, Eri responded. Mama, repeated Itsuki, causing everyone to smile. As the tiny family spent time together, the time flew by, and it was now time for the coronation. The church was filled with people who came to witness the coronation of the new king and queen of Japan. Eri and Itsuki stood in the front row next to Inko and All Might, while Reika and Kenji stood at the altar holding their crowns, ready to pass them on. The doors opened, and Izuku and Ochaco walked in side by side. The coronation was being broadcasted live for all of the country to see. Misaka was also at the front standing with Kenji and Reika along with one of the council elders. As the couple walked down the hall of the church, the citizens in attendance bowed in respect. Now the couple made it to the altar and bowed when they reached the steps. Then the elder spoke. Today we are here to witness the dawning of a new era for the royal family. He began, now behold as our king and queen, Kenji and Reika Uraraka, pass down their crowns and royal duties to their daughter and son-in-law, Princess Ochaco and Prince Izuku Midoriya. Then Kenji and Reika walked over to Izuku and Ochaco, who were now standing. Kenji walked up to Izuku, gave the young man a smile before speaking. Izuku Midoriya, as prince of this country, you have shown dedication, leadership, empathy, and hospitality to the citizens of this great nation. Now with this new responsibility as king of this nation, do you swear by the God above to protect, lead, help, show empathy, hospitality, kindness, and dedication to this country as its new king? I swear, Izuku responded. Now it's my honor to crown you, King of Japan, Kenji said as he raised the crown. Izuku bowed his head, and Kenji gently placed the crown on Izuku's head. Reika then addressed her daughter. Ochaco Midoriya, as princess of this country, you have shown companionship, dedication, leadership, hospitality, and kindness to the citizens of this wonderful nation. Now with this new responsibility as queen of this nation, do you swear by the God above to protect, lead, aid, show empathy, hospitality, kindness, companionship, and dedication to this country as its new queen? I swear, Ochaco responded with a nod. Now it's my honor to crown you Queen of Japan, Reika said as she raised the crown a bit. Ochaco bowed her head, and Reika gently placed the crown on Ochaco's head. Both Izuku and Ochaco raised their heads, and as Kenji and Reika stepped back, Misaka walked up. As our country enters a new era, the era of the rising sun, we see the crowning of a new king and queen. As a family tradition that has started since the start of our family's reign over this wonderful country, we pass down a pin engraved with the royal family member's name and new title. Today I will be handing out 4 different pins, but before I do, I'd like to ask for Toshinori Midoriya and little Prince Itsuki Midoriya to join Izuku and Ochaco up here at the altar. All Might was confused about why he was being called to the front along with Itsuki, but he took Itsuki from Eri and walked out of the front row to stand beside his son and daughter-in-law. The first pin I would like to hand out is the one for little Prince Itsuki. As the newest member of the family and the heir to the throne, I'm honored to present the little prince with his pin. Misaka then took the pin out of the purple bag she was holding and put the pin on the left side of Itsuki's jacket. His pin read, Prince Itsuki Midoriya. Like all of the other pins, it has the family crest in the middle of the pin along with the name and title surrounding the crest. Itsuki gave a little giggle to his great-grandmother, causing Misaka to smile. Now for the second pin, this one I'm giving to Toshinori. All Might was still as confused as ever but was wondering why he was getting a pin. As the father of King Izuku, you receive a pin with the title Lord. I also wanted to thank you for your service and dedication to the protection of this country as its #1 hero, All Might. The ones who didn't know that All Might was Izuku's father were shocked, but this was planned from the beginning. All Might, or rather Toshinori, was going to be revealed as Izuku's father during the coronation. They waited long enough to reveal this secret, and with the League of Villains dismantled and AFO gone for good, there wasn't a huge threat of revealing this secret. But now the entire country knows, Misaka continued. For your work as a hero, the country would like to thank you by bestowing you with the Greatest Hero Award. Then the council elder walked up with a medal resting on a pillow. Misaka picked it up and turned to All Might. He bowed his head, accepting the medal. Misaka put the medal around his neck, then he raised his head. Another way that we are honoring your dedication and service is by creating an exhibit in the Museum of Heroes that goes through all of your achievements, biggest moments, and the times you've helped others when they didn't believe in themselves. You taught a young boy that a quirk isn't what made a hero, but it was his hard work and motivation. With the help of King Izuku, we have already begun the construction of the exhibit in the museum. All Might was touched. His son was working on an exhibit to honor him. If he wasn't on live television during the coronation, All Might would have burst into tears and hugged his son tightly. But he was going to wait until they were back at the palace. Now for the pin, Misaka went into the purple bag once again and pulled out the pin that read, Lord Toshinori Midoriya. She then put the pin on the left side of All Might's suit jacket. Now for the final 2 pins. These are the updated pins for Izuku and Ochaco. Now that they are king and queen, we have updated their pins. Misaka said, and she went into her purple bag and pulled out the last 2 pins. She walked to Izuku and smiled at him. He smiled back. Misaka then put the pin on Izuku's king uniform at the right side of the collar. His new pin now read, King Izuku Midoriya. Misaka then walked over to Ochaco, her granddaughter. She smiled at Ochaco, and the young queen returned the smile. Misaka put the pin on the top right side of Ochaco's gown. Ochaco's new pin read, Queen Ochaco Midoriya. The 4 of them turned around to face the audience. The council elder then spoke up. Let us wish a long and prosperous reign for our new king and queen. He said, Long live King Izuku, long live Queen Ochaco. Then the entire church erupted in the chant. There was a long and prosperous reign ahead for Izuku and Ochaco. They would get through this together. Izuku might have started as a wronged hero who happened to be a prince, but now this is the start of his life as the wronged hero who is now a king. It's been a year since the crowning of Izuku and Ochaco as king and queen of Japan. Itsuki is now 2 years old, and Eri is 11 years old. Everyone is happy and thriving. It's now December, and Christmas is coming up fast. The royal family and their friends were getting the palace ready for the holidays. This past year has been very eventful. 2 months after the birth of Itsuki, Grace and Tenya got engaged, and then 4 months after, they were married. Then about 6 months later, Tsuyu and Fumikage were engaged, and they tied the knot a year later. Finally, about 2 months later, Shoto and Reina got engaged. They are planning to have their wedding 2 years from now. For the past 2 months, Ochaco hasn't been feeling well, and she knows why. She is pregnant again. This time Izuku was there with her when she found out, and they planned to tell everyone on Christmas. They had everything planned out, and they knew that this was going to be one of the best ideas either of them had. Ochaco was sitting in her and Izuku's room. She was putting the finishing touches on her gifts for the family that are a part of the PRGNCY announcement. She smiled as she packed each gift. Then someone walked up behind her and wrapped their arms around her. It was Izuku. He just got back from a meeting with one of the councils. "How are the gifts coming along?" he asked. "Just fine. I just finished," Ochaco answered, smiling as she leaned back into his embrace. "After hours of wrapping each gift, I deserve a break." "You sure do. So, do you think we'll have a boy or a girl this go around?" Ochaco asked randomly. "Well, to be honest, I don't care about the gender as long as the baby is happy and healthy, but if I had to choose, I would want a little girl. But I'd be happy either way." Ochaco smiled. "I feel the same. Even though I'm not having as many severe symptoms as I did when I was pregnant with Itsuki, we never know." They stayed like that for a bit, just enjoying each other's company. It was nice, but they knew that they were going to shock the entire family with their news on Christmas. Christmas Day arrived, and the entire royal family was up and in the Great Hall. Itsuki and Eri were enjoying opening their gifts as the adults chuckled and smiled at the two children. Now they were down to the final gifts. "These last gifts are for everyone to open at the exact same time," Ochaco explained. "Itsuki, can you help Mama hand out the gifts?" The brown-haired toddler nodded. "Okay, Mama," he said. Then Itsuki and Ochaco handed out each gift. As everyone opened their gifts, there were shocked and confused faces all around. "What's with the shirts, Ochaco?" Reika asked her daughter. "Why don't you read the shirts?" With that, everyone looked at the shirts and gasps were heard. "Are you serious?" Inko asked. Ochaco nodded. "Yeah." Then excited squeals were heard from Reika and Inko, and smiles were shared around the entire room. "Congratulations, you two," said Kenji. "Thanks, Dad," answered Ochaco. Itsuki looked up at his parents with his adorable and innocent brown eyes. "I'm going to have a little sibling?" he asked. Izuku nodded as he got down to Itsuki's level. "You sure are, buddy." Itsuki smiled. "I can't wait to have another sibling to play with." Izuku chuckled. "I know, son, I know." Eri was in tears of happiness at being a big sister again. She swore to protect Itsuki, and now this promise would extend to her new sibling who was on the way. She and Itsuki would be the best big siblings this little child could ever ask for. "I promise to be the best big sister I can possibly be," Eri said aloud, causing the adults to smile at her. "I know you will be, Snowflake," Izuku said as he placed his hand on top of his daughter's hand. Everyone got up and gave hugs to Izuku and Ochaco because this little child would be welcomed into a world full of light and love. The waiting room was full of tension. The royal family sat, waiting patiently for Izuku to come and notify them that the baby had arrived. It's been an entire 3 hours since they all got there, but according to what Izuku told them, Ochaco has been in LBR for an entire 12 hours. The family was notified that a C-section needed to be performed since the baby wasn't in the right position. So, all they were waiting for was an update on how Ochaco and the baby are. Itsuki was sitting on Eri's lap as they waited. He was starting to get impatient. He wanted to meet his little sibling. Eri held her little brother. "Calm down, Itsuki," she said. "Sorry. Mommy, is that my sibling?" he asked as he pointed to the tiny baby. "Yes, it is," Ochaco replied. "Would you like to hold her?" There it was, the reveal of the baby's gender. Izuku and Ochaco had a little baby girl. Itsuki nodded his little head as tears came down. Izuku went over to his son and helped him sit down so that the little boy could hold his little sister. Once Itsuki was all situated, Ochaco handed Izuku their daughter, and the green-haired man gently placed his infant daughter in the arms of his 2-year-old son. When Itsuki saw his little sister, he smiled brightly. Her cuteness was something else, and the little smile on her face. It just warmed his little heart. As Itsuki and Eri took turns holding their sister, the rest of the family came to see them. When they saw that the baby was all wrapped in pink, everyone smiled at the sweet baby girl who was currently in the arms of her father. "She's so adorable," Reika complimented. "She is," chimed in Inko. Reika got a better look at her granddaughter and saw that she had a lot of features from Ochaco, from her chubby cheeks and adorable little smile to the baby face. Inko also saw that the baby had small strands of green hair peeking out from underneath her little pink hat. "She looks like Ochaco, but she has Izuku's hair color," Inko said, and then the baby was passed around so that all the grandparents could hold her. "What's her name?" Reika asked curiously about what her daughter and son-in-law named their daughter. "Her name is Reika Midoriya," Ochaco answered. Reika started crying. Her little granddaughter had her name as a middle name. It touched her heart, but there was another name that was given to sweet little Koharu. "But we gave her 2 middle names," Izuku chimed in. This caused the adults in the room to look at him. Misaka, who was now holding her great-granddaughter, spoke up. "What other name did you give her?" she asked. Ochaco smiled at her grandmother as she held Izuku's hand. "Her entire full name is Koharu Misaka Reika Midoriya." Both Misaka and Reika were touched by the gesture. Little Koharu had both of their names for middle names. She was given the name Reika because of everything that Ochaco's mother had done for her and has been there for her since she was small and never gave up on her. Koharu was given the name Misaka because Ochaco wanted to have a way to honor her grandmother and have that name live on within her daughter. Because with Misaka in her 70s going on 80s, Ochaco didn't know how much longer she would have her grandmother around. So, she wanted to give her daughter a name that would forever have Misaka's memory live on with the family. It broke Ochaco's heart just to think about losing her precious Nana, but she was going to be strong and treasure the moments she still had with her, along with the rest of the family. It was a happy day with the arrival of Princess Koharu into the family on the gorgeous summer afternoon in July, just a week before Izuku's 23rd birthday. This was just the beginning of another adventure full of emotions, family, and of course giving villains a good sweep in the breeze. There is more to being a hero than just attending UA High School. That's what Izuku Midoriya learned. Now, with his family by his side, he was going to rule Japan alongside his beloved wife as they raised their 3 children in the light of hope, joy, friendship, and of course love. There's nothing that a wronged hero can't do, even if that hero becomes a prince in the end and he is now the king. A/N. Thank you all for reading my story. I'm so happy with how you all gave this book support, votes, and comments. It made me so happy to see that this book has made a difference and touched your hearts with the adventures of Izuku and Ochaco. I'm so sad to see this book end, but don't worry, there is a sequel coming. It is titled, Life of the Wronged Hero Who Is Now the King. I hope you all are ready for another wild ride. 'Cause I know I am. I'll see you all there. Also let me know what other Izuku AU stories you want to see next. Until then.